are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a website like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No, raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeazy show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, if you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we'll enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And then finally, each side will deliver a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'm going to drop the Q&A in the chat for you guys, but keep in mind the Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash Apps, these will get priority, and if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, the free chat questions may not get answered. So if there's something you really want to guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors for a chaos and chill panel where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But this is always where things get a little wild and crazy, okay? So for today's debate prompt is, should abortion be legal in the U.S.? And for today's debaters, on the affirmative tonight, we have Ghosty, new face in the Swords of Reason arena, but far from new to debate. All right, she's known for frequent open panel appearances, sharp hot topic discussions, and critical political commentary. And her channel can be found linked in the description below. And with the negative tonight, we have the Herspective podcast, aka Athena Asteria. I hope I said that correctly. Also making her Swords of Reason debut, but likewise no stranger to debate. Known for regular open panel discussions, debate appearances, and bold social and political commentary. Her channel also can be found linked in the description as well. So tonight we're going to start with the affirmative. Let me get your timer up here. Um, Boom. So, Ghosty, whenever you are ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here again.
All right. Yeah, thanks for having me. So, my opening statement. I believe that reproductive rights and choices should be left up to individuals and their doctors, not the government. Whether a woman chooses to have children or not is her choice. Women don't want abortions. Women do not intend abortions. It is, in most cases, a tragic last resort medical decision. 93% of abortions occur within the first 13 weeks, 79% within the first 9 weeks. Abortions performed after 14 weeks make up only 7%, and the further along a pregnancy term we go, rates continue to decrease. The majority of women who have abortions already have children. 1/3 of women seeking abortions have 2 or more children. The majority of women who get abortions have had no prior abortions, and abortion rates have been steadily and significantly declining since the 1980s. What has increased since the overturning of Roe v. Wade and almost half of the states banning abortion? Infant mortality rates have increased. Unsafe pregnancies being carried to term, resulting in an increase in infant deaths. Maternal mortality rates have increased. Domestic violence, foster care entries, and child poverty have all increased. Studies are even being done right now which possibly associate child maltreatment and child deaths from assault and homicide with abortion ban laws. Mothers living in states with abortion bans are 2 times likely to die because they are unable to access abortion or proper miscarriage care due to doctors delaying treatment out of fear of criminal punishment. Yet, Canada has a lower abortion rate per capita, even with abortion being decriminalized at all stages of pregnancy. Many states do not allow for rape and incest exceptions, so not only do women now have to fear the violation and trauma from a rape, but also be forced to live with a lifelong consequence of her assault. And before you start screaming, exceptions don't make the rule, what's more common, rape and incest or viable fetus prior to 20 weeks? Rape and incest is far outweighs viable fetuses prior to 20 weeks. In fact, I believe there's only been about a handful of cases of those surviving fetuses. Homicide is one of, and it has been the leading cause of death for pregnant women. Lawmakers are literally risking the lives of these women by taking away their choice over their own reproductive health. No one likes abortion, no one is pro-abortion, and abortions have actually increased since the overturning of Roe v. Wade. They are now only in many places much more dangerous. An increase in quality of life is a better way to attempt to decrease abortion rates, such as livable wages, better public education, better and affordable health care, access to mental health care, affordable housing, etc. Either way, my argument only allows people to choose, and I am not imposing my religious or personal beliefs on others, yet that is exactly what the opposing side wants to do to millions of women and girls. The pro-life argument is making a blanket decision for a situation that is way too complex and individualized to make for all women and families as a whole. And that's all I have.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we are going to hand the mic over to Athena. And whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am ready. This debate is often framed as complex, controversial, or subjective, but at its core, it rests on a single question. When we know a human life exists, do we believe that life has value and deserves protection, or do we believe its worth depends on conditions, circumstances, or permissions? Science has advanced far enough that half this first question is no sorry science has advanced far enough that the first half of this question is no longer uncertain. What remains is whether we will accept the moral responsibility that knowledge demands. From the moment of conception, a new human organism exists. This life is not a part of the mother's body, but a distinct individual with unique DNA, a complete genetic code that will never exist again. This is not philosophy or religion, it is basic biology. Development does not determine development does not turn something into a human being. Development is simply the process by which a human being grows. Not stage No stage of growth confers humanity, it only reveals it. The earliest systems to begin forming are not optional features, but the very foundation of human identity. The brain and spinal cord are the first systems to develop. By approximately 3 weeks, the heart begins beating in a coordinated and measurable rhythm. By 5 weeks, we can now detect brain activity. These milestones occur far earlier than once believed. The fact that we were wrong before matters because it should teach us humility when declaring what does or does not count as meaningful life. As technology improves, we continue to learn that the unborn respond to their environment much sooner than once assumed. Sensory pathways and responses to stimuli emerge earlier. By around 10 weeks, pain receptors are present. The body does not react without a subject capable of reaction. The claim that unborn are insensate or unaware for much of pregnancy is not supported by what we now observe. And even where uncertainty remains, uncertainty has never justified killing in any other human context. We also now measure biochemical and neurological precursors associated with consciousness related processes by around 10 weeks. While we cannot directly observe dreaming or subjective experience, we can observe the system required for them. But even if we could not, this raises a deeper question. Consciousness has never been the standard for human rights. Newborns, the unconscious, those under anesthesia, and those with cognitive impairments do not lose their rights because awareness fluctuates. Human rights are grounded in what someone is, not what they can currently do. Many defenses of abortion rely on shifting the focus away from the child and onto circumstances. We hear appeals to autonomy, hardship, readiness, economic pressure, or life plans disrupted. Yet none of these deny that a human life exists. They simply argue that some lives may be ended when they become burdensome. But inconvenience has never nullified human dignity. Dependency has never erased personhood. No other class of human beings is required to earn the right to live by being wanted. We are told that tragic circumstances justify tragic solutions, yet responding to trauma by creating another victim has never been justice. We are told that disability diminishes the value of life, even um, even as society claims to reject discrimination. We are told that adoption is too difficult while ignoring that difficulty has never justified killing. We are told that population concerns or social outcomes outweigh individual lives as though human beings are statistics rather than persons. We are also told that abortion is a matter of privacy or neutrality, yet the act itself is neither private or neutral. It involves a second human being whose interests are permanently erased. Law has always existed to protect those who cannot protect themselves. The fact that the child cannot speak, vote, or resist does not remove the state's obligation, it strengthens it. What is often missing from this conversation is the recognition that science does not move backwards. Every major advance has revealed life earlier, not later. We once believed that the heart formed later. We were wrong. We once believed that the brain developed later. We were wrong. We once believed that pain perception occurred much later. we were wrong again. The pattern is clear. Life was always there. Our instruments simply could not see it yet. Technology does not change when life begins. It exposes how early it was always present. And with every layer of discovery removed, the moral cost of denial increases. When knowledge grows, responsibility grows with it. A society that grounds rights in size, development, awareness, or dependence places all human rights on unstable ground. If the unborn can be excluded today, then others can be excluded tomorrow. History has shown repeatedly that once human worth becomes conditional, it is never limited to one group. This is not a debate between compassion and cruelty. It is a debate between equal human dignity and conditional human value. One protects everyone, the other protects only the convenient. The unborn child is alive. The unborn child has unique DNA. The unborn child develops a brain and spinal cord first, a beating heart by 3 weeks, detectable brain activity by 5, responses to stimuli far earlier than once believed, and pain receptors by approximately 10 weeks. None of this is disputed by serious science. What is disputed is whether the life is worthy of protection. Consciousness does not determine rights. Independence does not determine rights. Wantedness does not determine rights. Humanity does. Humanity does. And humanity is present from the very beginning. The question before us is not whether abortion can be justified rhetorically. It is whether we are willing to let the truth shape our ethics, or whether we will reshape ethics to avoid the truth. Human life begins at conception. It develops continuously. It is revealed earlier and earlier by science and deserves protection, not rationalization for its destruction. That's it.
Oh, all right. Thank you for that opening statement. And that wraps up opening statements from both sides. So we're going to move into the 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. So we're going to hand the mic back to Ghosty. And Ghosty, whenever you're ready to start up your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, just start talking and I'll start the timer with your voice.
Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. I got confused. So the rebuttal isn't me asking her questions?
Yeah, no, it's just anything maybe you want to just rebut that you've heard in the opening. You can
Okay.
use as much of it or as little of the time as you want, but it's uninterrupted just in case there's something maybe you wanted to respond to or whatever, right?
Oh, okay. I've prepared questions, so there's probably not going to be much I'm going to say. Like, I hate the abortion debate because a lot of it does come down to opinion and your personal beliefs, your personal values. A fetus can have a heartbeat. It can have some minimal brain activity. I still don't think that proves consciousness, but those things, I still it still doesn't give it enough value for me to value it over the current living human of the mother and her family and those decisions. So just like yeah, okay, it has a heartbeat, it's forming obviously, but just that's just not valuable to me. So yeah, hold on, let me see. um yeah, I don't really know what to say. Sorry, I didn't I wasn't thinking about a rebuttal, so yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
no worries. If you
Just
want to
take your
yield the
time.
rest of your time, yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
sorry.
Yeah, no, no worries at all. So with that, we'll hand the mic back over to Athena, and whenever you're ready for your uninterrupted rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, I'm ready. So, one of the things that I noticed is that you gave a lot of stats on when abortions are performed. And this is kind of the main premise of my argument is that science keeps showing that time and time again we were wrong. I mean, for the longest time, we didn't even think that babies could feel pain. the more we advance in science, the more we learn that we were wrong about a lot of things. There was a recent study that showed that we have a neural network in our heart and in our intestines. That most of these, these chemicals that affect depression and many other mental illnesses, actually mostly start from the gut. So we used to think that it started in the brain, and these are grown humans that were still confused. So you cannot, without a shadow of a doubt, say that consciousness is not there. We don't know when it starts. The brain and the spinal cord are the first things to start developing. We know that the precursors to dreaming, we can measure that within utero and in these babies as early as 10 weeks. And we know that they have the systems to begin to feel pain. And there was actually, I can't remember when the abortion was done, but it was called the silent scream, and they recorded an abortion, and you can see the child opening its mouth in pain. And most of these abortions are done with vacuum. So if these children can think, they can feel, even if you don't think it's enough thought, what about someone who's sitting there after an accident? They still have some cognitive abilities, but who determines their value by consciousness? How does that actually determine whether someone is valuable or not? Science has been shown that we've been wrong so many times. And even using science now, the amount of abortions that are done outside of the timeframes that people could even try to argue are morally sound don't even make sense. So sorry, that's not much of a rebuttal. That's all I got.
Better than mine.
No, no worries at all. Um, that right there will wrap up the rebuttals from both sides. Before we get into the open hour, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching this right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. We host all kind of debates here on Swords of Reason, politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anywhere where reasoning and passion can collide. We do it here. So if you enjoy the format, make sure you lock in because we got a lot more coming. And also a reminder for the live chat: after closing statements, we'll be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So drop your questions in the live Q&A. But super chats, PayPal's, Cash Apps, they will get priority. So if those fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free questions. So if there's something you really want answered, send it through one of those options and we'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both of the debaters for coming out tonight and bringing their perspectives to the arena. And whenever one of yous want to get to the open floor here, just jump in and I'll start the timer with your voice.
So, where do you want to start with?
Yeah, we can start. I actually have some questions. Does it matter who goes?
No, it's an open floor, back and forth. Yeah.
Okay. So you were giving some statistics. You said 93% of abortions happen within the first 13 weeks. And then you said what percent is before 9 weeks?
79.
79%. Okay. So you're saying that because it happens early, I mean, so I guess what I don't understand is how that it doesn't really matter when it's happening. How are you morally justifying that? Because it is a genetically unique human being. And are you just saying consciousness is what determines?
Um, for me personally, not even necessarily. Like, we could maybe assume that a being with brain activity might have like the consciousness of like a hermit crab or something, like something so small. Like, it's not something that I value more than the life of the mother and her family and her current um, life that has been foreseen. She's already affecting people, others around her, society, everything like that. I think most people, when faced with um, a 2 year old versus a 6 week fetus, most people are going to value a 2 year old baby over the 6 week fetus. Do you agree with that?
I think what's mostly like predominant in society doesn't determine morality. I mean, slavery used to be legal and it was common. So whether people say that it's okay, the question is it? So the frequency of it of people saying it's all right does not mean it's
But
moral.
like, would do you value a 2 year old's life more than a 6 week fetus? Like, if you
I
had to
don't
save
place
one.
value on one over the other. They're both equally valuable.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. A thing that doesn't even have a brain yet to me is just not something that I personally value, and I would rather value like I said, most of the women having abortions already have children. They have people in their lives, they have their own life. I value that a lot more. So, yeah, something with I don't know, like, what is it dreaming about darkness? You could say, oh, there's some brain waves occurring. That's just not something valuable to me. It's not even really about morality. Like, you can say, you can have the moral belief that it's wrong to kill fetuses, and that's totally okay with me. And I'm not going to force you to get an abortion. But there are people out there who do need abortions. And like I said, it also hinders the safety of women, medically and socially in domestic situations. So I just value all of those lives more than something that can't even think, doesn't know what's happening, hasn't been alive for more than a couple weeks. So that's where I would base my laws off of, because I'm not forcing anyone to get an abortion if they don't want to.
Well, it doesn't really matter if you're forcing someone. Like it matters whether it's morally okay to end the life of a child that is moving towards developing into a fully developed human being. You're putting conditions on the value of that human. And when you do that, that condition can change based off of society. So it's important to establish what makes human life worthy of protection. You said, oh, well, it might just have some brain waves. So are you saying that intelligence, so someone who is less intelligent is, I mean, up on the chopping block? Someone with extreme disabilities, are they disposable as well?
I would argue in the womb, potentially, depending on how severe of the disabilities. I am okay with mothers and or parents in general making that choice if they have a severe disabled child that they know is going to suffer long term. That is not something I am opposed to preventing and terminating. Again, like, morally, you can be against that. I don't really think morals have to do do with this so much as like people like to say, though. I think it's more about the rights of the pre-existing people. I'm sorry, what was your first point? I was going to respond to that too, and I'm forgetting what you said
I
before.
had said that because you said not having
Oh,
enough brain
intelligence.
activity. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, of course not. Intelligence is not. I'm not suggesting to start eugenics and to start deleting people who are already alive and who don't have a certain IQ or something like that. Again, these are beings that I don't even know if I would consider them beings. They're literally just forming cells that aren't they don't have personhood, they don't have personality, they don't have any of these factors that we consider value when we are talking about human beings, in my opinion. And other people might have a different opinion based on, usually it's religious justification. So, and I don't believe that that should be imposed on everybody else.
Okay, so you mentioned eugenics. That's exactly where I was going with this,
Mm-hmm.
actually, is everything that you are saying sounds like eugenics. It sounds like we get to determine whether someone gets to be born based off of whether they're going to be convenient. So instead of having compassion as humans, which I don't think that most people in your situation would say that a Bible is a requirement for that. Now, Christians like myself might say yes, but you're on the other stance of things. So you don't think that the Bible should determine any of this. So where does that compassion play in when it comes to human life? You're essentially saying that because this child might be inconvenient, that we can end their life so that they don't continue on. And you said that they're a clump of cells. Well, technically, we're all a clump of cells. I myself am a clump of cells. Um, and I forgot the last point. Sorry.
No, I did the same thing. That's why I'm laughing. um, um, it's not eugenics, because eugenics is the selection of a certain, like, specific quality that we don't want to breed into society anymore. So this isn't like based on, this is just based on the mother's individual choice. It's not like the government coming in and saying, "Oh, this child is this way and this can't be born." If it's before, like, do you know what I mean? That's not eugenics. That's just abortion care. It's just reproductive rights and choices, the freedom to make them, which we have the option to do. So again, like this, I believe that there's more harm that comes from banning abortion than not. So that's my stance as, I guess, like the consequentialist or whatever. I see more real life harm from banning abortion than from making it illegal.
So you said that more harm comes from ending abortion, but you realize 1/3 of Generation Z has been aborted. I would say that's quite a bit of harm. I know that you don't morally distinguish it as being harmful, but can you at least admit that that's a lot? 1/3 is quite a bit.
Um, we have the highest population on the planet that's ever existed at any point in time. So it's going to seem alarming, I guess. But no, that it doesn't bother me. I think there's plenty of people still around. So,
Okay, so you're not bothered by picking and choosing who lives based off of um, their potential and convenience, because most abortions are elective,
yes.
and 90% of them use vacuum aspiration. Were you aware of that?
No, that is not true. In recent years, they have been over 2/3 are medication abortions.
I just looked this stat up right before.
This was in 2023, according to the, I can never say this, the Gut Matcher Abortion Provider Census and Monthly Abortion Provision Study in the U.S.
Okay, so that's alongside, hold on, increasing use of medication of abortion, dominant method. So the most dominant method is vacuum aspiration. Let's see, what year is this? Let me look up a newer one. Um, because I know a lot of people, they say that abortion is not immoral because the baby cannot feel anything. But again, as I stated before, science keeps revealing time and time again that we were wrong because our instruments cannot detect those things. But we cannot say without a shadow of a doubt that these babies do not feel pain. They respond as early as 10 weeks. And even so, okay, I'll give you a scenario. Let's say there's someone who doesn't feel pain, right? There's actually diseases where people can't feel pain. So how is that justification to end their life? Well, they can't feel pain, so it's not that big of a deal because they can't feel anything.
Because the argument would be that you're not torturing anybody. Essentially, there's no physical pain. There's no torture. You don't have to think about, oh God, a little baby being physically hurt. I think that would make people's minds feel a little better. But it's still like, okay, you have pain receptors. Does that mean that you can? You have pain receptors, but are you like even conscious or aware to understand or be aware of what's happening? And again, like before most of these abortions are happening before 13 weeks. um I just don't think it's worth it to consider maybe the possibility that a 13-week-old fetus might feel some pain, even though the medication abortions are more used anyways today. But yeah, I don't think that's worth it to put over all the lives of millions of women and girls. That this decision that will affect their lives for the rest of their lives, versus a fetus maybe potentially experiencing pain for a couple minutes that we're not even sure of.
So essentially, you're saying that because we don't know, we're not morally obligated to protect things that we're unsure of, even though science has revealed that babies feel pain earlier and earlier, that they respond earlier and earlier. All of these things, science has revealed that it begins earlier. I mean, the very first things to develop, and you said, oh, it doesn't have a brain. The brain and the spinal cord are the first things to develop. We know that the brain, we can see activity as early as 5 weeks. When I was studying biotechnology, I believe back in that time, we believed it was around, I think, 14 weeks because we just didn't have the technology for that. So we keep learning more and more. So using using science that's constantly changing is conditional. That there's no actual moral foundation outside of inconvenience.
I do believe it is pretty clear that you need 5 parts. There's like 5 essential parts of your brain that come together to really make you an aware being. So people like born without these either one parts of this brain usually don't even end up surviving. So like I said, sure, maybe a little bit of the brain is starting to develop, but it's not all fully developed. Um, and again, like this is just something that doesn't really matter that much to me. Like you can call me cruel or whatever, but even if it's, they would have to prove that babies have, or these fetuses have the same like full capacity of a born child. And just logically, just a fetus growing, that just like logically doesn't make sense.
So, what are you saying that the babies who are born with an extreme disability, where they're not cognitively there, if you want to word it that way, they're missing parts of their brain, they're never going to function? Are you saying that it would be okay for us to essentially put those babies down because they don't fit your criteria, your conditions for life?
By the choice of the mother, I would be okay with that, yeah. Obviously not the government coming in.
After it's born?
Oh no, not after it's born. I'm sorry.
Okay,
No, 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 no,
that's what
no.
I was saying. I
Yeah, no.
was like,
No, no, no. Yeah. While it's still in the womb, if the doctor's like, hey, I mean, like, Down syndrome, for example, that's not something that I personally am really okay with people terminating, but I know there are people out there who do believe that should be a right. Like, that's detected, I'm pretty sure. I think I wrote this down. It's as early as like, it's like around 10 maybe to 15 weeks. Like, it can be detected pretty early. So lots of these things aren't detected like right before birth or anything. So if like a baby is missing an essential part of its brain where it won't even be able to properly interact with its parents or have a viable human experience, like it's just sitting there brain dead, I don't see the point in going through with that life. But that's my personal opinion, and some mothers might want that or be okay with that, and they can go through with that. Again, I'm not having the government say like any baby without this shall be aborted. It's all about the choice.
what you're saying is still conditional, and it's because you were taught certain things that said, well, it's okay now that or that the baby's in the womb and it's before a certain time. But before, if people thought, well, babies don't feel pain, they're not really human beings, they're just babies. If it was culturally acceptable, then it was okay because that was the conditions of the time. So you are just showing that your morals are conditional, which will change based on society. We have to determine what it is that makes human life valuable, because from the very moment it is a human being, unique DNA that will never exist again. And even if they come out of the womb and they don't make it, what is what is killing that baby going to do, um like, morally? How is it beneficial to morally do that rather than waiting till term? How is that hurting? How is making a second victim? And I'll actually add on to that. There have been so many women who were told that their baby was not going to be viable, that their baby was going to have something wrong with it, and their baby turned out completely fine. And if you have listened to these women's um, stories, it is gut wrenching to think that they could have killed their baby because the doctor said that, oh, they wouldn't be viable. Science isn't always right. Our instruments that we use aren't always right.
Okay, but if there's like, um, again, that's it's in my opinion, it's just up to choice. Like, for example, do you think animals feel pain?
Yes.
Yes, but we still kill them because we have to eat them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think just pain alone is a great argument for why the benefits of not having a baby for somebody are potentially more valuable than that baby coming through to term. There are so many situations where people, and this always gets passed off as like superficial or something, but if somebody is living in poverty and they have 3 children already to feed, this is going to affect not only the mother but the other children in the family. This affects so many more people. It's just so much more complicated than, oh, is it right or wrong to kill, well, I wouldn't even call it kill, to terminate a fetus. It affects, first of all, the own mother's entire rest of her life, all of the choices, her family, the people around her. And yeah, I just that's what I care about more. It's also dangerous to have these abortion bans, like I said earlier, because of this is where I was going. Um, so say it's the baby, okay, maybe it has disabilities or whatever, but in lots of these cases, it's the threat to the mother's life too. If it's going to be a hard childbirth where the mother's life is at risk, with abortion bans, you have to literally prove that she is actually dying to do anything about it, which is killing women in Texas specifically. But there are cases of this popping up all over since these abortion bans have happened. So maybe, like, you could say, oh, maybe a doctor gets it wrong once or something. If a doctor is getting it wrong, maybe like a bunch of the times where you think it's malicious, then that doctor should be investigated. But if you're told that your baby is potentially going to suffer and not live a normal life, and the mother, like, that's up to her, and maybe she needs to know that the doctor could be wrong. Maybe that's what needs to be done, is she needs to be told that in some cases the doctor turns out to be wrong. So I guess that would be my advice, like, to that, if that made any sense.
I'm trying to keep up with you. So
I
took
jumped
some
around
notes.
a lot. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. So you said you were talking about animals, right? Like, oh,
Yeah.
they feel pain, but an animal will never be a human. Outside of like dolphins, I don't think you can really argue that most animals are intelligent in the way that humans are. So animals have a level where they stop, and they're never going to be humans. Like, we're at the top of the food chain for a reason.
Well, then, I
And
mean,
then
sorry, just to quickly respond super quick, then you can go. Like, by that argument, I would say that fetuses aren't human because they don't have the same capacity as born, grown humans.
okay, so the scientific definition, I mean, at the moment of conception, that is a human being. You can call it an embryo, you can call it a fetus, but it has unique DNA that is moving forward towards, I mean, development is just a stage of human life. It is a human being, even if you don't deem it worthy of protection. That is not arguable.
But they say
It
like
is a human being.
Labradors have like the brain capacity of like a 3-year-old, and like obvious. I mean, I think it's obvious, but cows and pigs, like, they know they're suffering. These animals get depression. It is very visible. They are aware, and in fact, I think they're more aware than fetuses are. So yeah, that was just my point about the animals, but you can go on.
So okay, so the way you talk about pregnancy, or the babies that are developing, as if it just happened by chance. We all know how it happens. It's a consequence of reproduction. There are many ways to prevent this, and saying, oh, well, it's inconvenient, despite, especially if they already have multiple children, they're very well aware of what causes pregnancy. They're very well aware that they're not guaranteed to have a healthy child. And in the very rare cases where a woman's life is at risk, there are uh, steps that you can take to save that woman's life. And saying that abortion, or saying that they're not allowing it. I've heard of like two cases in Texas that people were arguing, and I'm not convinced on those ones. Because as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I know, and I just looked this up, if a baby has already deceased in the womb, it is not considered an abortion when you remove it. And so I think that at least one of those cases, the baby was already deceased. And
Mhm.
so the ignorance of a doctor has nothing to do with the law. And I would actually argue, I went to school with a lot of med students, and I saw how many of them cheated. A lot of these doctors got their degree with ChatGPT. So their ignorance of the law and understanding of it has nothing to do with the morality of the law.
Well, no, it does. So you're right. One of them, at least one of them, I think there's two. I have a whole list of like a bunch of women's names and stuff, but there's, yeah, the one big one, Jocelia Barnica. I'm not, no, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but so she did miscarry, but
Hmm.
I guess it wasn't confirmed or something. The hospital did not intervene in her miscarriage because the state's 2021 abortion ban, SB8 providers waited 40 hours until they could no longer detect cardiac activity before providing her with basic medical care. So they had to wait till they detected that there was no cardiac activity, which is what ended up killing her, right? So, yeah, it's. I did hear that miscarriage procedures are still technically considered abortions. Like,
Not according to the law. If a child is deceased, it is so. Abortion is the removal of a living child, or the ending, the termination of a living child.
okay, well, I know this happened to at least two. Like, here's another one. She just, Portia something died after experiencing severe complications from a miscarriage at 11 weeks of pregnancy. She was admitted to the emergency department where she suffered significant blood loss and required transfusions, blah, blah, blah. Despite the critical situation, she did not receive a dilation DNC procedure that could have stopped the bleeding by removing remaining blood tissue, blah, blah, blah. Instead, she was given a drug, a medication intended to help her body pass the tissue naturally. This approach was taken in part due to the restrictions imposed by Texas abortion laws, which have led doctors to avoid procedures like DNC even when medically necessary. Um,
So I think that's not really the law keeping that from happening. If the child is deceased, that is up to the doctor's discretion. Um, and as far as DNCs, like, so the first step in that sort of process, removing a child that has deceased, would be to try medication first. And the thing is medicine is not always going to be, um, it's not going to be perfect. I mean, people die all the time. I think the third leading cause of death in the United States is medical malpractice or medical error. So, I mean, that's across the board. That's not just with abortion. So I don't think that that's a really good argument. And That's such a small percentage. Most of the abortions are elective abortions. I think that everyone who discusses abortion understands that if the woman's life is at immediate risk, that the woman's life should be preserved. There are ways to do it safely, the safest way, and yes, I would say that should be carried out. They should try and save the mother's life. Um, the only time I think people give pushback is when it is not life threatening. And if the doctor is the one determining it's not life threatening, then their license should be um, reviewed. Their decisions, we need more doctors being held accountable because, again, 1/3 of the deaths in the United States being from medical error is it's a big issue. I don't think it has anything to do with abortion, though.
Okay, I mean, I would appreciate if, yeah, doctors who it's this is the problem though. It's hard for them because they can now be charged criminally if they do an abortion that is not um, immediately deemed medically necessary for her life. But they can sometimes determine that this pregnancy will likely kill the mother or severely threaten her life, and now they don't have they have to take the chance. They can't electively make the decision until her life is actually threatened, and usually it is too late at that time. I know these cases are rare, but I mean, this is important for women who want to have children. It's scary. Um and women are dying already. So, I don't know. I do think
Yeah.
that is an important point.
So that's such a small minority of people. And yes, it does call for compassion and care and maybe review of the law for those specific cases. But what we're discussing is abortion um, of babies that have nothing wrong with them. They're just inconvenient. The threatening of the mother's life, most people are not going to argue, yeah, let her pass away, it's cool. I've never heard anybody say that. And if I have, like, if there was someone on the internet, the darkest parts of the internet, I don't think anyone's going to take them serious. So I think using that as an argument is kind of taking us away from the main argument. And whenever you use terms like terminate instead of kill, it's dehumanizing for the baby. All of the things that you have said, it's all about convenience, condition. There's no solid reason on why it's okay to abort or not. You're just like, I just don't care. I don't think the government, should be involved. And I don't want the government involved in most things. I am a big advocate for states' rights and small government. But regardless of whether I want government involved or not, government is supposed to protect the most vulnerable people, not just protect the people who are capable of having a voice and speaking up for themselves. These are the literally the most vulnerable in society. And it's just easy to sweep them under the rug. Oh, okay, well, they don't matter. It's inconvenient for us. I've not heard a single thing that gave a moral reason why it's okay
It,
outside of the women's lives being harmed. And that no one argues that if a woman's life is at risk, that we should just let her die.
again, nobody's arguing it, but the laws are causing this to happen. And it is dehumanizing language because I don't consider them to be humans. So that is for a reason. But secondly, I also did mention already increased child poverty, increase into the foster care system, which I'm sure you don't. It's not that you don't care about foster kids, but I'm sure that's not really a consequence that you're necessarily worried about.
It
Increased.
is. I actually work with foster kids quite frequently.
Okay, so like more foster kids is probably going to be problematic, right?
But again, why do we need to create another victim because of someone's irresponsible actions. Outside of I don't know if I can say the word, I'll just say grape. Outside of grape, I mean, most of these are just elective abortions. Outside of grape, it's just inconvenient. They just don't want them. Yet they made the decisions to do adult things that have consequences. And this is just running from the accountability and the consequences of their actions.
It's bigger than an inconvenience. This is an entire life that will affect you and your family for the rest of your life. It's not just an inconvenience. It is a whole ass child. So this is a
It
big
is a
decision.
whole ass child.
Right.
I
So
know you're talking to a mother.
it's a big decision. It's not just something that I don't think it's a willy nilly decision that just because again, like most abortions are women who haven't had a prior abortion. So if you make one mistake and this is going to mess up your prior children's lives or your life or your boyfriend or your husband's life, maybe he doesn't want it. I just like, again, I just don't think that's a right that should be taken away. I also think that forcing people who don't want children to be parents is a bad idea. I think if you don't want a child and you're forced to have this child now, I think that will lead to more child abuse, child neglect, child murder, mistreatment, everything like that, which is going to lead to, you know, more children that aren't being raised right, that are going to, you know, not probably be good for society overall. So I think it's messed up to put children in that situation. And I probably think it's a little bit more humane to just nix it from the beginning. Again, it's
So
just
I
not
wanna
something I value.
Okay, so you said that most women who have had abortions haven't had one before. Around half of women who have had an abortion have had one before. So that's actually not
I
true.
think it's
So
57%. So it's a little, it is like not too much less than half, but it is still most. And
it's 56.1%. But
okay.
regardless, it's very close to 50%.
24%. So this is from 2021. 57% of women seeking an abortion had zero prior abortions. 24% had one prior. 11% had two prior, and 8% had three or more. So and I do think that people having multiple abortions is problematic. I mean, two, I could honestly, two, like if somebody gets pregnant at 17 and then they get pregnant again at 32 when they already have a bunch of children, I don't really have a problem with that. So, but like if people are having, you know, abortion after abortion and not taking, being responsible, I do think that's a problem. But I don't think that should be that should affect everybody else who is using this, what I consider birth control, responsibly.
so regardless of whether it's one previous, two previous, three previous, it's still uh, a large percentage of repeat abortions. And still the majority, I think it's like 90 something percent, is elective. It's
Yeah, that's
over
rough.
90% is
I,
elective. And it's like we need to stop infantilizing adults. Adults understand that sex leads to babies. And there is birth control, there is condoms, there's spermicide, there's tracking your period, pulling out, and a combination of all of those different things. How are you saying that because it's inconvenient, we can end the life of a child? I know you don't think it is valuable because you place value on conditional things that aren't necessarily only to children in the womb. So I assume that if someone was in an accident and they were considered brain dead, you would be okay with ending their life, correct?
No, that they've already have a life that they they've already contributed value to society and themselves by having a life. Like if it's permanent brain damage where they're like a vegetable, then yeah, I probably, yeah, I don't really find that very valuable. And I think most people who have loved ones in that situation, probably it's really hard and tragic, but I'm sure they don't value that person the same way as they did prior to their brain damage.
Okay, so you are okay with ending the life of someone who has brain damage due to an accident.
If they're like a vegetable and it's
Okay,
it's
what if they're not a complete vegetable? Let's say that there's some brain activity, but they will be dependent on the family for the rest of their life and cause turmoil and inconvenience and hardship.
yeah, no, I wouldn't I wouldn't end that.
You
If
wouldn't end their life,
yeah, no, no, no.
even though the baby has more potential than the person who is now at that level and they'll stay at that level for the rest of their lives.
Well, I mean, the baby is hypothetical at if it's in the
Well, no,
fetus.
it exists. That's
But
not a
its
hypothetical. It
potential
exists, and it
life
is.
is hypothetical.
Well, it's not potential life. If you're going by the definition, what science says life is, it is alive and it is a human being. Now, you can say you don't deem that human being valuable, but science says it is a living human being.
It's a living
That's
thing. Yeah.
it, a living human being. The thing is not, it's not a, a frog. It's not a fox. It's a human being.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just at the early stages of development, but it is still a human being.
I think with the difference is that the person with the brain damage who isn't going to be, the same obviously prior to the brain damage, they have a family, they have people who love them. Um, so it's honestly keeping them alive is probably more for the family than them at that point. Depending on how severe the brain damage is we're talking about. Obviously, there are some people who can live with some pretty bad damage and have pretty like relatively normal lives. So yeah, it's more about the family at that point. So if the fetus doesn't mean anything to the mother or the father or the children, then it's not the same as somebody with brain damage. That's how I'm differentiating the two.
Okay, so you think that human rights should depend on ability, like consciousness, viability. Um, so ability is where you draw the line. So people who are less able are less valuable and therefore able to be disposed of.
I'm not talking about all humans. I'm only talking about unborn fetuses. That's all that I am applying this thinking to.
Well, unborn.
Yes.
So location, where they
Time.
are located.
Time, kind of. Couple weeks versus like 56 years.
Mm.
I did want to ask though, how are your stances for grape and incest cases?
I do not believe in abortion unless the mother's life is in immediate danger.
Okay.
Because just because you have one victim doesn't mean you need to make another victim.
Does it even know it's a victim though?
So children don't know that they're victims whenever they are harmed, um, in certain ways, sexual abuse. They don't know that they've been harmed, but they're still a victim.
It's
So
aware.
knowing that you're a victim
The child is
doesn't.
aware of it though, and it will be affected
No,
by it.
no, infants aren't aware. A lot of
Okay.
children are not aware of the abuse that's happened,
Okay,
but
if
it
you're talking
doesn't
about
change.
infants, yeah.
So that's um
I understand that that argument, but like I do think it's different because a born child being sexually abused, even though it doesn't understand it, it will still face consequences from that, whether it understands it or not. Um, yeah, like I just think this comes down to personal value, which is why I hate this argument. It's just like if you don't want to get an abortion, don't get one. But I again,
I
I
mean,
don't.
people said that about slaves. If you don't want a slave, don't get one. I mean, that's you're literally putting conditions on human life. If you don't want to have a child, don't have unprotected sex. I mean, it's
I wish
pretty
it was that
much that
easy.
simple.
And
It really is.
I would love to cut down abortion rates by expanding access to birth control. By the way, if so, does life start at fertilization?
Yeah, I mean, biologically, that's the definition.
So aren't
Life
there some
begins
birth
at
controls
conception.
that that kills the whatever it is after it's fertilized and just don't prevent it from like attaching to the lining or whatever whatever that is. So wouldn't
I
that
believe that's
technically
the
be killing a
morning
life
after
too?
pill. I believe that's the morning after pill. But as to my knowledge of birth control, at least maybe those are the only ones that I'm familiar with. I mean, I know there's many different types of birth controls, but the ones that I know of use hormones so that your body does not get pregnant.
Fertilize
So,
at all?
yeah, fertilize it
Okay,
all.
but if because I'm pretty sure that IUDs do this, but
Mm.
I could be wrong. But I'm pretty sure IUDs do this. So would you be against that birth control?
Yeah, those specifically, I've heard way too many horror stories from women. I would never advocate for that. I was unaware that um, that's what they did. I thought it was just preventative, but if it's just keeping the fertilized egg from implanting, then yes, I would be against it.
Okay. Um, Even if it prevents many abortions.
Um, what would prevent many abortions is using safe sex practices. And if you're old enough to have sex, you're old enough to use preventative care like condoms, even the pull out method, if you're using it alongside with other birth controls, um, spermicide. I mean, there's so many ways to prevent it that it's not an excuse.
I mean, I agree, which is why I've never had a pregnancy scare, but there's so many people that do. Like we can't just live in this idealized world of abstain or pull out. So, you know, pulling out doesn't always even work. And again, I would love to expand access to birth control for people to make it affordable and all just easily accessible. But yeah, we don't live in this perfect idealized world, and I don't think it's fair to use children as a consequence for unprotected sex. It's like, oh, well, you had unprotected sex, so now you have to deal with this child. That's your consequence, it's your responsibility. I don't think that's a right way to view children. I think children should be had when they're wanted, um, and not be seen as a forced consequence upon them.
Well, I don't think that eating ice cream and pizza should be a forced consequence of me becoming fat. I think I should be able to eat pizza and ice cream and not be fat. Like, it's just biology. Like, you have sex. It's not like, oh, this is some consequence someone's putting on you. That you know that this is the consequence after having sex. Just like someone knows if they put junk in their body, they're going to gain weight. If someone smokes cigarettes, they're more likely to get lung cancer. These are just biological facts, and there are consequences for actions.
Right. I understand. And I would argue that we do have the medical procedures to be able to perform safe abortions, and the consequence
Safe for who?
for the mother.
For the woman.
Yes.
Yeah. At the
So,
consequence of ending an entire other human being.
which is not easy for most women to make that choice, right? Like, most women getting abortions are not gleeful or happy about it. And many
I'm
feel,
sure slave owners said it wasn't easy for me to beat my slave. It was horrible.
I
That was
don't like the
awful.
comparison of slavery to aborted children.
I mean, I'm sure you don't.
I don't see
It's
the relation.
conditional because it's placing conditions on who is deemed valuable in society. You're saying that the child is not valuable because of location, development, which is ability, because of wantedness, like not being wanted and being inconvenient means it's not worth going to complete development. Like,
Development isn't exactly ability, because you can be fully developed and still have disabilities. Development is literally just the amount of time that a human has had to form. And it is not it is not a fully formed human. That's why it is a medical term to call it a fetus. It is not a baby, it is not a human yet. It is a fetus. It is a growing, developing human. So we're in
and fetus is human.
it's a human species.
Baby.
It's not a baby.
Fetus means baby.
A,
The derivative of fetus. That's the reason why they chose that term, was
okay.
because it's a baby. Now you could argue embryo and you could argue clump of cells, but that's not even a solid argument because we're all clumps of cells. But
We're
really, it
different
comes
though,
down to
right?
wantedness.
Sorry. What'd you say?
Essentially, what you're saying is it all comes down to wantedness. Like, does that person want the baby? And if they don't want the baby, if the baby's not convenient and wanted, that they get to decide that human life is disposable based off of wanting the person.
Yeah, pretty much. Um, if you don't want a child, I don't think you should be forced to have one.
No
So,
one's forcing people to have sex unless it's grape.
but
Like,
people do, and you even said, even in the situations of grape, there's still you still don't believe in abortion. So, um, yeah, even people who use protective sex still get pregnant sometimes, and none of us are perfect, right? Like, we all make mistakes. So, like, hormones for teenagers. Again, I've never had a pregnancy scare. I personally don't know how all these people are getting pregnant accidentally. I have no fucking idea. But I'm not
having
everybody.
irresponsible sex.
I mean, I haven't been the most responsible person in my in my life, but like, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's not something that it's the majority of people that get pregnant, I think, are not like, I don't know, man. People are pretty dumb, but for the most part, people aren't just willy nilly not worried about pregnancy. Like, most people having casual sex are consciously worried about pregnancy. At least from my experience with the people that I know. Um, so it's
Let
not
me
like
ask
something
you,
they're not thinking about.
most of the people you know, are they getting abortions?
No. Um, I know a
Because
couple
they're
people.
actively worried about sex and taking precautions. Everyone I know that takes precautions hasn't been like, oops, another baby, unless they're married and they're really lax on the precautions.
Okay, but then again, like, okay, so it's 57% of women have had zero, 20% have had, 24% have had one prior abortion. And then, okay, so we could say, what would that be? 57, it would be 43. Is that math right?
40, 44, because it was 56.
Okay.
We're not going to get into the
But
points.
whatever. 44% of women that have abortions have had one prior abortion. Now I forget why I was bringing that up. uh,
Because essentially what you're saying is you're allowed to kill one baby because you made a mistake, because you don't want it. You get one baby death. That's allowed. That's
yes,
morally acceptable because that baby is not wanted.
1 to 2, depending on the time period in between, I think is reasonable for most people.
Oh. So your stance is whether someone is wanted or not when they're in the womb determines their value as a human being.
It's not really their value as a human being. Like, I don't know what determines really. We as people determine each other's value. That's my opinion. So
Well, you're saying that that baby's life is worth less than the convenience or the inconvenience that the person who chose to have sex and understands the consequences of that and is deciding to have an elective abortion that is a permanent decision for something that could be temporary. Pregnancy is temporary. You can give the child up for adoption. And now I do agree that the adoption system, they need a lot of things changed within the adoption system. That I agree with, because if it was not so difficult, I would have adopted some kids myself. But regardless of how difficult that is, we cannot justify that inconvenience or difficulty in sacrificing babies.
I don't know. I can. Again, like, I just think that the potential of the current mother and her family, her life, what she's
For being
doing.
comfortable.
It's not just about comfortability. Like, having a
That's
child,
what you've said the entire
no,
time.
having a
It's an
child isn't
inconvenience.
just about you don't just have a child and you're like, "Oh, I'm uncomfortable." Your entire world changes. Your entire life changes, correct? When you have a child.
Uncomfortable, yes. You have more
I think
responsibility.
uncomfortable is completely dismissing the actual amount of burden that comes with a child you don't want. Um, so I think it's really
Back
minimizing
to
the effects of
wantedness.
having a child.
That goes back to wantedness. You are defining what makes someone deserving of life as wantedness and location and development, all conditional.
Your mother,
Not
like,
saying,
honestly, it's kind of your mother. Your mother kind of decides whether you deserve to come into the world or not. Um, yeah, that's my stance. She's making you, she is creating you, she is birthing you, she is taking care of you, feeding you, housing you. As long as she's a part of you, and I'm like okay with elective abortion before 20 weeks, maybe even 16, I could hear an argument for, but yeah, that's how I feel.
All right, so that is a hour for the open floor. Sometimes when the conversation still feels like there could be some iron left to sharpen, I like to offer, just keeping in mind we still have the 30-minute Q&A. If you guys would both want another 30 minutes of open floor.
Um, I would be okay with going to the Q&A. I think I pretty much
Yeah.
understand that her stance is,
Okay.
you know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
no
think we're kind
problem.
of going in a circle at this point.
All right. All right. So, what's gonna happen now? We're gonna wrap up the open floor back and forth. Again, excellent exchanges from both sides tonight. So what we're gonna do is enter the final phase of the debate, closing statements. Quick reminder for the live chat: the Q&A is there in the chat for you. So if you've got questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. And remember, super chats, PayPal, Cash Apps, these will take priority. So if you really want something guaranteed to be asked, send it through one of those priority options. With that said, we're going to move into closings. Each debater gets 5 minutes to make their final case. So we'll start here with Ghosty. That will give Athena the last word. So, Ghosty, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay. It's probably going to be pretty short, but I think a lot of people feel like shocked by some things that I might have said tonight, but it's because of their personal uh, value and belief system that they put on this developing fetus baby. They put personhood on this thing, and I don't. So again, I'm not preventing anybody from not getting an abortion. I'm just allowing some people who feel it is what is best for them and their families to do so. There are lots of women in domestic violence situations. Like, it's not even just like an exception at this point, honestly. There are just so many. It is so common. And so is rape and incest. This is not just like a little minor thing. This happens all the fucking time. So I just don't think these are situations that we can just brush aside and not consider when we're talking about the law. But from my personal moral stance, I also do believe in elective abortions because I don't value that developing fetus. Like, sure, we're all a clump of cells, but we are clearly a different level of clump of cells than a 10-week-old fetus. It's just totally different. We have so many differences. We have a bunch of more cells. We have a bunch of more developed and functioning cells that allow us to think and feel and interact and be aware and experience. I think experience is probably the major thing. So, yeah, I don't know. Let me see. I also, one thing I want to point out too is without Roe v. Wade, I think, like, I was never an elective abortions until the third trimester person because I think that's crazy. But without Roe v. Wade protections, I'm going to have to be because of the danger that it is putting women's lives in for medical reasons. So, like, again, Roe v. Wade, after has been overturned, there has been more abortions. So it's not even preventing abortions. Yeah. If we want to talk about religion, is lying a sin? Yes. Should it be illegal? No. I just don't think that the moral framework for like your personal belief, your personal values should be imposed onto everybody else's. I think it's very dismissive to consider a child as just an inconvenience or uncomfortable. It's a lot more than that. It changes your entire life. It changes the direction of your entire life. It's not just something that will be uncomfortable to deal with for the rest of your entire life. It's a huge decision. And so, yeah, I just believe that reproductive health should be left up to individuals and their doctors. And yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we are going to hand the mic over to Athena for your closing statement. Whenever you are ready for your closing statement, just start going and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Before you start the timer, if I go a little past, is it okay? I'm gonna try and get through it.
Yeah, if you go like 30 seconds, a minute past it, I'll let it go. Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Okay. We have spent this discussion talking about rights, autonomy, choice, medicine, law, and ethics, but at the end of all of it, there is a single unavoidable question that everything else rests upon. What conditions determine human life as deserving of protection? Science tells us that from conception, a new distinct human organism exists, not a potential human, not a part of the mother's body, a whole living human being at the early stages of development with their own DNA from uh their own internal drive towards growth and their own future unfolding within them. And yet we are told that this human being does not matter because they are small, dependent, and silent. For most of human history, we believed infants did not feel pain. We were wrong. We believed certain disabilities meant a lack of awareness. We were wrong. We believed that the unborn were um, insensate and until late in pregnancy, we are learning again that we are wrong. The limits of our technology are not the limits of reality. The fact we cannot yet measure a child's thoughts does not mean those thoughts do not exist. It only means that we have not developed the tools to detect them yet. Consciousness does not suddenly appear because a machine can register it. It exists when the nature of the being allows for it. And what kind of being is unborn? Or, sorry, what kind of being is the unborn? Not a tumor, not an organ, not a parasite, but a human being at its earliest stages of human life, not accidental, but a result of reproduction. We know that the fetus responds to stimuli as early as 7 weeks. We know that pain perception occurs as early as 10 weeks. We know that development is continuous, not divided into moral checkpoints where value suddenly switches on. And this matters because when we argue that a child's life is disposable until we can prove consciousness, we are no longer defending rights, we are conditioning them. We are saying that human worth depends on detectable function, independence, or on development. History should make us deeply uncomfortable with that idea. Every time humanity has decided that some humans count less because of age, ability, dependency, or location, injustice has followed. The unborn child fits the same pattern. We invoke bodily autonomy, but bodily autonomy has never included the right to intentionally end another human life. Parents already have legal and moral duty that limit autonomy when a child is involved. Dependency does not erase humanity, it demands responsibility. We invoke equality, but equality that requires the elimination of our own children is not liberation. A society that only supports womanhood when they discard their babies is not empowerment. It is the admission that our society has failed to support women without demanding sacrifice from the smallest and most vulnerable amongst us. We invoke hardship, poverty, fear, trauma, and these are real. They deserve compassion, resources, and justice, but hard circumstances do not transform killing into care. We do not solve suffering by eliminating the one who may suffer. We are told abortion is necessary because it is common, but frequency has never been a moral argument. Slavery was common, child labor was common, abuse was common. Law does not merely reflect culture, it teaches it. We are told abortion is safe, but safety for one party does not justify the intentional death of another. A procedure can be medically low risk and still morally catastrophic. At its core, this debate is not about choice versus control. It's about whether the strong are permitted to decide the fate of the weak. The unborn child does not argue, they do not protest, they do not demand rights. They simply exist, and existence alone has never disqualified someone from protection. Tomorrow, if we can detect fetal consciousness earlier, will we suddenly decide those lives matter all along? Or will we move the line again because the line was never about science, but about permission? The most dangerous idea in this debate is not disagreement, it is the belief that we decide who counts as a human based on what we can currently prove. Human dignity does not wait for confirmation, it recognizes or it is denied. And the unborn child stands before us as the ultimate test of our moral consistency. If human rights are real, they must apply to all humans. Otherwise, they are not rights at all. They are privileges granted by the powerful. We are not called to choose between compassion and justice. We are called to choose both, to protect women without sacrificing children, to address suffering without creating more of it, to admit that our technology may lag behind truth, but our ethics must not, because the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. The question before us is simple, even if the answer is costly. Will we protect human life when it is easiest to ignore it? That is the measure of who we are. Sorry, that went over.
Oh, no worries, no worries. And thank you for that closing statement. Great closing statements from both debaters tonight. If you're enjoying what you're seeing out there, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reasons. Like I said, we run all kinds of matchups. It could be political, cultural, social, philosophy. We even debate video games, okay? Literally anything where a conversation is worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Okay, their links are in the description. Show them support for stepping into the arena. Like I said, whether you agree or disagree, takes more than you know to come out and do this in front of a live audience. So make sure you go show the debaters some support. And they gave you some entertainment tonight, so they need some support for that as well. And before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I usually like to ask a question or two for each side, usually based on things I heard or something I want clarified, or maybe something I think was like passed on, or maybe something I think could have brought up, whatever I kind of just put together based off the arguments. And then once those questions are answered, we'll begin the 30-minute timer here. So for my first question here, we're going to start with Athena's side here. If the fetus has full moral value from conception, how should the law handle cases where continuing the pregnancy poses like a serious harm to the mother, like without reducing her to like a legal obligation rather than a rights-bearing person?
Right. Well, I think it really depends on the immediate risk. There's a lot of, again, medical error is 1/3 of the um, deaths in the United States. So there are doctors who get it wrong. As long as we know that it is for medical reasons to save someone's life, of course, I want to save the person's life. I do believe it is very tragic to lose the child, but it would be even more tragic to lose both. So I think that saving one is not, it's not an elective deletion of the baby. It was just a unfortunate circumstance.
All right. And did you have anything for that, Ghosty?
Not really, but I don't see that the medical related deaths thing as even in the top 5 causes. So if you can find like a citation for that, that's my only
Yeah,
thing with that.
absolutely.
All right. All right. And then while you're looking that up, my next question for you, Athena, would be if the goal of banning abortion is to protect life, what's like moral or legal responsibility does the state have after birth to ensure the child's welfare? And
Uh,
does failing to meet, sorry, it's kind of a two-part. If does failing to meet that obligation weaken the justification for criminalizing abortion?
can you repeat that? I was trying to look up the stat.
Oh,
I think I
sorry, no worries.
misspoke. I think I
No
missed.
worries.
I was
Yeah,
like,
so if the goal, right, like to ban abortion, what like a main goal is to protect life, right? So what moral or legal responsibility does or should the state have after birth to ensure that the child's welfare is good? And if if it fails to meet that obligation, does it weaken the justification for criminalizing abortion?
Oh, so you're talking about like probably food stamps, WIC, and support of the mother, I'm assuming.
Yeah, basically, like how the state should, how should the state go about after the child's born to ensure that we're protecting that life as well.
Okay, so as far as that goes, because of my religious beliefs, I believe that it's the church's responsibility to take care of the people. It's the government's responsibility to protect. Um, and I know that infants, you could say that they need protection. So I would be okay with like WIC and those sorts of things, like care for the mother, so that she can, because we already know that the success of child rearing is highly dependent on the mother's well being. So we definitely want to take care of the mother, but I have a stance on that more churches need to step up in regards to that. I'm not against government assistance, but solely relying on government assistance is a issue. The churches do need to be involved, especially since they get all those tax breaks. So
All right. And did you have anything for that, Coasty?
Um, Not really, but like again, lots of people don't go to church, so that would be my only rebuttal.
So, churches were not called to take care of people if they come to the church. They went out to take care of the homeless, the needy, and to help others. That's mission work that I'm not against mission work overseas. I still support that, but I definitely think that there's a lot of churches that should do more mission work here in the US and helping people regardless of whether they're a part of our community or not.
But no laws to mandate that children will be taken care of, like guaranteed, besides like food stamps and stuff like that.
I mean, I'm not against those things.
Free
Like
child health care.
no, no, not against those things.
Okay.
All right. And then, so for my questions for Ghosty here, for the first one I have is, if abortion is justified, a big part of it on bodily autonomy of the mother, is there any like clear, non-arbitrary point during the pregnancy where the fetus gains a right to life that outweighs the autonomy, and why that point instead of another?
Um, yeah, I think so. Like probably when the five major parts of the brain are fully developed, um and it's the baby is like it's I probably should have done more like research into the actual science of baby development and stuff like that. But probably like when all five parts, the essential parts of the brain are developed, and there's like interaction awareness. Um, so like my position basically is like before 20 weeks, I'm okay with elective abortions. I would even consider 16 weeks. I would, so yeah, 16 to 20 weeks, if that answers your question.
May I say something?
Yeah, I was just going to ask if you had anything for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So if you talk to women who are pregnant, and we know that the babies respond to stimuli as early as like 7 to 8 weeks. Um, I know personally, I interacted with my child, and if you talk to mothers, they will tell you how they interact with their children. Not all women experience this, but there are plenty that do. So, you specifically mentioned reacting to stimuli. I mean, that happens fairly early.
Like conscious interaction. though, I think. Like anything reacts to it. I've pet hermit crabs downstairs. I can walk up to them and they're gonna react to me. Um, but like I wouldn't value them the same as a person. So
But how can you measure that without a shadow of a doubt?
I guess right now the standard is fetus viability. Is the fetus viable outside of outside of the womb, obviously with assistance. Um, but yeah, like and to be honest, this just isn't something that personally is really a huge factor to me. Um, yeah.
Can I say one other thing?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so you said viability,
Mhm.
so without assistance. So again, if someone had an accident and they needed to be on life support in order to live, what makes it morally permissible to end a baby versus, you know, the other person that was in the
I mean,
accident?
isn't that already a debate? Lots of times the family gets to choose, right? Or they have like a DN, what is it? A DNR kind of whole thing. Um I think lots of times that is up to debate. Should we keep this person on life support? They're just in a coma for the rest of their lives, or should we not? And that's going to come down again to personal choice in most cases.
So you believe in personal choice, not the morality of whether it's right or wrong. You're like, oh, well, I don't want to get involved. That's up to you for you to decide.
Yeah, like I don't think morality is a super fine definitive line in my view. So, is it immoral to end somebody's life who's in a coma, who's on life support, who's literally never going to or has like even a 95% chance of never being a viable human again? And if a family says, I can't deal with this, I don't want to see their suffering, I'm suffering, and they choose to end that person's life, I'm not calling them an immoral person.
I just wanted to see if there was consistency with that.
All right. And then so for my last question here for it's for you, Ghosty. Um if so how should I word it? Should the state have any role in regulating abortion practices at all? And if so, where does like legitimate regulation and unjust restriction begin? Like where's that like line where it's like, okay, that's too much?
It's it's really difficult because in an ideal world, I would love to make it like, if there's a woman who's getting repeat abortions and it just seems like she has no good reason, she's just being super irresponsible. This is her third, fourth time within like a couple year period, whatever. I would love for that to be, investigated and maybe there could be a world where she would have to serve like jail time or some kind of consequences for that, if it's investigated and she's just clearly abusing abortions as birth control. Um, it's just kind of difficult because it's, I don't know, it just feels weird to me putting like laws on reproductive rights, but yeah, I could see like jail time consequences for people who are abusing abortion repeatedly.
All right. And did you have anything for that, Athena?
Um, Other than I disagree. I think that um I mean, the earlier you were talking about the overturning of Roe v. Wade. The thing is that didn't get rid of abortions, and that was never the intention. Was to get rid of abortions. It was to give the rights back to the states.
Mm-hmm.
You have more influence on state laws than you do federal. So putting the rights back, that's honestly, it's putting the decisions of and the rights back into the hands of the people. So I don't understand why people are against that, because you could fight for, you know, um, for certain laws to be passed in your state so that it is allowed, versus other states where people have more of a conservative and Christian foundation. We say, no, we don't want our state allowing this. Um, but yeah, I think just fundamentally and the thing is you didn't argue it, so I don't really know what to say. You kind of admitted the fact that you don't place value on human life um, from the beginning. You just say it's completely dependent on uh, location, development, and ability.
Yeah, development stages is probably the.
Well, you said that even the family should be able to pull the plug on a loved
Oh
one
yeah,
because
yeah.
of,
Okay, sure. Yeah, if
yeah.
you want to take
So
that
that's where you draw the line with human rights.
human value. Um,
Yeah.
but again, it's not like I would like force those people to be, taken off of life support or anything. I think I would give the family the choice. But I just don't see really the difference with making it a state thing. Like, I understand the states' rights thing, and I am a big supporter of that. But it's like, do you want, do you want, um, it's just, I'm for the choice. So again, I'm not forcing abortions on people, and I think it should be a personal choice. I don't even think it should be up to a state or a government at all. And at this point, we are forcing women who do want abortions in these states to have to travel thousands, hundreds of miles to get an abortion, which is not optional for many women. And lots of these situations are dire. It's not just like, nah, I don't want a kid, blah blah blah. Like, these are big decisions for people. It's not just a willy nilly decision. It's something that's going to affect you for the rest of your life. Sometimes it's dire, because your personal situations. I mean, with teenagers, I would even say is a dire situation. So, yeah.
But no one's forcing them to do so. They chose to participate in um, reproduction and sexual activities that have a consequence. We understand the same way I use the analogy. If I just decide to eat, pizza and ice cream, I know that I'm going to gain weight. If I have unprotected sex or I have irresponsible sex, because there are many different ways. Again,
But we
you
have
can use in combination of birth control, the pull out method, and spermicide. It's just people are inconvenienced and they prefer their sexual convenience over the life of a child, is what it comes down to.
well, when we're talking about minors, they're not even like fully brain developed yet, and their hormones are fucking crazy and everything else. So that's a little different than full adults, but also, oh fuck, I'm losing it. Sorry, what it? Maybe I'll remember it. Uh, what did? Can you? What did you say?
I was saying that, oh no, I don't remember.
There's many
Okay.
different methods
Oh yeah, you
of
can
birth
use
control.
multiple methods. Yeah. Even like
Contraceptive.
they have ovulation trackers, especially for women who are trying to conceive. You can, I mean, they have testing strips to see when you're ovulating. I mean, there are so many ways, but it's an inconvenience. It means like you don't get to just do whatever you want, whenever you want, however you want,
Oh,
without there being a consequence.
so
And
okay.
it
This
really
is
comes down to the fact that people prefer their sexual convenience over the natural consequence, or rather blessing of reproduction.
So this is what I was gonna say. We could say like, yeah, eating a lot and getting fat. Getting fat is a consequence, but we have Ozempic, and we have fucking uh those surgeries that fucking suck fat out of your body, which is kind of cheating consequences, right? We have shit for people who smoke a lot, and we can repair their lungs or whatever sometimes. Like, we do have these medical things that can actually defeat these consequences. And I would argue that abortion is a consequence. Women don't want to get abortions. They're not happy to get abortions. It's depressing. It's traumatic. It's not fun. It's expensive. So having to go through an abortion itself is the consequence for irresponsible sex. And most people learn that after the first time, if they ever do.
But all of those other consequences that you said that we have loopholes to, like Ozempic and all of that, none of those end a life. That's the difference. One is ending a life. One, yeah, you can argue that it's cheating, but there's still a lot of risks that come with Ozempic. And specifically, Ozempic, you can essentially lose the mobility in your intestines, and that's going to affect you for the rest of your life. So yeah, there's consequences to everything. Yeah, you can cheat, but there's still going to be a consequence. The consequence of abortion is that a human life is now taken from the earth, even though they were innocent. They did nothing wrong outside of just existing, and they can't fight for themselves. There's no way for them to fight for themselves. And we're saying you are not worth protection because you are not able to speak up for yourself,
It's just
because
not a
you're
person.
an inconvenience.
It doesn't have personhood to me. That's really what it's not like, oh, they're mute and they're helpless and they're trying to survive, they're trying to fight. Like, they don't have personhood. So
Well, they
it's
are trying to survive. They're moving towards developing.
naturally. They're not like consciously trying to stay alive, and they're like thinking about it. Um so yeah.
I'm trying to remember the how many weeks, but depending on what it is that the woman eats, the baby even responds to what the mother eats, whether they like the food or not like the food. So I just it everything you have said is about convenience. You keep bouncing from convenience
It's about the
to
benefit of the existing person, I think, more so.
the benefit of the existing person. So
Yeah.
existing first is what gives you
Yeah,
the right to exist.
she brought you into this world, and if it's before the fetus is even viable to survive on its own, I think she has the right to terminate that choice, or that accident, rather.
There are plenty of people who are dependent on others to survive, and they still have personhood and are worthy of protection.
Yeah, but it's a completely different situation.
All right. Well, get into the chat Q&A here. I'll start up this timer. Chat reminder, there's not too many actual questions for the super chat, so we should be able to get to the Q&A unless people bump themselves up with more super chats, or if you just want to send money to support the show, that's all good too. And starting with $5 from Hall Long Nate says, let's fucking go. Shout out to you, Nate. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Then we got Cy Bennett with a is that pounds or euros? That one, I think that's euros. €2 super sticker. Thank you very much, Cy Bennett. Nate comes in with a $2 super chat. Says, "Why haven't you hit the like?" That's true. If you haven't hit the like yet, I don't know what you're doing. Hit the like, okay? Premonition comes in with $5 and says 10K soon in a year, no less than 20K for your site. Let's go. I appreciate that, Premonition. All the way to the top. Big vision coming. How long Nate says for $5, like the stream, no matter what side you're on. Hype this stream, like, subscribe, and share. Ninjas, let's go. That is true. And also go show support for both the debaters tonight. All right. Did a great job giving you guys some entertainment. And then How Long Nate comes in with another 5. Ghosty, do you believe in a spirit or soul? If yes, when is that mixed with the human body?
I'm agnostic, so I'm inclined not to believe it, but I'm open to the idea of it. But yeah, I don't have any like hardcore or like hard defined beliefs about it, and I'm inclined to not believe that we have souls or spirits.
All right. $5 comes in from How Long Nate again says, what's the real line for you? A 17 disobedient year old okay to terminate, 90-year-old grandma expensive to maintain okay to go?
Yeah, of course not. Neither of those. Just fetuses that are under 16 weeks. That's who I'm talking about.
All right. And Athena, if you want to respond to anything too, you feel free to respond as well.
Yeah, I think that's a good question because, again, it goes down to convenience. And I mean, there's several things that Ghosties mentioned. It's essentially convenience, development, um, consciousness, all things that are conditional. But yeah, we can move on to the next.
All right. Next one that comes in is How Long Nate saying, get your questions in by super chats, hit the goal. Let's go. Thank you very much, Nate. Jeremy says, Alicia has my question for Ghosty, and actually I got it here. Let me where is it? Right here it is. Oh, no, not that one. Ghosty, in your opener, you said abortion is tragic in most cases. Can you explain a case where an abortion is not tragic?
Oh, when I said in most cases, hold on. I said in most cases it is a tragic last resort medical decision. Okay. I don't know. I guess that's semantics. I guess all abortions are pretty sad. I'll concede to that.
All right.
If you can concede to being sad, then you said earlier that you place no value on them. So how is it sad?
Well, yeah, I personally don't, but lots of people feel trauma after getting an abortion because they understand. Even if I was faced with that, it wouldn't be an easy decision.
But I want you to continue on. They understand what?
They understand that it's something that you made that could potentially be your child that you are terminating. And it's sad to think about. Sometimes it's hard to do, but sometimes it's the best or the right decision to make for some women.
Anything that's sad to think about would mean that there's some sort of whenever it's a choice, that there's a moral conundrum. So it's sad to think about, you're saying, the potential of a child, even though, I mean, women could always have another child. So if it's not convenient for them, why would that be sad when they could just have another one later? What makes it sad? I think you know.
I
I
mean,
think
I don't know
inherently you
if
know that it is the murder of a child.
Well, no, I really don't consider it murder, but I guess we could say just social conditioning in general makes women feel like you are saying, you're telling women that you're murdering a child. So this is the idea that people have in their minds, and they're going to be conflicted about it, which is fair. It's a big decision to make, but yeah, that still doesn't give this barely developed human value, even if it's a sad thing to think about.
Again, the fact that it's sad shows that there is something morally wrong there. You can't
You could even
mourn.
feel
You
guilt. You
can't
could even
mourn a
feel
clump of
guilty.
cells unless you wanted it. But
That's
then
not true.
you to mourn a clump of cells that you didn't want. I mean, you're the one who referred to them as a clump of cells. How can you
Yeah.
mourn a clump of cells if you didn't want them and they were inconvenient? If you are mourning it, you understand there is personhood,
Well,
that it
maybe
is
not.
a living being, human being, an extension of yourself. It is the combined DNA of the mother and father, its own unique DNA that you are deciding to end, and it can never come back. That specific child will never have the opportunity for life.
So maybe not mourning is a great word, but lots of women feel guilt and they just they just feel sad. It's also just a super emotional time. And I do believe probably a lot of this is social conditioning because women are told you're murdering a child and nobody likes to think about that. So, like personally, if I had to get an abortion, I don't think I would feel that sad about it. But lots of people do. So, um, yeah.
All right. We got a $5 comes in from Josh, just with a salute. Salute to you, Josh. Thank you very much for the $5. We got a $5 comes in from the Wrath of Reason. Just says hello, hello to you, Wrath of Reason. Good to see you in the chat. How Long Nate comes in with another $5. Says Ghosty, does the chemical abortion mean poisoning?
I don't know exactly how it works. I've heard that it starves the child of all the nutrient, like it cuts off the nutrients from the mother to the child, and then it just prevents it from growing, and it eventually naturally miscarries. Well, not naturally, it eventually miscarries.
All right.
I
We. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
yeah, I have a question, not on that specifically. You did mention 16 weeks, and then you were like, oh, well, viability with 20 weeks. Are you saying at 16 weeks, there's like a switch that turns on? That's where you decide, okay, well, now it's no longer morally acceptable.
I wouldn't even say morally acceptable. I just think that's probably an appropriate amount of time to get an abortion. Um, Before the possibility of it, like without risking the potential of it actually having pain receptors and brain activity to be aware and conscious of what's happening.
Well, I mean, we already know that the pain receptors are there, but you're saying that not enough for it to be enough harm to the child, like painful enough, like it's enough pain. I mean,
Or aware of
I'm
it.
aware of
Like,
it.
yeah, like conscious that anything's happening to it at all. Or that it knows it's alive or anything like that.
I think that any being that feels pain is aware that it's feeling physical pain.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Consciousness is a very undiscovered thing.
But that being said, it's a very undiscovered thing. We don't know. And every time science advances, oh, we're like, oh, wow, this happens sooner. Oh, this is sooner. So I am curious why you say 16 weeks, knowing all of that information.
like I said, I just think it's the appropriate amount of time for somebody to get an abortion before the fetus is so developed to a certain point of development where it could be viable.
All right.
Okay, so you're
Oh, did
saying
you have? Yeah.
viability.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
All right, you good there? All right. Next one comes in from Premonition for $5. Says in the 1960s they were performing open heart surgery on newborns with no anesthesia or anesthesia. Then they realized babies could feel. It was torture.
Yeah, they used to do that to people too that weren't babies.
All right, all right. Uh, $2 comes in from Joseph. Just says nothing, just showing support. Thank you very much, Joseph. Um, $20 comes from Trench Deacon. Says clearly this woman has no concept of accountability. Her answers show us her highest virtue and value coming. Coomers can't survive in a world without superficial hookups.
I don't
Oh,
know what that has to do with superficial hookups, but yeah.
real quickly, I just wanted to look up again when a child can feel pain. It says 12 to 15 weeks in utero.
Yeah, so 16 weeks is pretty good.
So they can feel pain.
Maybe.
No. I can send you the link if you would like.
Well, again, most abortions are performed under 13 weeks. But again, even if something has to feel a little bit of pain for a couple minutes, I'm not going to value that over an entire life of somebody and other people involved.
Okay, so another condition is the length of pain.
All right. Another $10 comes in from Trench. Says chicks like this think Burning Man and Coachella are the only reasons to live. If they can't get double teamed by Brody and Skylar in a porter pot, then they have no purpose to live. Brody
Never
and
been
Skylar.
to one
Where
of
do
those
these names come
festivals.
from?
I don't know who those people are, but okay.
Thank you for that, Trench. $10 comes in from BB says, great debate and coordination, easy. Thank you. Good to see Athena back in the ring with intelligent skills and a compass. Thank you very much for that, BB.
Thank
And
you.
then we got question to for $5 from Trench says, question to Bay Ghoster. Nobody is graping babies into women's. You don't understand. Elective smortions are the leading cause of smortions.
Nobody is doing that? Well, that's just not true. Uh, I do understand that elective abortions are the leading cause of abortion, though. This still doesn't change my answer.
All right, all right. And then we got $5 from Still Plays Outside. Why is being responsible more difficult than having an abortion? Cognitive atrophy is real.
Because being you're substituting raising a child for the rest of its life with the word responsibility and then just saying, "Oh, you're not responsible." Blah 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 blah. Life isn't that simple. Um, so yeah, sometimes people make these decisions and do what they think is best for them and their lives and their families.
All right, all right. And then next one comes in from Jack of Blades for $2 and says, define viability, Ghosty.
Viability is defined by being able to survive without the support of the mother, generally, like outside of the womb.
Okay, all right. Um, Next one comes in, $10 from Birds Aren't Even Real. I like this name. You say population is fine despite abortion. Are you a useful idiot for depopulation, or are you consciously choosing it? I don't think you've considered the consequences of abortion with no opposition.
Yeah, I think all this birthing crisis talk is all nonsense and bullshit and is used as a fear tactic. Just because our millennials and Gen Z isn't replacing the baby boomers doesn't mean that we're going to have a population crisis. Economies constantly adjust to population and different environmental situations. So yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's all fear tactic to scare you guys.
All right, Athena, do you have something to say there?
It would take a whole other debate on that one. That's a big one that I actually have a lot of opinions about. But I want to get through all the.
Okay, okay. No problem, no problem. Next one comes in from Mr. Green for $10. Says Oxford says a person is a human being regarded as an individual. Does Ghost disagree that the fetus is a distinct individual with distinct DNA?
No, I don't disagree with that.
All right, all right. Sempiternal Chaos for the support sends in $2. Thank you very much. I appreciate that big time. Jack of Blades sends in another $2. Says goal because we hit the goal, and our baby's a burden, Ghosty.
They can be, for sure. Not always, but they can be.
All right, all right. Then we got a Sir Senior Missile Monkey. Tomahawk says, Ghosty, if many women feel bad that they are getting an abortion, as you say, can you explain the millions of aborts over the years?
Well, sure, very easily. It's not the same woman getting millions of abortions over and over and over again. It's a pretty easy answer. Um, Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, what you think is best for you and your family, like I've stated many times.
All right. All right. And then we got Wicked Wally for $5 says, I'm not surprised. A few minutes of pain is no big deal. We've already established you're okay with starving a child in the womb.
Yeah.
All right. And so that's going to wrap up the super chats. We can get over here to the Q&A that's in the chat. If anyone on the chat wants to bump themselves up, go ahead and send a super chat. First one in the Q&A over here is Kevin Vincible says, Athena, do you agree we are given most rights according to time, like the right to drink, drive, smoke, etc.? Could the right to life also be given according to time?
No, the right to life, that's essentially saying that there are certain people that need to be wanted in order to live. That's not to drive. That's a permanent consequence. I don't think you can compare living to driving a car or drinking alcohol or any of that, volunteering for war. Just the act of living should not be determined on where you are at developmentally.
Isn't volunteering for war kind of sacrificing or risking your life?
But you still have to wait till a certain age in order to do so.
Isn't that kind of the point, though?
What do you mean?
Like he's saying age is the thing that makes it okay for people to make certain decisions. So
And the baby has no voice to protest. And I would say that all the babies would argue that they should be allowed to exist if they had the ability to do so.
Maybe. You ever listen to Bohemian Rhapsody?
Yeah, some of it.
He says something like, I wish I was never born. So,
Uh,
sorry. That was kind of a
all
joking
right.
point, but
All right. This next one comes in also from Kevin Vincible. Says Athena, do you agree conservatives want to force people into financially unstable situations by outlawing abortion while getting rid of social safety nets?
So that's one area that I disagree with a lot of conservatives. I'm not against a lot of these social programs. I am against the abuse of it. Now, I could get into a whole bunch of other issues that are costing us a lot more money than those social programs. And I think that should definitely be prioritized wherever it is that the gaping hole where the money is leading out the most is what needs to be focused on. I don't support people who abuse the system. I think there should be very harsh consequences for abusing the system. But no one's forcing people into poverty. Um, no one's forcing people to have sex outside of grape, right? Which that's not what we're talking about here. No one's forcing these people to have irresponsible sex that's leading to the just biological consequence of sex, which is a child. There are so many different avenues that someone could take to prevent that. Um, and they're just choosing convenience over over not doing that. So no one's forcing them to do anything. No one's forcing you to be poor. No one's forcing you, you know, to have sex. So I don't see any force there. Sounds like a lack of accountability. It's like blame everything on everybody.
do you think people are making, most poor people are making conscious and active decisions to be poor?
I think, well, that's a whole other discussion on how I feel about public schools. I think that it does not it does not prepare adults for adulthood. I think it
I
does the
agree.
exact opposite. Um, but that's for another debate.
I agree.
All right. Next one we got here is from unapologetic preacher Rev Russ says abortion was a primary instrument in the Yahtzee eugenics program and gained popularity in the U.S. Post World War II. Since eugenics turns fundamental human rights into a sliding scale, why should we allow it?
Because I think I kind of explained this earlier, but this has nothing to do with the government or anybody else deciding what type of people are allowed to be born and what type of people aren't. This is a personal decision um, for mothers.
I will disagree with you on that one. I actually went to Planned Parenthood when I was pregnant with my son to prove pregnancy. Um, I planned for my son. They treated me horribly when I told them that I was planning for my son, that I was excited to have them. And they went through and told me all the reasons with poverty and the likelihood of divorce. And I am now a single mom and I still don't regret having my child. I planned for him. I was married, I wanted a child. And they pressured me heavily and treated me horribly. And if you don't have a moral foundation and you're just kind of like, whatever, I don't really know. It's easy to sway these women. And if you talk to the women who have retired from their jobs doing that, they are trained like car salesmen to get abortions lined up. So I don't agree with you there because there's a lot of pressure on the side of that's performing the abortions to push for them.
I think it's also the opposite. I'm pretty sure, like, in most places, you can't even have an abortion on the same day that you go in there to get one. If you're set on an abortion, you're not allowed to, you have to sit on it. They have to give you all your options. They have to talk you through and make sure um, you're positive, and I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. But yeah, the women I've talked to, I actually know one woman, my friend, who went to get an abortion, and she was talked out of it at the clinic, and she has a child now. So yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry that was your experience. That sounds really shitty, and I wouldn't want that for other women. I don't think doctors should be pressuring women into one way or another. I think they should just be given their options.
So I actually lost a friendship because I would not drive her to the abortion clinic. And years later, she said that what it is that I told her was planted that seed of conviction. And although she did get an abortion when she was faced with another child later on, everyone was telling her to get another abortion. But she said that what I said planted that seed. And she was so grateful that she now has her children now. She has her daughter that she was considering aborting. Everyone was telling her to abort that child, but just giving that little bit of pushback, because when you are pregnant, there are so many hormones going through your body, you're scared, and there is not enough support to women in those vulnerable moments. Anyone, even if they're leaning towards, oh, well, you could just get an abortion, it is essentially pushing them in that direction. That is a very pivotal moment where women need support and protection. Now, I know this happens a little bit later in pregnancy, but even during pregnancy, our brain shrinks a little bit. Women become completely, not completely incompetent, but, it's definitely not easy. But using those scare tactics in such a vulnerable state is absolutely cruel.
I agree with that. Again, I don't think women should be pressured one way or another. I do think that's cruel.
All right. Next one comes in from also from Rev Russ. That one's kind of the same as the first question, but this one here says, "What's the difference for Ghosty? What's the difference between 13 weeks and 14 weeks? And also, does all forms of torture involve physical pain?"
No, there's mental torture, which I don't think a fetus is going to be able to experience. I don't know the exact difference between 13 and 14 weeks. Probably not very much. It's probably different per child, too.
All right. And then we got Rev Russ went on a rampage here. Hold up 1 second. If a doctor told me tomorrow that I would suffer the rest of my life, should I or my family decide that I die right then? If eluding suffering is the goal, then why should anyone live at all?
Are we talking about physical suffering?
I think they may. I think he means just suffering in general. I think so. I think he would include mental and things
Yeah.
like that.
I don't know. That's a little bit of an ultra nihilistic view, I guess. But uh, I think some suffering can be endured, sure. But if you're like gonna be physically suffering for the rest of your life, and you're not even able to have substantial relationships or experiences, is it even worth it? I don't know.
All right, fair. Um, then we got human life. Oh, okay. If human life at any stage is equatable to animal life, then why do we even have laws against murder? Animals kill each other all the time. What makes it bad when humans kill each other?
Uh, well, we value human life. So, I don't think that's what I was trying to say about the animals. I was just kind of making the point that, like, lots of animals like cows and pigs that we do actually physically torture, to kill for us to be able to eat, probably experience more, actually, I'm like confident on this, experience more pain and mental depression and suffering than a 10-week old fetus.
All right. And then we're at the end of the Q&A, but this was actually the first question. It was like hidden by the goal up here, so I feel bad that I missed it, and it's just funny. Chris Lestrange said, "Who can make the best sandwich between you two?"
I'll concede probably Athena.
Yeah, I would, without a shadow of a doubt, say that I could. No offense.
It's a good one. It's funny.
Okay. Not a big sandwich
but
person.
everyone likes a good sandwich. Come on now. But that is wrapping up the Q&A for tonight. Thank you for everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. Seriously, I can't stress enough how much your support is what allows me to keep bringing you the debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of us all, okay? Before we move on, let me check real quick. Are either of you planning to hang out for the open panel tonight?
I can hang.
So I have to get my son down for bed, but I could come back possibly.
Yeah, if you want to go a step away to do that and come back, you're more than welcome. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, awesome. So what's going to happen next here is we're going to roll the debate outro song and video. It runs for about 4 minutes. Gives us time to go hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the open panel begins. And during the outro, I'll drop the link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation on the topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just come ready to think, question, debate. And if you're going to come up to try to like troll, bring personal dramas, spurg over everyone and not let people talk, you're just going to get muted and most likely booted. So, while you're ahead with that idea, just quit it. And before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you subscribe to both debaters. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying the debates, hit the subscribe to the Speakeazy channel as well, so you don't miss any more upcoming Swords of Reasons battles every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. This is where logic meets passion. All right, so let's roll the outro, and I'll see you all in a few minutes. And thank you again, Athena, for coming. And if you come back, we'll see you again shortly. All
Yes,
right.
thank you, Athena, if you don't come
Thanks.
back.
Okay.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide.
Yeah, I don't know how I did, but abortion debates are just hard, man. Like, I really do feel like most of it just comes down to your feelings and your personal values. So it's just kind of hard to argue because I don't really have like stats and data to support my argument. It's really just a matter of opinion, and it's the same on their side. So yeah, I hate abortion debates. They're probably like one of my least favorite conversations. But I don't know. It's my first abortion debate too. I could have done more like scientific research about development and stuff, but like that shit doesn't really come in my conclusion anyways, so I didn't really look it up. Besides the abortion research, general abortion research I did. Time to get stony for the open panel. Thumper's here. Hey, Thumper.
Strike me with logic, I'll plead my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason in the storm of thought collision. Forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason.
And we are back. Oh, let me fix that overlay.
Ooh, I'm highlighted with a little box here.
Whoops. Welcome.
I'm special.
Nice to see
God
you.
bless everybody.
God bless, Ref. So, Ghosty, I have a question around the 16-week thing.
Go for it.
So at 16 weeks, it's a separate organism. It's growing, it's metabolizing. It has arms, it has legs, it even has a face. It's not a part of the mother. It's a distinct organism. It's not like an organ or anything else. It has its own heartbeat. What exactly is this arbitrary number that you placed on this, and why is a later period not acceptable or an earlier one? What exactly is the moral standing that you have for this, or is this purely just a my preference argument?
Probably brain development. And I think both are kind of my preference arguments, honestly. I think this comes down to whether you give personhood to this developing human.
So should parents with special needs kids have the ability to kill their kids?
In the womb, or
No, just in general, they're not as fully cognitive as other ones. So where do you put that
No,
marker
because
of cognitive ability?
they have fully developed as a human. They just have disabilities.
But
Yeah,
their
so
brain's
they're-
not fully developed.
Yeah, their brain's not fully developed. So how does that
I mean,
logically
they are
follow?
developed to a point of like whatever their age is.
Where?
Yeah, it
How do you
depends on
assign
the brain-
personhood?
It depends on the brain potential. Like, honestly,
Not necessarily. I know autistic people that are well into their 20s but still have the mental capacity of a 5-year-old.
Yeah, I'm not.
Are they still entitled to life because they're mentally challenged?
Yes, of course. Again, I'm only talking about unborn.
So my
Humans.
question is, when does a human being go from being a non-human to a human? Do you have any measure for that?
Uh, do you mean by human, are you like equating that to personhood or just like a species?
No, I'm talking about you can't separate them. You cannot separate the species from the personhood in regards to humans. In fact, it's codified in our founding documents that all men are created equal and are endowed with certain inalienable rights by their creator. Among them is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Would
Does
it be
it
reasonable to assume that abortion at that stance is completely un-American and goes against the founding of our country?
no, does a dead person have personhood?
They're dead.
Yeah, so they don't have
And their
personhood,
debts
right?
are still
But
inherited by their family.
they're still a human being, correct?
They're currently dead. How does
Yeah,
that
but
follow?
they're still a human being, right?
For
You
that
sa-
to
you
work in
said
your
you
paradigm, the baby would have to already be dead.
you said you can't
So what do you think
said you
about
can't
grave
untie
desecration?
personhood and being a human being, and I'm saying yes, you can.
So what if I have a gang of guys who say, you know what would be really cool? We're going to go to the morgue and we're going to sexually desecrate some corpses. Is that a crime? Is that morally wrong?
In my opinion, it's not a crime to that corpse, but it is a crime to the family of that corpse, the people who are still living. That's
So
where it
personhood is
matters.
still attributed to the corpse, right?
No, it's a memory that the family. It's a respect thing. It has nothing to do with whether
So
it's
what
harming
if
the
the
corpse.
what if the cadaver had no family? What if both parents died? They're the only child of a long line of only children. Nobody there to remember them, know their name, or care for them. Is it still morally wrong?
It's kind of no harm, no foul at that point. Like, does the 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 moral part would come with the intent of the person. Does the person doing that have the intent to desecrate a grave because they know that somebody like
Well, it's not only grave desecration; it's the desecration of the physical corpse itself through means of coitus.
don't they
Is
kind of
that
do that?
morally wrong?
Don't they kind of do that with autopsies anyways? Is that morally wrong?
Completely different scenario. An autopsy includes tools. Coitus includes body parts.
It also has the intent behind it
Do you
of
mean having
either solving a
sex?
murder or something to that nature. So if you're going to try to attribute that to a child, it would be something like using surgery to save the child's life.
Mhm.
So
To the young lady, uh, uh, I, my mind is exploding. I, I'm, if you would be so kind, uh, in the future, because you seem like a wise young lady, but you seem your affect is very flat. It's like there's nothing there, and that's all I'll say. I don't know. I don't know. Uh, but you must call the infant an infant. It is not an it. It's not a fetus. It's an infant. And if you're going to sit there and flatly declare that it is a right to, the one that just got me was starve it to death in the womb because it doesn't matter and it won't know and all uh, you need to take the courage when you're discussing this in the future with people. You need to have the courage to call it a baby. And if you have the courage to say that the baby does not deserve to live, the infant, the mother has the right to eliminate the infant. When they're sticking the thing in there and the video of the infant trying to get away from the tool that's about to tear it to pieces, you must have the courage from here on to call it a baby because it's a baby.
I don't think of it as a baby, but if it would make
I
you
don't
happy
care.
for me to call it a baby, I can
I
call it
don't
that, but
care.
that's not what I believe it is, so that's why I'm not using those words
What?
intentionally.
Okay, that goes to your flat
My
affect. It does.
personal values and
Do
beliefs. I know
you
it's an
understand?
emotional conversation, and
So do you understand what affect means? A person's. Do you understand what that means? What we're seeing coming out of you is almost sociopathic in
yeah.
your lack of there's just nothing there. There's no light there at all. And I'm not trying to be insulting or anything, but I would ask you also please don't ever have any kids. I'm sure you're planning on not having children.
No,
And
I
I would
want
ask
kids.
you,
I would like kids. If I don't
please
have them,
don't.
it's not a big deal.
Yeah,
No,
please
yeah,
don't.
you're not going to be able to tell me if I can have kids or not,
I
and
know that.
my
I'm worried
decisions
for
also
that.
don't determine if I'm going to be a good mother. So you're
I'm
just
Yeah,
being
let's
emotional right now
I
and saying
I
these
won't go there.
things.
let's stay
I
away
have to.
from the personal and having kids and stuff.
Okay, I'll stay away from it. I'll stay away from it. But I'm sure the other gentlemen want to speak. If you could just have something, make it appear as though something is touching your soul. Wait a minute, said you don't believe in that. Okay, gentlemen, go ahead. My mind is exploding. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Guys.
How do you assign personhood? What is your criteria for that?
I don't know. I haven't quite like philosophically thought about this super deep. Your individual consciousness, your life, your who you are, your individual.
Well, no, people in comas and hospitals don't have consciousness technically, so that wouldn't follow.
Do they have subconsciousness?
Did you know most of your individualism, your personality traits, the way you think, the way you feel, the way you act, the way you look, the way you grow, is all codified in your DNA,
yep.
which appears first at conception.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, I mean, it's nice that you admitted that, but I really don't think you've actually thought this through at all. I mean, because if you're basing it solely on personhood and you don't even have a definition of what personhood is, then you really don't have a reason to even say that a kid who is born and they just don't like him anymore, they can just,
The thing is, I've
get rid of
already
him.
admitted that those factors aren't even that essential to my argument. I really.
You just used it as an example. You said earlier that they're not a person. You said that was one of the reasons you don't count them as a person. So you're using that in your argument.
They're not a developed enough human.
What is
So
what is
there are-
enough?
Like after 16 to 20 weeks.
And why that number versus another number? Well, what is it there
This
for
is
you that
the
makes that
general
difference?
amount of weeks where after formed. And
Can you name
and
those 5 essential
children-
parts for us, please?
Not off the top of my head. No. They're pretty long words. I know that.
Again, there are people born with developmental issues that may not have all 5 parts of those brains. So if somebody has, say, 3 out of 5 parts of those brains, are they
No, that's not. That's not.
Well,
if
there's
you're
been
talking
people
about, like,
who's
brainstem
had
and stuff-
accidents. There's been people who've had accidents and have lost parts of their brains and they can't function in certain ways. So under your logic, we should be able to just kill those people.
I just
No,
want to remind
because
you
I'm-
boys to let Ghosty finish too, because it's more views, so you got to give her a little more time to answer most all of these. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've already said I'm talking about unborn children here. If we want to talk about people who are completely brain dead in comas, I'm open to that discussion as well. And I've already
No,
said
I listed someone who's just had an accident. There have been people who've had accidents and they don't have functioning certain parts of the brains that are functioning for
Okay, these
some
parts of the
functions,
brain I'm
but they can
talking
still
about-
function in society to some degree.
these parts of the brain I'm talking about, you literally cannot function without. Like, I'm pretty sure maybe there's been one case, I forget his name, where a kid was born and he didn't have this one part of his brain, or it wasn't fully developed, and he had like zero cognitive ability to interact with his parents, respond to his parents. He was just staring, completely brain dead looking, like not aware or conscious. So these parts of the brain that I'm talking about are like, you can't live without them in general. So it would be nothing that applies to brain damaged people.
But you don't know what they are.
Well, I had a separate question. You mentioned at one point that they don't think about survival. They can't really think about it, or they don't have any process the idea of surviving or continuing. But I was just wondering, from your point of view, do adults think about surviving?
Yeah, all the time. That's why they go to make money. That's why they want to feed themselves. That's why they try to protect themselves when they're
do
out in public.
do you control when you're hungry? Like, do you think like I'm gonna be hungry now? Or
No.
do you think about your heartbeat? Do you consciously be like, I think I'm gonna pump blood now, and I think I also want to breathe some oxygen now.
No,
Do you
but
think you actually think about those parts of
my
survival?
fully developed brain does it for me.
So it has to be fully developed before you can think to breathe,
No, obviously not
or before
completely
your brain.
developed, but it's fully functioning enough to have those things happening on top of a lot more than just a 13-week-old fetus
You
has. Or
realize a
baby, I'm
heartbeat
sorry.
happens before that, so therefore his
Right, that's why I
grounded
said there's
state.
more to it than just
There's a
blood.
heartbeat at 16 weeks.
Yes, that's why I said there's more to it than just blood pumping and a heartbeat. There's a lot more to the.
Yeah,
I'm not a brain
there's
scientist,
a nervous system
but
that's
there's
happening already. So where does the nervous system go to?
Why does the heart stop beating when the brain is destroyed?
because the heart tells it to beat.
The brain.
The brain.
I mean, the
brain
Are you
tells the
muted
heart.
or talking?
Okay.
So how can a unborn child have a heartbeat? Would that require a brain?
Yes, but do you think it needs all of the like a let's just say a actual born baby? Do you think they have the same brain as a 15-week-old baby?
Nope, and they don't have the same brain as an adult either. But that
Right.
doesn't make them any less valuable. Their intrinsic human value is not based on their brain or brain development.
It
It's
actually makes
based
them a
on their
lot less
personhood
valuable
and
if
their
they're.
humanity.
It makes them a lot
Ghosty,
less valuable, in my opinion, if their brain literally
So now
can
you're
barely do anything
putting
for them.
value on the human.
well, hold on, Ghosty,
By
because I think you bring up a good point, because actually I think you can be completely brain dead, and I believe they can hook you to machines or a defibrillator or whatever, and they can actually get your heart beat to beat, and it starts doing the thing it's supposed to, even though you're actually brain dead. So I don't know if I
Karen
would
Ann Quinlan.
be able to qualify or to use that as a qualifier.
That happened with Karen Ann Quinlan.
let's see.
She was in a coma for like 20 years, and her parents fought to keep her alive. When they unplugged her, she was brain dead, but the body kept going
With a
for
heartbeat, yeah.
a
So
great
I actually think
time
so I
after.
actually think in the development, I think you could actually justify saying that you have a heartbeat before you have like a fully functioning brain.
Yeah.
But then you would also have to admit that it's just like the same idea as the you're hooked up to the machine, and if you get to just say whenever um to the machine, let's turn the machine off, or we're gonna no longer use this machine to keep those things running, then you would have to argue at like what point is it okay to actually pull the plug? Like what if let's say the person's in a coma and doing all of the bad things, and you go in and you're like, how are they doing, doc? And the doc says, actually it's really promising, and I think if you give it a few more weeks, we'll have this person is going, likelihood, the percentage, all of the experts say we got the best of the best, the brightest people in here to ask their opinion of it, and they said they're going to pull through, and they got a few more weeks, and they'll recover, with flying colors or whatever. Would you deem it then be not okay for them to decide, like, actually, well, we're going to pull the plug before then anyways? And they go, well, are you sure? Like right now that makes sense, but in a few weeks they're going to be totally fine. In your mind, would it be okay to pull the plug?
If there's a substantial possibility that they can recover, probably not.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
let's say statistically, the in majority of the cases of a person that has this condition, that if you don't pull the plug, they'll make a full recovery and go on to live a decent, fulfilling life. Would you argue for not pulling the plug?
Probably, yeah.
I have
What if I
a
told you what if I told you of statistically most pregnancies, if you let them continue, in the majority of cases, the person that is born will make a full recovery and go on to live a
Yeah,
decent or
of
fulfilling life.
course. But again, this is why I value the full grown life of this person who already has a family, he has a life, or him or her, they have they've contributed to the society. They are a part of our world already. So I value them recovering more than the potential of this unborn baby has within the first few weeks of its life.
May I speak?
Okay,
That's why
that's
it's
fair.
different. Yeah.
I will go outside
That
of
was my
the
only question.
Speakeasy. I think what's going on here. You have what, 5 of us, and I've had 2 children who are grown, and I have 1 granddaughter who's 14. Oh, and by the way, the test that they did on her, when my daughter was pregnant with her, they thought that she was going to be whatever it is. And then they did another test, and she's the smartest kid and most normal child on earth. She's 14 and she's beautiful. But what I'm getting at is you have 5 people here who I think desperately, I don't know, when you have your child, there's nothing you wouldn't do to protect that baby. Nothing. And I mean it, and if viciousness needs to be involved, you'll get vicious to protect your baby. And so it's hard. We're trying to get you to see the value of the baby, and we know that in our hearts that you're not going to see it, and we're desperately, I know these men are too, are trying to get you to just see the value of
Well,
this little person that
I just had more questions about her perspective, like from her perspective. I actually wasn't trying to
it's
make any statements about what like
I
I
do
actually
value
believe.
children, but
Yeah, when it comes down to the idea of the machine keeping the person alive and the plug is okay to pull unless the doctor like gives them, the advice saying like as long as you keep the machine on for a little bit longer, this person will be totally fine and we'll go back, the machine will go back to just being a normal machine without all of the burden of keeping this person alive. I think then when you apply that in the same circumstance of like, hey, look, we know it's kind of a pain in the it's a pain in the butt if you just continue leaving this machine attached to this person for a little bit longer. We go through some struggle periods, and then all of a sudden, the person is going to make a full recovery. In a not, I guess you could say connected to a separate machine if you were going to say like the family or the parents taking the baby home is also just a continuation of the machine, but that's fine. Even the person that's actually connected to them, if that's the like limitation, that they'll also be fine right after the fact as well, statistically, in majority of the cases, which you already agreed to, advocating to continue it if that was the case.
but her position is to, if you don't want it, discard it. It doesn't matter. Just get rid of it. Just
Well, no, she already said that if the doctor said statistically this person's going to make a full recovery, she already said then you should keep the machine on. You almost are,
for
I
an
believe
adult
she would agree, you're
person.
obligated to keep the machine
no,
on.
she's only saying for an adult, for an
Well,
infant
Well, for like
in the womb.
unborn people, for born people, I
oh,
should say.
okay, well then that's easy. We'll just switch it. What if it becomes born and has to go to the NICU and has to be on the same exact life support, but then they say, hey, statistically, if you keep this baby on the life support for the next, 6 weeks, maybe, because I know of a kid that was born at like 19 weeks, 19 and a half weeks, I think, and he's a full grown 15-year-old right now. So, and I know that's anecdotal, but the idea is, yeah, he lived 6 months
Thing.
of his
Yeah.
life in the NICU, in an incubator, basically. He went from mom to incubator. Her wedding ring slid all the way up to his armpit, and it's all like the crazy pictures that not a lot of people actually see. So there's tons of examples of this where they basically were like, look, if you keep him connected to this machine and in this hospital for the next 6 months, he's going to go on to make a decent recovery and live a, decent life, fulfilling life, or whatever example you would say of like, okay, he's going to have experiences, right? Because that was one of the limitations was, well, they've had experience. Well, he's, like I said, he's like, I think 14, 15 now. So if you were to say straight from the mom to this life-saving device support machine if the doctor said that statistically this person's going to be totally fine? Would you advocate for leaving that machine, the person connected to that machine?
I'm not advocating for children or for parents to not. I'm not even advocating for parents to not have children or to get abortions or to end their children's life at all.
Correct.
I'm just
Yeah, this was an
advocating
emergency.
for the choice, for the option, for the mother to make a decision if she wants to carry through with the pregnancy in the early stages, and for there
Well,
not to be barriers for women who have later stages to get procedures done in medical emergencies.
and so I just want to clarify. I'm not trying to ramble, and I apologize. I'll let everybody else go. But just to clarify, you said you would advocate for leaving that they should keep the person attached to the machine if it was an adult, because they're an adult and
A
they've had
born
experiences.
person, yeah.
But what if they're born, but then still have to go onto the same machine? Does the leave them connected to the machine analogy, does it change from, even though the person is born, let's say they're 15 minutes old and they have to go and get connected to the machine, and then the doctors say in the next 6 months this baby's going to be totally fine to go home with you as a normal
Yeah.
baby?
Yeah.
Would you then advocate that the parents should not get the option to say no, turn the machine off, or would you say that that's totally fine for them to choose that?
No, I don't. Well, I don't even think the parents should have a choice at that point. Yeah, no, I just think if the hospital is able to keep a born child alive, then they have the responsibility to do so.
Okay, just not if the mom is able to keep the unborn child alive. She shouldn't have
Yeah,
the responsibility to do so.
she doesn't. I don't. Um, I think she has the a choice. Yeah.
She
Okay,
should have the. She's saying
okay.
she should have the choice to eliminate the child if it's within her womb.
Yeah,
I
unborn.
know.
That's
I just wanted to clarify using that example.
So,
but
Ghosty, usually I try to get a feeling of where people are as far as their worldview, their experiences, and generally what they think before I try to lead them to repentance or a change of mind. So, I have to ask a couple questions. In regards to human life, when is it assigned value?
It's assigned value when people give it value.
Yeah,
Okay,
because what is value?
here's a scenario. A friend of mine, a member of my church, actually, he got with this woman. They got engaged. They got married. She got pregnant. First ultrasound comes up. It's a boy. He's ecstatic, over the moon. It's his first son. He loves this baby that's still in the womb. But him and the mother kind of had a little bit of a disagreement. They had a bit of an argument, a bit of a splitting up. She went and aborted that baby. Didn't ask him if it was okay. Didn't ask him for his consent. This literally wrecked the man. He came to me for nearly 2 years to counsel over this spiritually, wanting to know what the fate of his child was in the afterlife, whether this child was comforted by our Savior or sitting in some sort of limbo. He was uncertain, and this broke him. And it broke him so bad it was all he ever thought about for a good 2 years. And it took a lot of time and a lot of prayer and a lot of faith for me and him to rebuild himself to the point to where he could trust women again. So if he placed value on that baby's life before it was born, isn't there a moral obligation to ought not abort it?
I mean,
I have a
it's,
piggyback off that as well.
like
Go
that's
ahead.
very heartbreaking and that's super sad. I'm sorry your friend experienced that. And unfortunately, that is the harsh reality for men is that they're not the ones who get pregnant, so they're not the ones who have the
Yes,
ability to
but
make that decision.
it takes two to tango.
And I think it's
You
fucked up
know,
of her to
there's
do
only
that
been
without talking to him. I
and
do,
in
but
all of human history, there has only been one born without the seed of a man, and that is the man Jesus Christ of Nazareth, born of the Virgin Mary. You'd be hard pressed to find any human on this planet right now that did not require a man seed to be born. So I would say that the man should have equal rights in saying what happens with the pregnancy. And if we go down that rabbit hole, we should also say if a woman has a right to terminate the child, then a man has a right to financially and intimately abandon that child. But in most cases, that's not true, because when a woman gets pregnant and has the baby, and the man says, "Well, you know what? I don't want this baby," even from the beginning, like, "Hey, go get an abortion. I really don't want this."
As we've
They're
seen
still
with
pressured
many,
by the state to pay
yeah,
child support obligation for 18 years.
you
So
see
tell
this.
me, how is that fair and equal? See, when we talk about reproductive rights, we talk about this thing called equality of the sexes, but really it just tips the scale in the opposite direction to inequality.
Child support is about what's fair for the child. So at this point, like, I hear you. I understand the arguments of
Yes,
why
but
it's
child
fair.
support is actually unpoliced money. The state gives the money to the mother, and she can spend it as she will. I've
What's
seen
best for the
mothers
child
walk
is also
around
being
with
born
with
too. That would help.
designer
That'd be
clothes,
nice.
nails, new rims on their car
Wouldn't the
from the
child
male
need to be
child support
born
obligation.
first? Yeah, that's the question. Wouldn't the child need to be born first in order to take advantage of these protections? I think
Take
that wouldn't work.
advantage of child support. Yeah, sure.
Of the
Some people
for
take
there to be
advantage of child support, but
the child would need to be born first in order to
Hold up,
have child.
Tamak.
What?
Tamak.
Can
Just
you
a
not hear me?
reminder. There's more of you guys, right? It's like a 6v1 right now, so you got to let her
Oh,
finish at least. All right.
I'm
sorry.
Yeah,
gonna.
I was trying really hard not to dogpile.
I Hey everybody, it was so nice to talk to all of you and see all of you. Um, Ghosty, I wish you well. I really do. I'm gonna check out. I have to take my medicine. I will be watching though. I'm not going anywhere. But it's so nice to see you, Speakeasy.
It's
And we'll
nice
see
to
you
see
next
you
time.
as well, as always.
Yeah, you guys, you're all wonderful, and I'll keep watching.
All
God bless
right. Have a
grandmother.
great
Have a
night.
great
Okay.
Thanks
night.
for coming.
Based
Bye,
W's
guys.
in the chat for based grandma.
Yeah.
Thank you.
okay, I'm sorry, I
Ghosty, would
forget
you
now.
say you're a utilitarian? What do you base your morals on? Because it sounds like you're a utilitarian.
I might be. I kind of am. I kind of go back and forth between that and consequentialism.
That makes sense. Yeah. So that's really what we're running into here, you know, with everybody else on the panel and yourself. We have certain moral frameworks we abide by, and you clearly are utilitarian, which allows for this kind of demonic, evil worldview that allows over 1 million murders a year in the U.S. Every time I talk to you progressive
I
types,
thought we were avoiding personal attacks.
and every time I talk to you progressive types and we talk about this issue, we went down to the heartbeat, okay, then the personhood, and it's always this extra little thing that they're used to justify, basically just avoiding responsibility and just justifying wholesale murder on children. So that's I don't really see. I've never heard an argument that actually makes any fucking sense, that actually follows through logically to any other scenario that I give them. So I don't understand. Even yourself, you said you don't even have a definition of personhood. So you're just sitting here as a talking head for left-wing progressive talking points, and nothing we say will convince you otherwise because you are brainwashed with this.
No, I
That's
disagree.
the reality. No, that's the reality.
I'm not even.
Every-
Sorry.
Everyone could be saved.
I didn't say anything about save. I never made a claim
I'm not
about
even,
her
like, a
soul.
super progressive type. I actually have like.
Yeah, well, we
No,
can
you
start
are.
at
beliefs,
You are.
but I'm actually
the
not.
problem is a lot of people try to go that deep, and I don't even think it's that deep. That's why I was trying to. Ghosty, let me ask you a question. Do you believe in humans came from the process of evolution?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, yeah. I'm just trying to I'm just trying to find out where you're actually like the things that you believe and the ideas that you
She's a utilitarian, man.
have or get
whatever
actually come from.
It's.
Yeah, but she's not,
my
because if you were
morality-
like, it's really good utility to like have slaves, she automatically goes, no, slaves bad. So
Well,
it's like,
I never
actually,
said it
don't
was
you-
a coherent worldview. Utilitarianism is dog
that's
shit, but she
why-
subscribes
Okay,
to
well,
it.
yeah,
That's
so it's
why
like
I'm not like
it's
conceding
something else.
to being like a full utilitarian, whatever. But like, I understand some of those, some of that logic. But
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense logically.
I'm.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I forget what I was gonna say now.
I apologize.
I just don't.
And I'm trying to help. Yeah, I'm trying to help, trying to clarify, because I think a lot of people, are trying to go all the way to different
Stop trying to be Captain Save-A-Ho.
I still don't even know what's your
I'm practicing my devil's advocate.
logical reason for being pro-life besides you value it and I don't.
You don't value life.
I don't value
No, I think
life
she's
under a
caricaturing.
certain age and development.
Well, are you pro death penalty?
I'm kind of interested in that question as well. What is the basis against which you people are against abortion?
The basis that I'm against it,
I
if
am
you want the
pro-death
honest
penalty.
truth,
Yes.
outside of my theological views, is the fact that the Yazis used it as a primary instrument in their eugenics program, and it only gained popularity after World War II.
Okay.
Especially in the United States. It is a form of eugenics. Eugenics is a very slippery slope that leads to major atrocities. We saw one with the same group of people that I had mentioned. So when we give human life a subjective value,
as
then
opposed to
very
an objective
bad
value.
yes, very bad things can happen.
And what is the objective value of a human life?
The objective valuable is the inalienable human rights given to them by their creator. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. It's codified in our founding documents.
What is not in my founding documents? What is the creator?
The creator is God Almighty.
Yeah,
Oh,
see,
right. Okay,
I knew this guy happened. I just had a quick,
that is our objective basis for our moral oughts.
So in order for
Mo, I got a question for Mo.
In order for it to be objective, so is your view that you're operating from an objective moral position, that your moral position is objectively true?
Mm-hmm.
I would say that
great.
in the case of an objective worldview,
if I could understand that question, I might have to speak up a little bit, Shiva.
I can probably turn myself up a bit. Hang on a second.
Hey, you're coming in a little mumbly, and I don't want to
Well, I mean, yeah. Also,
I want to catch your full question and give you the best answer possible, of course.
My voice is a little bit.
I do hear him clearly, on my end at least, but.
I hear pretty.
Well, listen, boys, you gotta let each other finish speaking, then you can hear everything more clearly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can hear.
Just to say,
I got. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Well, I'm sure you did.
I get. No. I'm. Hey, man, come on.
I'm being rude. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no. I get it. I apologize. I have to go though because I have children to take care of. But anyway, I'll take care, guys. Pleasure. Later.
People know rebuttal that you deem to be people somehow.
Wait, what?
That you deem to be people.
Yes, they are people. Yeah. Yes,
I deem them as people too. Wow, isn't that
crazy? Who gets the murder charge? The doctor or the lady? Oh, dang it! Yeah, that was the only one I had.
Right. So I suppose the question that I'm trying to get at is, what is it that makes abortion wrong? Like fundamentally.
Well, it's the termination of human life, and I think we can all agree that killing is wrong, right? Murder is wrong.
No, we cannot agree that. Okay, so if you're going to say that murder is wrong, objectively, what you're saying is that actions have either one of two properties, right? The property of ought to be done or ought not to be done, right? Would you agree?
Well, yeah, I would say that murder ought not be done.
Okay, great. Which would then make... have you heard of an Australian philosopher called J.R. Mackie?
Nope. I don't know philosophy too well. Even though I won the one VK on the philosophy night, it is not my strong suit.
So he has this argument called the argument from queerness. Queerness, him being related to the word odd or weird, not related to sexuality. And so he makes the argument that if morals were objectively true, like facts about the universe, then it would make them really like strange phenomena, because they would have properties that we don't observe anywhere else in the universe. No, like we don't like the sun doesn't have a property that says it ought to shine or ought not to shine. It's just a process, right? So he says that on that ground, they're kind of metaphysically queer, but they're also epistemologically queer, because if these properties did exist, we would need a faculty by which we could perceive them. And we can't identify that faculty, right?
Yes, but just because it's unfathomable doesn't make it illogical, does it?
Well, it's not about whether it's logical, it's about whether it's true.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because things can be logical and not physically possible, right? Like the statement, I can jump to the moon, is logically possible, like it's flawless, logically. It's just not physically possible.
Would you
Maybe
be
not yet.
Would you be basing your, I'm guessing your basing your philosophy on the fact that you can only base, I guess, physical base phenomenon in life based on their physical attributes and only their physical attributes, how they interact physically with the world. Nothing.
No, I'm.
Why would you not? Why would you
I'm-
not go based on? Why would you not?
Because I'm not a
if you're-
materialist.
You're what?
Because I'm not a materialist. So I don't hold the view that our consciousness is material. I mean, it could be.
But you're.
I kind of don't hold a view on it. So.
But you're arguing that the existence of certain factors like objectivity is physical.
No.
So therefore,
Okay. No. That's not what I said. Okay. So I used the sun as an analogy. That wasn't meant to imply that morals are a kind of physical substance, right?
But you argued it from a physical standpoint in that there's a physical component.
Okay, fine.
Would be there's a physical component that can't be, I guess, ignored with that sort of thing.
Well, it's just that like we're ascribing properties either ought to be done or ought not to be done, in this case to the act of abortion, right? And we're saying, or at least it seems like you guys are saying, it is objectively true that abortion ought not to be done. It seems like you guys are. And now, to me, that seems like quite a bold claim, because you're making a statement about the nature of actions, and it's a statement that doesn't seem to isn't it's non-verifiable, right? There's no way that I can tell whether abortion is wrong or not.
Re-exam what up?
Hey, question. Can you tell what is a lie and what is not?
Yes.
Okay.
How can you do that?
Thick.
By comparing the proposition, say it is raining, to the available evidence.
Well, that's not a lie necessarily. That may be an untruth.
Well, true. I mean, yeah, okay.
That would be
all right, yeah, okay. Maybe if someone said I didn't take the £10 note, but I saw them take the £10 note or $10 note, yeah.
So that's moral culpability. So that's
no.
Yes.
No. I'm not saying lying is wrong. I'm just saying I'm aware that you said something that doesn't accord with reality.
Okay, so
that's all.
If I intentionally say something that doesn't accord with reality, then it's not wrong.
Is it wrong on your view?
Not a lie.
Answer the
question.
He's
asking you.
He's asking you.
I don't think morals exist.
Okay.
I think we determine what's right and wrong.
So if I say
real quick re-examination, real quick before you guys continue that, I just want to read a couple of the super chats before they pile up.
Sure.
We had $5 from Carrie, said, ask Ghosty about the morals and ethics of the founder of Planned Parenthood and how that might connect to the World War II losers.
So Margaret Sanger is who you're talking about,
Excellent
who
question.
often gets accused of trying to, bring Planned Parenthood and abortions to Black communities in order to, stop Black populations from reproducing. But so her mother had 11 children, I think, or 12 children. And so this is what originally brought her to want to start Planned Parenthood. Whether or not she was racist, I have no idea. I know she did work.
Like it was documented.
I know she did work with Black leaders in on this subject. So, but that doesn't mean you're not racist, right? A lot of people were racist back then. I'm not justifying it, but that doesn't mean that she started Planned Parenthood to like genocide the Black community. She started Planned Parenthood for a birth control option because she grew up with her mother who had like 12 children.
All right, and we got Are You Crazy? Member for 18 months. First off, shout out to you, legend. Ghosty, what is your first memory? How old were you?
I was like 3 to 4.
That's actually for me too, actually. Like as far back as I can remember, I've like talked to my mother about the stories I can remember. She's like, "How do you remember that? You were like 3 years old." So I was like, "I don't know. I just remember."
Yeah, it's like a flash. It's just like a
yeah.
It's those flashes of
One thing
memories.
specifically, like I remember getting in a lot of trouble because I was running out in the road, and I was 3 years old, and somehow I escaped out the door and ran towards the road, and I got in so much shit for it.
That was my first memory, was getting in trouble too. I think it was for like climbing into the bathtub with my outfit on or something, but I just remember getting scolded briefly, and that's like the first flash memory I have.
I think everybody remembers their first F around and find out episode. I mean, I'm just saying.
Intel is wild for $2 says, hell no, they shouldn't be. I don't know what he was responding to, but thank you, Intel. Jeremy says, if you don't value life, then why is it tragic to abort a baby? Isn't tragedy based on a value assessment?
Everyone's really hung up on this tragic word.
Correct.
I mean,
and value. Everyone's caught up on value as well.
You said many women would feel bad about it, but given all of the, and this was my piggyback off of.
Well, to be fair, she also did follow that with she wouldn't.
I might have some hang-ups. I might feel a little emotional, but I really don't think I would. It's not like I would be grieving or mourning or anything like that. It would be difficult though. I don't know. It's an emotional thing.
And then we got Wade Boggs for 20 says, I thought about just spamming blue super chats, but this is just a lot easier. Thank you very much, Wade. I know you wanted to help get the goal. Reminder, chat, we got a super chat goal there. If you want to keep the show going, you got an hour still, but we're at 4 out of 20. 420. No, we're at 4 out of 20. So if you want to keep it going, get those super chats in. But yeah, you guys can. One more member for 14 months, legend. For fuck's sake, go through the is ought problem. I'm spurging in the break room.
Oh yeah, let's do the is ought problem.
Oh, crap. Easy. You just gave me an idea.
Wait, Elder Lion can come on.
Discord is safe for that.
He said he's spurging in the break room, so he must be working. So he's like, come on.
He's on the job at the moment.
Welcome, Vigilante and Teriak as well.
Oh man, here we go. It's a party.
Hello, Vigilante.
We got some more people on the opposite side here. I like it.
Hey,
yeah, so before we get sidetracked, hang on. Before we get sidetracked, I would like us not to be deflected from my critique of your position, which is where are you deriving the? I'm so glad that Elderline made that comment. Where are you getting the ought from?
Yeah, so because
force.
No, it wouldn't be force. No. So because truth is a person, we know truth is a person because
we don't know that.
We do. And
I don't know.
Okay, then back to force.
I can explain my position, or we can just say
sure.
yes or no.
Okay, all right. Okay, go on. I mean, maybe if you use the word "I know."
So for example, when you said no, what you were saying was you're wrong, and you ought to say right things. You ought to believe correctly.
Well, no, I was just saying that you were including me in the statement "we," right?
So is that wrong to say things that are incorrect?
What, morally wrong?
There you go. The end.
Wait, you said morals don't exist.
I'm asking a clarifying question.
I think when re-examination said we.
Yeah, I think he was asking though. He's asked you if it was morally wrong.
Oh, like morally question mark.
Okay, so he's asking me. Well, yeah, yes. I mean. Yeah, well, I think that's the problem. I think it's clear to both of us that lying is objectively morally wrong. Otherwise, you wouldn't be debating the point. Otherwise, you wouldn't be debating the point.
No, look. Re-examination. This will go a lot easier if you stop telling me what I think. and
Is
believe.
it wrong to tell you?
I'm not doing it to you, so I would ask that you just extend me the same courtesy, if that's all right.
But
He asked a question.
Yeah, but the problem is the entire enterprise of debate is based on honesty and assessment of true facts, which honesty is a moral enterprise.
No, it isn't.
Dishonesty is morally wrong. Dishonesty is morally wrong.
Okay, great. Why is it morally wrong?
Because it's against God, and we know that it's against God.
Which one?
Bad
Which
move
one?
Examination.
Which God? Wait. So, okay, is abortion morally wrong because it's against God?
Correct.
Yes.
So can we then extrapolate from that killing babies is morally wrong because it's against God?
Murder is unjustified killing because we
can you answer? Can you just no? Can you answer these specific? Wait. No. Can you answer
killing
these
is an
specific?
imprecise word. Killing is an imprecise word.
It's very precise. Can you answer these specific questions?
No, it's not a precise word because
is the slaughtering of babies wrong because it's against God?
The slaughtering of babies.
Yes.
So when you say slaughtering of babies, you're talking about unjustified killing or justified killing?
Just answer the question. Yes or no? Is it wrong?
Okay, so the context would be is it justified or unjustified? That's the context. Because
Okay. Is it ever? Shiva, let me say. Is it ever? One sec. Would it be? One sec. Is it ever justified?
Boys.
Shiva.
This is called moral outrage.
Where does the justification come from, though?
We are having a discourse here, and oh fuck, I've lost my train of thought.
No, Shiva, is it ever justified? Ask him, is it ever justified to slaughter babies?
No, thank you. Is it ever justified to kill a baby?
It depends on whether or not you have a justification or not.
I'm asking you, is there ever a justification?
That would depend on some moral
on your view.
You have to give me a moral context.
I don't know. Say
holding a gun.
Say if someone told you to. Say if someone told you to. Say if someone just told you to.
And for what reason?
What if God told you to? What if God told you to murder a baby? Would you murder a baby?
So hang on. So there is a context.
Because 15 says he who hates his brother is a murderer, meaning unjustified killing. We know no murderer has eternal life in him. Therefore, because it contradicts the character of God, that's an incoherent scenario.
Okay, great. And what does it say about people who harm innocents? I think that might be in the New Testament. It says okay, great. And what about 1 Samuel 15? Easy knew I was going here.
that wouldn't be innocent because we all deserve hell.
Me too.
So
infants are not innocent.
It does not work according to the Bible.
Infants are not innocent.
That is not a problem with the God.
Infants are not innocent.
According to who?
According to you. I'm asking you.
Where did I say it? According to you, and I'm asking you, which one?
The citizens of Amalek.
I'm asking you, which one?
Which one? What?
You said according to you, and then you switched to I'm asking you. Which one is it? Which Patrick are you talking to? Hello. Get all irritated. See, here's the thing.
Okay. Wait. Stop. I am getting irritated. That's not to do with you.
Okay. Here's the problem. The whole reason you're asking this scenario is because you know in your conscience it's morally wrong. Otherwise, you'd be asking any sort of thing. Why did you pick that one?
I don't. So here's the question: if it's against God to have an abortion, then why did God command the Israelites to slaughter a whole bunch of babies?
Does God own everything?
No.
According to who?
Me.
Oh, good job. Okay.
So this goes into: are you the?
What? Do you think?
No, this is the how we're supposed to.
Do you think God owns everything? Do you think God owns everything? Do you think God owns everything?
I don't ask you what God thinks.
Does God own everything? Does God own everything?
So wait, are you talking about the Amalek, right? Hang on, because hold on, now we're getting into my tracks.
I had a question for you.
Talking about why God smote the Amalek.
Because the reason why we're discussing the Amalekite.
25:17-18, where the Amalek snuck up on the Israelites as they came out of Egypt and started.
400 years earlier. 400 years earlier.
Just to serve.
Yeah, 400 years earlier. So it's just to kill innocent people for crimes they didn't commit.
You're smuggling in.
That's some wild objective morals he got there, pal.
Are you sure?
Is it morally wrong?
Wait a sec for the Christians, like for Ghosty. One sec for Ghosty and Vigilante who's laughing at this. the mere fact that you're saying that, oh, like, look at these Christians like slaughtering innocent babies. You guys are justifying this. Ghost, you said you're more than happy with the death penalty, so you support the Christians killing the Amalekites.
That's true.
Right?
No.
Because
They're not even just.
There we go. There we go. See how the false moral standard. See on the high horse.
The killing of babies. They're not just morally justifying the killing of babies.
They're
morally justifying.
You're okay with the death penalty. You're okay with the death penalty, right?
Those are innocent people that didn't commit those crimes.
No, they're not innocent people. You're okay with the death penalty.
These are criminals.
Shut up! Everyone just shut the up!
He just said they came back 400 years later. And
you lot all still shouting while you were
those
muted.
people did not commit those crimes, and those children did not commit those crimes. They were
400 years later, though. That's a gross misinterpretation of the timeline.
How many hundred years was it?
Egypt, they wandered the wilderness for 80 years.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
There is no evidence to support that assertion whatsoever.
Yes, there is.
Yes, there is. I'll actually defend Russ that there is evidence.
Really?
In scripture that they wandered the wilderness for 80 years for one generation.
And where's the archaeological evidence of 3 million people fucking traveling across the Middle East?
All of this is
where did you get the number?
Wait a second.
Likely wasn't.
Well, yeah, sure. You because there's like
you're making assumptions on scripture that you clearly have not read.
No, wait, no, that's not true.
Read Treasure Island and trying to make assertions.
How many armed men? How many armed men traveled? How many armed men traveled?
Irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant.
It is irrelevant because they support Shiva. It's irrelevant because they support the death penalty.
How many combatants traveled?
It doesn't matter how many people came out.
Yeah, God gave the Amalekites the death penalty.
Hold on, let me explain this.
Okay, look, Rev. Really how many combatants traveled according to the Bible?
Here's the thing: 6 million people could have came out of Egypt. 10 million, 100 million could have came out of Egypt. Here's the thing: not a single one of that generation entered the Promised Land. Not even Moses himself. They all would have died,
right,
before entering the Promised Land. So it would be on the second generation. How do you get 400 years? How do you get 2 generations in 400 years? That's what I'd like to know first off. This was within 2 generations of this slaughter. Okay, they were morally justified. Now explain to me, was the United States morally justified to drop 2 bombs on Japan?
Morally justified? What does that mean?
Explain to me. You're trying to hit us from
your term. You use the term. Define your own terms. I'm not going to define your terms for you. What do you mean by morally justified?
No, first off, you grossly misinterpreted the scripture here.
What do you mean by morally justified?
Was the United States morally justified on dropping 2 nukes on Japan?
What do you mean by morally justified?
And don't lie, that'd be wrong.
On the same lens that you're trying to hold us to.
I'm not holding you to anything. I'm just asking you questions. I'm not really making any arguments.
Well, now you give me a reason.
I'm just interrogating your position.
Rev, his reason is preference. Yeah, Rev, his reason is preference plus force. That's the reason why.
That's your reason as well. You just won't admit it.
I determine, and I have the power to determine, so therefore I make the rules. Basically,
no, the Christians, the Christians are actually being like logically consistent here. Like they're against abortion and they're against the death penalty. But it's the likes of Ghosty who's like she's for the death penalty. One sec, she's for the death penalty. She's for abortion.
Yeah, because
but then she has an issue with God. One sec, she had an issue with God killing babies, but she's for killing babies. So I don't understand why she's against God.
No, but our God is not.
Rev. According to her critique, her critique on the Christians, where it's like, oh, God will kill innocent babies, but she's all in favor killing innocent babies. So her critique against religion or against God makes no sense. I'm using her position.
God's choice. Real quick, guys, hold up 1 second, guys. I have a question, just because I see we're kind of going down the lane to like, is God real and good? Debate here, and like I just want to say, like, for everybody on, this is why I like that Shiva came up and gave the questions that he did, because like for everyone on the like, especially the Christian side, if you were to assume, right, which I think it's a safe assumption, that the other side does not grant the Bible or God's authority, what's the strongest a case against abortion using
That's why I was
their
trying to
worldview, right? Without appealing to a divine command. I know you did that at the starting, Russ, but we're kind of moving now into the without appealing to divine command. Where's somewhere like they can actually engage with? Because I can see now they're kind of they can't really engage with something they don't believe in.
I don't see a moral basis.
There's one really simple construct in the United States law. If a pregnant woman is murdered, the murderer is charged with 2 counts of homicide, not 1.
State.
That means the law itself places value on the unborn. So if we're going to follow,
they wouldn't call it a double homicide if
they
it
do.
was. No, I'm sorry. They
he's
would
agreeing
not
with you, Rev.
call it a double homicide if they did not place value on that unborn child. That's
exactly.
The mother is placing value on it. So if she makes a decision to let it come,
she's
gone.
To
How's she
term,
making the decision when she's shot as well?
well, she was making that decision actively before she was killed.
Double
right?
homicide.
So
Even pregnant women who weren't aware of
she
their
was
pregnancy.
pregnant. Maybe she was
no, because the flaw. One sec, the flaw in your thinking here, Ghosty, is the fact that human life is dependent on whether or not the mother chooses so.
Right, like what gives the mother's choice value?
On that life
that she could be. Here's would be a scenario then to counteract that.
Sorry, Tomahawk. Before you go, let's. I want to go off of what Ghosty is saying there. Why should or shouldn't it be the mother's choice of the values? So let's go there. Like, why should or shouldn't it be? And I know, and I agree, but I don't put my bias here. But I agree, right, that there's a creator that gave us everything. But without going to that, where would you guys say is the reason you or a mother shouldn't be the one that places value?
Because it's a fact. It's independent
Mm-hmm.
of what one feels or thinks. It's still a human life, and we either treat human life as sacred or we don't. And if we don't treat human life as sacred, then this whole thing of concept of justice, murder, all this kind of shit, we're fucking all that out the window as well.
What do you mean by sacred?
Yeah.
We're fucking out justice, we're fucking out murder, we're fucking out everything. If you no longer have that as a core tenet that human life is sacred, then fuck it. Like murder, rape, all this kind of shit. It's all up for grabs.
Okay.
What defines personhood?
Here's the interesting thing, though, guys.
Go ahead.
In regards to what Ghosty was saying about the double homicide thing, she says if the mother places value on the baby, then it should be a double homicide, right? But just a little bit ago, I was asking her about coitus with a cadaver, and she was kind of alluded to the cadaver no longer has personhood. So if the cadaver, which is a dead body, no longer has personhood to place value on anything, then how can the mother who is dead place value on the baby for the criminal justice system to persecute a man for double homicide? You see the internal inconsistency in your logic.
Talking about her
and that's what I like to try to figure out is where you stand with like your worldview.
I got a separate question.
Well, let her answer before everybody jumps in. Let her answer. You guys remember, there's more of you. Let her answer before y'all dogpile.
It's not something that I care about if a woman decides to get an abortion before 20 weeks. That is just not something that I personally care about. Now, if there is a mother who has her own child in her own stomach that she personally values and wants to bring into the world, and she's choosing to do so, and if somebody comes and ends her and the baby's life, that's not her decision to end the baby's life. That is somebody else's, and therefore the responsibility of ending those lives is on that person who did it, who probably didn't even care to think if she was going to abort it. It's honestly irrelevant at that point.
Just real quick, because you seems like, okay, it's not my business whether or not she wants she considered a kid or not, right? Okay. What if there's two brothers, they're both over 18, and they want to have a sexual relationship with each other? Should we stop that? Or should we say, no, that's none of our business?
Incest is something that, I don't know, legally, it's questionable. I lean towards it being illegal because I do think in most incest cases, this is something where the children or these relationships are kind of groomed into, or they're brainwashed
they're
into
not
these
groomed.
situations. Lots of times they are. So, but yeah, like
But
if,
this is
if
two consensual brothers.
If two consensual adult brothers want to like be together, I'm not gonna throw them in jail for that.
Exactly.
Do you think it's wrong?
Okay, so
I just think it's kind of weird. I don't know about wrong or right. I think it's weird.
Okay, so I want to take it back to the other one. Let's say there's a woman. She's like in line at the clinic to get the procedure done, and somebody like shoots her, but she survives, but the baby doesn't. In most states, you actually don't get to not press charges. Like the state itself will file charges against the criminal, whether you want to have them charged or not. You actually can't force a dismissal. You can't just say like, forget about it. It's no big deal. Whatever. Everything will be fine.
Yeah, it's the
You actually
state
can't do that.
versus that criminal.
Yeah. Should she be able to dismiss the homicide of the child? Like in the double homicide case, but let's say she survives, but the baby doesn't. Should she get to say like, no, it's okay, I didn't want it anyway, and that person not get in trouble? Would that be okay?
Because it's still that wasn't her choice to have some person come and shoot her in the stomach to kill the baby.
Right.
So like,
but then after the fact, she said, no, that I'm okay, like everything's fine, I'll be all right.
This is like saying, oh, say some guy, starts like touching and grabbing and groping a girl in her sleep, but she turns out like she actually likes it, she actually wanted it. That's still illegal for him to do that without her consent, even though she still eventually liked it. But initially that's illegal to do that.
Well, but like what if she's in line at the clinic? She's in line to get the procedure done, but instead of the doctor doing it, the dude.
It's illegal to shoot somebody. Yeah, it's illegal to shoot somebody.
That was actually going to be my scenario, which was she's in line. She has, in a sense, already determined that the baby.
Yeah, she filled the paperwork out and everything. She's in the office, like the lobby or waiting room or something.
She has determined that the baby is no longer a baby. She does not want it, and therefore it is, quote unquote, by your worldview, is no longer a baby. So a guy comes in and shoots her stomach, kills the baby, but she survives.
Should she be able to drop the charges?
Drop the charges is essentially a homicide at that point.
I don't know why she would. She still got shot. Somebody is still.
No, you said
no.
Wait, can you drop charges on somebody if they shoot you?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
No, that was my point. That was my point.
The reality of this is honestly not likely to ever happen but if it were the case that she essentially didn't want the baby, and so instead of getting the procedure, the quote unquote procedure would be this guy shooting her stomach and killing the baby outright, but she survives, would you even consider that a homicide at that point because she quote unquote depersoned the baby?
I guess that's an illegal abortion.
Not illegal.
Yeah, okay. Hey, see, that's a start. That's a start.
Shooting somebody
I think we can work from that.
No matter what. So.
But it achieved the goal of the abortion. She wanted the abortion. It happened differently than what she wanted it.
I mean, it's still an illegal action to do that. Now, whether she
cares
you
wouldn't call
about
it a homicide.
Whether she
is it because she's also harmed?
Whether she cares about whether the baby gets justice in court or something, like that's not really something that like matters.
By your
hold on.
You wouldn't call that a homicide.
Hold on, I got a different one.
I'm trying to understand the other side's question here. Are you asking like because that's why I asked, like, if you get shot, you can't like drop the assault charges, like the state.
I'll switch it. I got a better one. I got a better analogy.
You guys, the question I think you're trying to ask, like, I just want to try and bridge the gap here. I think the question you're trying to actually ask is, should he be able to get off of the murder, not off of assault? He still shot her,
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Is it still a homicide?
Like, could the lawyer argue, oh, she was going to get an abortion anyways, so therefore it
wouldn't
shouldn't
count as murder or homicide?
Yeah.
It wouldn't
Yeah,
count as
that's
murder or
I think
homicide.
a more fair
A
question.
lawyer
to
could
go
argue
through.
that in the court, and I'd be interested to see what
Okay,
jury
so I got a
came
better
back
one.
with.
I would
So
say
a
that there should be
lawyer-
a legal caveat within that law to state basically if she already has an abortion scheduled, then that baby was not murdered.
What if she changes her mind
Okay.
last minute, though? What if she's next in line and she changes her mind?
Well,
Yeah, there's already precedent by this one in the Supreme Court because a lot of surrogates make it a little ways for another family and then decide, actually, I don't want to go through with this, and they go and get an abortion, and then the surrogate family that they had already signed up, they ends up being like a civil, most of the time it's a civil lawsuit between the expecting
mother.
parents that were going to adopt, and then the mother of the child opts out early. So I believe there's already actual litigation cases for that circumstance. But I want to spin it. I want to spin it one more time real quick, and then I swear I'll probably hop out of here just to stop bugging. But let's say, are you okay with a woman, Ghosty? Are you okay with a woman taking Plan B in the prevention measures?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and that's totally legal, right? In I think every state.
Yeah.
Could be wrong.
I think so.
Okay, would you be okay? And it doesn't actually have a lot of negative effects on the woman to do so, right? Other than whatever it leads to. There's no like actual like she doesn't have to go and get like medical attention for any like severe side effects, right?
No, it's like a couple days of being hormonal,
Like,
uncomfortable, maybe slight like
spotting
pain
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So then would you be okay if let's say a couple did it and she was intending on getting pregnant and he knew that, and so then he slipped a Plan B into her drink and when she didn't know, so that he could avoid the potential baby from being made? Would that be okay, or should he be held like legally or criminally accountable?
Criminally, I don't know, but I do think that is a wrong thing to do. Yeah, I don't. I don't know
why
about
would it be
criminal action.
Why would
Okay.
you think it's
That's
wrong?
fair. Well, hey,
but
I want to take this moment to say thank you
I guess,
for
never mind.
taking my questions, and thank you Speakeazy for letting me up here again. Shouts out to all the guys on the crew, and we'll catch you next time.
Sorry about the Packers,
man,
Rowdy.
anytime. Thanks for coming.
Hey, Ghosty, I know I came late, but my question is, what confers value to the unborn from the mother's approval? What is is there like a metaphysical thing that happens when the mother says, I value this, and then it's given or denied by the mother's attitude? How does that work?
It's just she made it. It's growing inside her, and ultimately, it's up to her.
So does that morally bind people to respect that wish?
Morally bind
people.
Does it morally bind others to respect that wish?
She says
No,
it's a person, so people have to respect that it's a person, and then the next moment she can say, "Oh, it's not a person
Well,
anymore." and
hold
now-
on, I just want to know.
Why are you denying the rights to the sperm that came from the man?
You don't have to agree.
Yeah,
with
she made it.
me.
Oh no!
I know
Oh no!
that
I'm not saying if I have to agree with you.
made it.
I'm just
She
wondering how
did.
it works in terms of like, you give it value because you want to keep it, and I'm not even characterizing what it is yet, but it gets value if you want to keep it, but it doesn't get value if you don't want to keep it. What is the actual thing doing work to give value to this, whatever you want to call it?
Things only have value if we give them value.
So if
Things
we
are
took,
only valuable that we value.
so if the majority took value away from one individual person, does that person no longer have value?
They're not valuable to other people.
You already do that with the
They're
death
probably pretty valuable to themselves.
So if a majority voted
Easy
away
answer.
somebody's individual value, could they kill them and nothing wrong happened?
No.
People on death row
that
have no
person is
value.
that person
There's
is a
your
fully
answer.
viable person
That
at that
presupposes moral weights and scales. So that's not the same thing.
Well, I'm not really talking about this morally.
I was
like,
responding to
you guys are.
Vigilante because he kind of got in the middle of that one.
Ghosty,
sorry, what was your answer, Ghosty? I didn't get it.
Oh no, I'm just, like, my argument isn't like a moral argument. Like, I'm even fine with thinking it's immoral to do an abortion, but I would still want it to be legal. Like, it's again, it's not something that like I enjoy or I'm like happy about. I think abortion is sad, but I also think it's the best decision for certain people, and I think their reproductive rights are up to them who get pregnant.
When you say rights, sorry, go ahead.
If I could try to bridge another gap here that I think I'm seeing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ghosty, but I think Ghosty sees morals as just whatever you think they are.
They're subjective, yeah. So
well, she said rights too, but rights bind everybody, not just the one person who believes they have rights, right?
Okay,
because
I know rights
if you have
like
rights,
a triggering word, so I'll say just
No.
reproductive protections, like the freedom, reproductive freedom, the freedom over your own reproductive health.
Okay, but then if you think your freedom should be protected, then that comes from a right, doesn't it? That comes from something intrinsic to yourself and others.
From the law. Your
but that means if you change the law, then you take away rights objectively.
Sure,
because
if you want to call it that.
Isn't that how it works?
It's a law. Like, you're allowed to get abortions
rights
legally.
get either given or taken away.
Otherwise we wouldn't have basis for laws if the rights didn't exist in themselves, because then laws would be entirely preferences.
I mean, technically, you can still get an abortion. You still have the right to do an abortion. It's just an illegal one, right? Everybody has the right to do what they want, kind of.
Well, then,
like,
rights mean nothing. But go back. One sec. Go back to this whole thing of like morality. It's like, is demoralization, is that an objective phenomenon? I think it is. So if that, like, what demoralization is, there's certain actions that either is done to humans or done by humans, that these actions will make them lose the will to live. So if we look at demoralization as an objective phenomenon, we can then say that there's certain actions that will either increase or decrease your will to live. Ergo, we have morality. And immoral actions are actions that will either cause you or cause the person that you're doing this to lose their will to live. This is what morality is.
There's nothing objective about that.
You're presupposing
demoralization is an objective phenomenon. That's what I based the whole thing around.
That's why people
you have
get
to first
depressed
prove
when
to her
certain
that
bad
objective
things happen
morality
to them.
exists. Otherwise, she's not going to understand you.
Yeah, demoralization is an objective phenomenon.
You have to explain objective to her, though.
How is that?
She denies objective.
Well, let's put it this way.
How is that an objective phenomenon?
Does absolute truth exist?
Well, look. You could say that the phenomenon of what was the word you used? Sorry, I'm not remembering.
Does absolute truth
The
exist?
phenomenon of demoralization objectively exists, but the experience is subjective.
Exactly. Yes, truth. There is an ultimate truth, but our understanding of it is always going to be subjective to our personal experience and our capabilities. Like, just because
objective is mind independent.
Here, Ghosty, real quick.
Like,
if the right was not
subjective is
so
mind
that's fine if you want to deny objective. But that means you're denying absolute truth within a contradiction of itself.
Ghosty, if the
no,
right
subjective
was
means
not in
mind
the law,
dependent, not mind independent.
If the right was not in the law, should it be in the law?
I was talking about objective means mind independent.
I didn't hear the in. I thought you said dependent.
That's fair.
What I'm saying is, if the right was not granted by the law, should it be granted by the law?
In my personal opinion, yes.
Okay, is your opinion equally valid to somebody who disagrees with you?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Because she only believes in subjective morality, not objective morality.
Yeah.
So
and that's the problem. You're about to speak past each other because she can't understand objective. No offense. It just doesn't make sense in your worldview.
Yes.
So demoralization is not a phenomenon.
And if I heard correctly earlier when you guys were going back and forth, I think Ghosty just said she believes there is a ultimate truth but to everybody it's going to be different and nobody can actually know it because it's always subjective.
Yeah, there's an ultimate reality, but I mean, we are actually limited to our conscious and experience and abilities. Like, we wouldn't know.
Is that a truth statement?
We wouldn't know that like some molecule exists that we can't see without the tools to see it, but that's still a part of it.
Is that a truth statement?
So
I mean, I think we
I
we
don't
can
even
assume
know.
that's a true
I
fact
could be
statement.
wrong
Yeah.
about that.
So again, we're back to subjective.
Yes, that's why I'm saying everything
So
is subjective.
I have to ask:
So-
can an unjustified belief justify a belief?
Can an unjustified belief justify a belief?
Yeah, I mean, the
'Cause that's
justification
essentially what
doesn't have to
you're
be
doing.
valid,
Is
does it?
if you can't ground
all
the
subjective, right?
information or knowledge, then you're using an unjustified belief.
Well, can you ground those things?
Yeah, that would be.
I would
my-
ground them via God in the tag
What does
argument.
that
But
mean?
that's just a
Basically,
thing.
One sec.
It's just
I
another
grounded
subjective
morality.
thing.
I grounded morality in demoralization. That's an objective phenomenon that we can
That's not-
observe.
People feel bad when bad I'll just say when things happen to them that affect them in a negative way.
Shall I tell you
That's
how
the best I can say.
what I think about abortion? Because I haven't actually stated my position yet, and it's probably going to surprise some of you. My view is broadly a moral emotivist view, in that I don't think that moral statements are truth apt, and that when people say things like abortion is wrong, they're expressing an emotion about that they're expressing how they feel about the act. So I actually don't like abortion. I would prefer that people didn't abort their children, but that's not from a kind of like, I couldn't say that's from a moral viewpoint, because like were you to say is abortion wrong, I would have to say that the statement is kind of faulty.
Right on.
Is that a
Also,
true
I just
statement?
want to say that you were
Hold
right
on.
about that 400 years too. The Israelites didn't attack the Amalek until 400 years later, after Deuteronomy 25 was written, and that was done under reign of Saul. But that was also after 400 years of being attacked by the same people. Oh yeah, no problem. I'm definitely willing to own that one. That knocks stuff over apparently too.
Right. And to be fair, God kills everybody. There is not a death that happens that God has not predetermined, including the death of Christ.
That's what makes him. Well, no, I'm not going to get into that.
Predetermined?
Okay, let's not get sidetracked. I mean, there are always lovely debates we could have.
I was waiting. I was waiting.
I would re-examine the language of predetermined there, but I think I understood what you meant.
Well, yeah, if you look at Revelation 13:8, one of the verses I cite the most, it says that God, the Lamb who was slain before the foundation of the world. So it was a predestined plan.
The Lamb was slain. Is that a reference to Jesus?
That's a reference to Jesus, like how John the Baptist says, "The Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world."
I mean, we're gonna stray into free will here. We're gonna.
Well, then you have an infinite regress of interpretation, because somebody had to be the first one to
who's
read
the
it.
moral authority on the interpretation?
Somebody had to be the first one to read it and understand it.
You realize the Bible came in after Jesus Christ, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So I'll give you an example.
I have to ask: can Jesus Christ give her the true message to someone and have that passed on through ecclesiology?
Yeah, he said he would.
Okay,
But
then wouldn't that
let me
be
give
where
it-
the truth is?
Yeah, so let me give you an
Before the
example.
book?
Let me give you an example. So let's go to Matthew 19, where
But you're
there-
using scripture
Jesus
to now
is-
justify things.
Yeah, I can. So Matthew 19 has the story of where Jesus talks to the Pharisees, and they're talking about divorce and remarriage, right? And he says, "Have you not read that from the beginning he made them male and female, and let what God has put together, let not man separate," right? So he says to the Pharisees, who, by the way, were going to hell, which means unsaved people can read and understand the Bible. He says to them that they should read. And in Matthew 23, he says to the people, is like, the Pharisees, they sit in Moses' seat. Do as they tell you, but don't do as they do, which means that they could read Scripture, understand Scripture accurately enough to teach it accurately, even though they were lost men and unregenerate. So yes.
No, that's not how it works. The Bible is a liturgical document. It's not meant for the layman to understand.
I think that's an assertion. I think that's just an assertion that,
But where do you get your moral authority from? If you don't have an ecclesiology that's longer than 500 years, which Protestantism can't trace back further than that, because that's where Martin Luther broke off from the Catholic Church. Your ecclesiology
Martin
starts.
Luther isn't the founder of all Protestantism.
I'll give you another example.
Well, it was him and another fellow, as far as I'm aware of.
Protestant Reformation in Scotland. He didn't even know Martin Luther.
Yeah, I'll give you another example. If you look at Acts 17:11, it talks about how the Bereans check the words of Paul the Apostle to see if these things were true. And the Bible in that passage calls them noble for doing so. So if even an apostle himself is subject to the reading of Scripture by the people who want to hear what he has to say, then it tells me that even an apostle is inferior to the reading of Scripture.
If I read Scripture, you read Scripture, we both come up with different interpretations. Where's the truth?
How do you come up with an interpretation of what is written?
Where the truth is found?
Can I ask you, if I read Treasure Island and you read Treasure Island, would we each come up with different interpretations? Will we both know who Billy Bones is? Will we both know whose treasure is buried on the island if we read the same book?
Presupposing the information to begin with, but
well, you see, books are written and Scripture is written. It's written to be read and understood.
Well, if you read the Constitution,
yeah, but if two different people can come up with two different interpretations, then where is the truth? You have to be able to identify it. Truth has an identity. What is it?
Yeah, Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Okay. And the truth couldn't have been passed?
Through the Holy Spirit.
That presupposes,
so what you're telling me is
you need like an oral law.
Can give any information on how to keep everything of his commands as a one universal truth?
Why couldn't that be the Bible?
Because the Bible wasn't written yet.
Okay, so but
I
agree that things were transmitted orally, but now that we have the Bible, we know that that's reflective of what happened.
Do you know why?
So you're using the thing to justify the thing?
Do you know why John wrote the
Doesn't
Gospel
the Bible
of John?
say thy word is truth?
Do you even trust history?
But you're using the thing to justify the thing.
Yes, because it's foundational. It's God's word, so it's therefore from God, linked to
God. But
God.
the thing didn't always exist. How did the faith exist before the book exists?
Because God's mind exists and God's mind produced it. Didn't you read 2 Peter 1:21? It's by the Holy Spirit.
So it was just this sort of immalleable thing that just happens?
It's from the mind of God.
The faith didn't always exist, though, did it? Because the Israelites were stiff-necked, and God had to punish them quite often due to their lack of faith.
I think that's a non sequitur. That's applying two different things.
Well, maybe.
As a continual line.
It's a little different, but we can look to what happened with ancient Israel to see what's happening now with spiritual Israel. Correct?
No, because none of you motherfuckers know anything that's going on in the Middle East. I don't trust any single one of you to give an actual representation of what Israel is and all that kind of shit. I don't trust none of you.
Let's stick to the argument of how you're using Scripture to justify your use of Scripture.
And how does this relate to abortion? Just to ask.
That's a great question.
Bring it back.
Topic shifter, bud.
Because they're trying to justify their moral belief for why they think abortion is wrong, right?
So
that's true. I think
Zach,
we're on the same page, right? About abortion.
Predetermined.
Well, to be fair, I didn't appeal to religion when I first came on the panel. I appealed
I wasn't trying to do that either.
To the morality of eugenics and the use thereof, and its use throughout history by the very degenerate and deplorable nation states, such as Germany during World War II, who is the lead propagator of that practice you call abortion, and it was a part of their eugenics program, which became popular in the United States after Germany's fall in World War II, and after Operation Paperclip, when all the German scientists and doctors came over here and got pardoned.
I could also say
So
that
and infiltrate the CIA and NASA and all these organizations. But yeah, go ahead, Russ.
I can also say that guns were used in World War II, so what, therefore we shouldn't use guns anymore because they were abused at some point?
Should we put all of our enemies in a gas chamber and gas them?
No, that's it's like a war crime.
That's eugenics. That was a form of Nazi eugenics. A war crime, yes. Eugenics is a war crime.
Okay.
Right, but that's not an argument.
Hang on a second, one second, Ghosty. One sec. If morality is subjective, what's wrong with putting your enemies in gas chambers?
Good point, bud.
Nothing. But that's not on the
exactly.
Argument.
So congratulations, Ghosty. Congratulations. You're a supporter of the Third Reich.
It's our contract together, like that we all value life, and it's our human experience that determines our morality and our justifications, our values.
No, it's force doctrine. That's your God.
No, one sec. Ghosty, if you truly value human life, how can you say that you're pro-abortion or pro-death penalty?
Because death penalty is for people that I think have committed enough harm that they deserve that at that point.
Wait, does that mean that their life loses value?
It's not even about if their life has value or not. It's a consequence for the fucking disgusting actions they did.
But
yeah,
there was
the death
immoral
penalty to
actions.
be
this seems like an inconsistency, and the reason why I'm saying that is because I used to have the same inconsistency. So I used to be kind of not pro-abortion, but I wasn't anti-abortion. Like I, I didn't really have a view on it because I don't have babies. But I think it was easy pointed out to me that that's actually inconsistent with my view on the death penalty, which I'm against, because for reasons that are unknown to me, I value human life. And if I value human life and I'm willing to extend that value to like murderers and rapists and child molesters, then I should be able to extend that to everyone. And that includes unborn children.
Yeah, like I said, I don't value unborn children under a certain age.
But what's your metric for why you don't value them? Is it sentience?
It's
or autonomy? Is that a better word to use?
It's like mostly the amount of brain development that leads to viability. Like that's
if science can't determine exactly when that is, then how do you know when it's killing and when it's not?
Well, science can't determine consciousness is. I'm pretty sure we do know when the 5 brain, like essential 5 parts of the brain.
21 to 24 weeks is when consciousness starts.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's guessed. It's not like completely known.
Well, that's when we can detect the architecture that allows for consciousness. That's not the same thing.
So my answer is a time that is a little bit before that time where scientists.
But if you have no objective standard, then when is it going to be killing versus it's a clump of cells?
There's not like a exact date.
See, there's a problem there. It's now just up to your interpretation, whoever is interpreting the procedure. So you have a problem if we can't have a universal standard for that.
Because to jump on to pile on to jump on to add on to it. That's the word. To add on to that, any woman at any time during a pregnancy could then just determine, oh, it's not alive, it's not alive, it's not alive, it's not alive, and then a week before or even a day before the birth, suddenly she thinks it's alive.
That's why we have laws for how long elective pregnancies should
be legal. But then that's not allowing the woman to determine. It's allowing the state to determine whether that's personhood or not. So there would be the inconsistency of, well, if you're gonna give women sole control, sole determination of the quote unquote of the personhood of the baby, of the infant, well, that flies in the face of the state, the government imposing that imposing a set time limit. Who would trump who, basically? Who would have the ultimate authority of what determines the person of the infant inside that's developing? The woman or the state?
I mean, ultimately science does, but yeah, the state will make a law for when is appropriate, what time period is appropriate.
But the state determines that personhood is 8 weeks, but the woman herself determines that the personhood is 16 weeks, and
that she values it, that she wants it,
and also science. If you're going to add science into the mix, science determines personhood at conception. So again, who would be the ultimate arbiter of determining whether or not the infant is a person? Science? I'm not
even worried about determining whether it's a fucking person or not. All I care about is that women have the choice to not continue with a pregnancy.
I can frame it in a way you will care.
Period of time.
Let me frame it in a way you would care.
Really care about.
If we're in a birth rate crisis, at least could you give the concession that we should limit or eliminate abortion up until the point we're in replacement rate? Could you at least make that concession? Because at least from a utilitarian perspective, least amount of harm, we don't want to have to import foreigners, because then that destabilizes culture. So we want to keep people within the culture and giving their own values to their children.
Well, I'm fine with. I don't see a harm from immigration. First of all, second of all,
it can't happen rapidly.
I'm not like a full utilitarianist person, but
everything reduces to that if you don't have religion.
I'm more about personal freedoms. Honestly, that's most what I'm
that
not going
don't
to force
affect other people.
I'm not going to have. I'm not going to force.
That's still harm.
I'm not going to force people to have children that they don't want because like the human race is
That's
ending.
the harm principle.
What?
It's all just about a subjective interpretation. That's the harm principle. It's all going to boil down to harm.
Sure.
And
people not having
Do as thou
babies
wilt
might harm the
until you
human
don't
race,
harm
but it
someone
won't
else.
harm individuals.
It'll
what I'm
harm the
getting
human
at-
race, but it won't harm individuals. Are you
right.
saying that individuals would not be part of that human race in that sense?
Well, they're gonna die.
They don't.
They're already born. They're gonna die no matter what. A human race following after them isn't going to affect their life. So.
And in a birth rate crisis, there'll be less humans the longer that it goes on. So would you essentially be okay that at some point, if there just comes a time where there are no more humans, that's fine?
That's it.
Yeah,
that's
that's
inevitable.
nature. That's kind of nature, I guess.
It's
Well,
kind
then
of
where are you getting your purpose from? If
Yeah,
it isn't to
why are you here,
make
in a
more of
sense?
us and progress society, which would be via us, because society depends on us, yes, then where's your purpose? Where's your teleology?
My purpose for my own life? Or like...
Well, just humans in general. It's like it's just some malleable thing
I'm a
that
human.
you
If we're all gonna die in the end, why even go through life as life in
this
general?
Is the thing. You guys live for an afterlife. You guys care about what happens after death. I'm living for what happens now in the present. I'm not worried about what happens after death.
Hedonism.
My life is valuable because of I'm experiencing this now in the present, and that's what I value. I'm not valuing.
I would argue though, if you don't have
has no meaning to you.
Hedonism isn't necessarily bad. Hedonism can be good. What if your pleasure? What if the pleasure that you're attaining to is providing for your family and being an upstanding member of the community?
Which can happen at this very moment, by the way.
Like that's hedonism.
Hedonism can surely align with what's morally good, but that doesn't mean it's morally good.
Right,
It's
but
just
it doesn't mean it's morally bad either.
It's just materialism.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it can be, because hedonism isn't about morals.
As opposed to what?
Can't hedonism being like having a lot of
actually
sex or
having a moral
something?
standard that isn't up to you. You don't get to determine
What moral standard?
ethics.
Christians don't have a moral standard.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't, because when they're God told
literally
them to kill a whole bunch of fucking babies, they'll go and kill a whole bunch of fucking
The
babies.
counter to Shiva.
When were Christians told to kill babies?
One sec. Why aren't all these drug addicts happy people?
No, that's a fair point. They weren't Christians. I retract that statement.
Okay.
That was a wrong
All good.
statement.
All good.
A fun fact about Christians and babies, though, and in Rome.
That was a good catch.
As man. That's our standard.
So one of my strongest fields of study is actually Christian history and patristics. I study this greatly. I'm very fascinated with Christians in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd and 4th centuries. So check this out. Early on, while Rome was still at its reign, the pagan Rome, they would discard infants like they were trash. If they found no value in them, they just throw them away. Well, the Christians would go and collect those babies, take care of them, and raise them as their own. This started rumors among the pagan Romans that Christians were actually eating the babies. They considered us a blood cult, which is the most metal thing ever, by the way. Should be a Christian. But it goes to prove that Christians have always placed value on life and on innocence, even from the start of our religion.
Amen.
We're the only ones that actually have a moral standard.
Do you think if Christianity was discovered like 10,000 years before it would be the same way?
Well, Christianity wasn't discovered.
I don't think it would make a whole hell of a lot of
Paganism
difference.
is a lot older religion.
If God is the truth and all truth originates from Him and emanates outward, then I mean it would still end up in the truth. I mean, so you can't change that.
I just don't think logically it makes sense that they would just have all
You're
these new age random beliefs.
You're saying logic, but you can't justify logic. That's the problem. You're using something you can't justify.
You don't have a metric as to how that logic would follow, other than.
So you're saying because I'm subjective, I don't have a justification.
You can't
for
use
logic?
metaphysics. You can't use metaphysics. You have to deny it.
I'm saying your metaphysics are wonky as fuck and don't make any logical sense at all.
No, logic is
One sec. If they don't make logical sense, one sec. Where's the contradiction?
Who are you asking?
You're the one that's saying you're making the claim it's illogical. Where's the contradiction?
Yes, God is something that is not proven, has no there's nothing true or truthful about this. It is a belief.
It is.
Is that a subjective opinion?
That others contradict. Yes, this is not. Are you going to tell me right now Christianity is a fact?
I can prove God's exists.
No, God is real. That's a fact.
What I'm saying is
alone. You switched from a subjective epistemology to an objective epistemology by saying it's not true.
Prove that God being real is a fact.
Is it?
Okay, one sec. Everything in the universe, Ghosty, everything in the universe is in motion, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So what caused that motion? That motion is constant. The atoms are constantly spinning. What's causing that motion? Something that's unchanging, correct? Because it's constantly in motion, correct?
Are you trying to say it's God?
Oh, there's a whole bunch of assumptions.
Yeah, the unmoved mover argument from Aristotle.
The gaps. That's taking something that
That's
we
not
don't
God, the gaps.
understand and saying, "Oh, it has to be God."
No, it's not. It's a philosophical proof. The fact that change is constant, this motion is constant, which means whatever causes it is unchanging.
Teriak, what's your belief system's name?
I'm more than willing to call it God. It's the likes of Ghosty, and this is why I hate these people, because they're the ones that are saying, well, there's a higher power, but I'm not going to call it God.
He's still playing on the fence about Christianity.
Which people are saying that, Teriak?
Okay, I just want to make clear that Teriak's argument's going to be way different than mine. That's all.
Because I can show physical phenomenon which they'll deny, like demoralization, which Ghosty denied.
They associate all physical phenomenon with
Demoralization proves morality, dummy.
Based on what?
I would just ask
who?
what kind of
That it's an observable physical phenomenon.
You can observe immorality.
Meaning, I'm giving you a materialist argument for morality, darling.
Teriak, wait, Teriak.
She doesn't attach any moral weight to demoralization. She doesn't attach any moral weight to that idea. It's all materialist, probably, if she's atheistic. And if she's pagan, I don't know what it is.
Teriak, that's not a materialist position.
Well, she said earlier, to be clear, she said earlier she's agnostic, so like she's not inclined to believe there's a God, but maybe
believes that there are spiritual. I bet you believe that there are actually spiritual forces in the universe, but there is no quote unquote God, which is why you say you're agnostic, right?
Spiritual forces could just be something I don't understand, or it could be something bigger and something intelligent.
Well,
that's what agnostic means.
Well, how could it not be spiritual forces if you don't understand what it could, if you don't understand what it is or what it could be? How would it not be spiritual forces at that point?
Because it could just be physics and science and something that I don't get.
Why are you relating it only to materialism, though?
Yeah, it comes back.
I'm agnostic. I'm saying it could potentially be.
Let me prove. You believe in things that are concepts. Right? You believe in logic, right?
Yes.
Can you touch it?
No.
Can you measure it?
No.
Then why is God such an impossible concept?
Well, because it's illogical.
Language?
No, you idiot! It has an identity, an ontology.
It's
illogical.
It's stupid if you don't realize that.
It's made up.
It's illogical.
Just like our language.
Illogical. Prove that.
Yes.
Just like our language makes up words.
Let him demonstrate.
Okay, one sec. Right, everybody seems to accept that we have all these materials. Okay, what is causing these materials to be in motion?
Don't deflect. No. Don't save them. Prove
I'm not saving them.
Illogical. Go.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we could. Yeah, I mean, I could do that using tag if you like, but I'm not sure that Easy would be up for that. I don't mind doing it. You know, Easy will confirm. I ain't scared of getting my hands dirty.
Using what?
You're using knowledge to start tags, so therefore you fail. Go ahead.
Really? Okay, fine. So, on your view, God is.
I'm in the crossfire.
Oh man, I'm not okay. So
you have to ground
God
knowledge.
is
Ground your epistemology. Start.
What do you mean by the word ground?
Ground your knowledge.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Knowledge.
Look, if I ask you what you mean by a word, saying the same word doesn't give me more information.
How do you justify knowledge?
What do you mean? You justify propositions, not knowledge. Knowledge is a process. You don't justify processes.
So you're saying you just automatically have access to knowledge?
What type of knowledge are you talking about? Procedural?
Knowledge.
Propositional? What type? There are different types. Phenomenological? Look, I know that I like coffee, right? But that's a different sort of knowledge because
you know that?
Because I do.
Because you do.
I like
coffee.
coffee.
Circular reasoning. Try again.
Because I like coffee.
That's circular reasoning.
So when I drink coffee, the sensations are pleasant.
Is logic objective?
No, I don't think so. Well,
then you fail already.
Hang on.
Again. Try again.
Well, you gotta let people finish. You gotta let people finish it.
Stop being a fucking dick. I can be just as rude as you pompous ass. What the fuck? I'm happy to engage with you in good faith. Are you happy to do that?
Dude, you don't need a tone police, man.
Are you? Don't fucking tell me what to do, motherfucker.
Okay.
He's from the England, mate.
You can get mad all you want. It doesn't change it. If you can't argue,
you messing with a proper geezer, innit?
Tag says that God is a necessary precondition for knowledge, and that without God, we can't reliably reason. Is that a fair assessment of Tag, would you say?
All information stems from God. All transcendental stems
Sorry, can you answer the question I asked? Was that a fair representation of the argument? Do you want me to be more precise? Do you want me to break it down into premises and conclusion?
All transcendental, not just knowledge. All transcendental categories come from God.
Okay, fine. Prove that.
God is the truth.
Prove that. Demonstrate it.
Exist?
Prove it. Demonstrate it.
I'm asking you a question.
No, you're making assertions. You said absolute truth exists. Prove it, motherfucker.
If you could just answer in good faith.
Prove it, motherfucker. What's wrong with you? You made an assertion. Back your fucking assertion up. No, I didn't think so.
Are you gonna go with the line of inquiry?
Right. Tag. Premise one.
Exist.
Does it? Demonstrate that.
I'm asking you.
Oh, is that a question? Oh, sorry. I thought it was a statement. My mistake. I apologize.
Does absolute truth exist?
Absolute, meaning unchanging throughout time. No, I think truth is a property of proposition.
We can't have the conversation.
Why? Do you think that absolute truth exists?
God is the absolute truth.
Great, demonstrate that. I'm open to it. Demonstrate it.
To deny absolute truth is a contradiction, you fool.
No, look. You're making the assertion God is absolute truth.
You
yes?
deny absolute truth.
Are you making the assertion God is absolute truth? Yes or no?
God has an ontology, and in that ontology,
well, no, that's not the question I asked. Did you just say that God is absolute truth?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Great. Demonstrate that, please.
If absolute truth exists, he would be it.
All right. So now you're introducing a conditional.
Mind that grounds all
so now you're introducing a conditional.
To each other.
So now it's a conditional. Now there's doubt. Absolute truth might not exist because you introduced the word if.
I could do.
So now you're on much shakier ground. Now you're not so certain whether absolute truth exists or not.
Does a definition not require does a definition have to not be a conditional? I think I've worded that wrong, but does a definition have to not be a conditional in order for it to be defined? In order for it to
no, but if you're making an assertion, if you're making an assertion such as God is absolute truth, and then when you later, when you're asked to demonstrate that, you then say, "Well, if absolute truth exists, right? Then you have automatically weakened your position."
Real quick.
Demonstrate truth first.
We're not going to meet
truth. By what epistemic criteria are we supposed to prove all things by?
Yeah, because if the definition is going to be off of an if-then statement, then every definition is called into question because you have to form a conditional in order to prove it.
Yeah, Tomahawk. The confusion is basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to prove that truth is true.
Right. Right,
and that's to have the conversation.
Which is why I asked about.
in
Which
the
is why I
first
asked about
place.
definitions and defining things, because defining things using conditionals, and that if a definition requires that it not be a conditional in order to be quote accepted as a definition.
Yeah, so if I'm submitting my evidence to the court of Shiva, what criteria should I be submitting it to, and how do I know that Shiva's court's criteria is justified?
In answer to the second question, you don't. In answer to the first question, I think it depends on what it is that you're claiming to know, right? Would you not agree that like knowing 2 + 2 = 4 is a different sort of knowledge from, say, knowing how it feels to do a specific sort of dance like the tango?
I agree it's a different category of study, but that also begs the question of absolute truth, because in order to make the distinction, it must be absolutely true that those two are distinct.
Why?
Yeah, because they have an identity.
Because you even admitted to it. Your entire example, you says you would agree that this. Well, then if our agreement on something is irrelevant, then I don't know why you brought it up.
If it's
No,
Even tried to verify or prove your
what are you saying?
By what standard?
What are you saying?
Why do I care what your criteria is?
Using that as
the criteria, right?
Hold up, guys. Remember, I know you all can hear each other up here, but the chat doesn't hear you guys.
Sorry.
And you guys won't hear everything each other is saying. Ghosty, you were saying something there?
Yeah.
The same way that we can verify and prove to our best ability that like the facts of science, the facts
when you say,
of life.
All right. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it.
When you say verify, prove, and facts, do you mean objective truth?
Verification can be done through like getting other people to co-sign, to agree.
So
isn't
8
that
out of 10
ad populum,
doctors
though?
agree.
Like to observe,
Yep.
observe the same fact as others. This is how verification works often.
Hold on. So
it would be absolutely true.
That's the 8 out of 10 doctors example that you see on advertisements everywhere that try to scam you. 8 out of 10 doctors agree that this will be good for you. That like Ozempic is the way to go for weight loss. So
it's not.
I'm just telling you how, like,
just as an example.
We're talking about
if 8 out of 10 doctors. So I guess my question would then be, why are the 2 doctors who disagree, I guess, discarded in this case? If we're talking absolute truth, wouldn't it be 10 out of 10 doctors agree?
No, it might be absolutely true that 8 out of 10 doctors agree.
Right.
Because the word absolute here just means unchanging throughout time, right? Like it's true a million years ago, it'll be true a million years time.
No, because
is
who is the
debatable.
president changes. So there are different conditionals. There are contingent truths, and then there are absolute truths that are transcendent.
Right,
Those are
but
not the same thing.
But
what about
it's
this for definition?
true that Donald Trump is president now, though, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
But Abraham Lincoln was president and is no longer president.
Yeah. Although saying when I say it is absolutely true, I'm not sure that I agree that it is, but I'm guessing I'm just kind of saying I guess I'm saying that's what I think your position would be.
But you have to use absolute
Can
truth
we-
to justify that.
Yeah, well, I mean, but language is tricky, right? You've got to use we use it colloquially and sloppily, and I do as well.
That's why I wanted to clarify our language first. How do you define absolute truth? Where do you ground that?
Yeah, truth.
Because we all have different opinions on that. So,
but like as a standard definition, truth is what is. Like that should be everybody should be able to agree with that, because the distinction is truth is what is and false is what is not.
But is it
That's
true,
one of your catchphrases.
Is it true that the sky is blue, even though different like species won't see that color blue?
No, it's true.
Well, no, because the sky's not blue at night.
The sky's black where I'm at.
Yeah.
Currently, to me, the sky is black, and sometimes it is gray when it's cloudy.
I'm just joking around.
Or
But
sometimes you get red
Right.
and green.
So here's what is true. When the photons hit the cones in my eyes, I perceive a color that we call blue.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is the color the sky is not, because that's the reflected wavelengths of light rather than the absorbed wavelengths.
For the sake of this conversation, sure.
Okay, that's fair.
Anyways.
So in terms of this, truth is what is. Like that's an accurate definition.
Conventional.
Like, otherwise, what does
that.
the word is mean? Find the word is.
It's kind of our
doesn't it mean to be?
understanding of what is.
Yeah,
Our
truth.
understanding of reality.
I got a question for you, Ghosty. Is
real quick, sorry, before you ask that question, chat, just want to remind you, you guys got a little over 5 minutes now. You got 10 more super chats to go to keep the show going, or else we're gonna wrap it up. So get those super chats in. But go ahead with your question.
Do you think metaphysical categories are created, or do you think they exist beforehand and they're universal? So, such as time, space, the mind, gravity, things of this nature.
What do you mean by universal as it applies to time and space? Like uniform?
They exist regardless of human intervention.
It's
not.
They exist regardless of contingent minds, is what you're.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know about a mind.
Thank you.
But
I would probably use the word objective.
Well, like mathematics, for example. Do you think that was created, or do you think it was discovered?
Mathematics is just our interpretation of physics, basically. So we are using numbers. We are using numbers to understand how physics and the properties of our universe work.
But math exists absent of physics, right?
Yeah.
And math exists absent of human mind.
Like,
does a tree fall in the woods with nobody around, nobody knowing it?
Well, if I write
does a bear shit or poop in the woods?
If I write 2 plus 2 on a piece of paper, nothing in physics has actually happened except the writing itself, right? It doesn't reflect a physical phenomenon of 2 plus 2 equaling 4 somewhere in space, right?
Yeah,
it's just a reflection of
it's a
constant.
It's a referent.
In contrast to that,
it's a referent.
It is our language that we use to break down how the properties of the universe actually work.
Actually, meaning objectively.
Yeah, it's a universal language.
Yeah.
Math is a universal language.
Yes.
No, but actually,
and it's a discovery, not an
well, maybe actually as far as we can perceive.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Because we are limited by our sensory organs and our.
If we have nowhere to know how. For example, if we're looking at probability and we have like a 6-sided die, we know we have roughly a 1 in 6 chance of any of these sides being landed on, roughly, right? It's because we know we have a limitation to the outcomes because we have a fixed standard by which to judge that from. But if we don't have a fixed standard by which to reflect on what reality is and the limitations of it, then how do we know how close we are to the truth of a thing?
Aren't there different systems of mathematics that operate wildly differently, but within their own system, they're perfectly coherent?
I have a rabbit too. It's right over here. Sorry.
And to jump off of that, to add to that, in contrast to 2 plus 2 equaling 4, why does 2 plus 2 not equal 5 in that case?
Because it equals
why,
4.
But why though? How do we know that?
Because we have symbols 2 and 4, and we also have other symbols which are operators that tell you how to manipulate the number symbols, and the relationships between the numbers don't change.
Where do we get that sort of understanding if not from some sort of objective truth? If everything is determined by people, why doesn't 2 plus 2 equal 5 at that point? Because
when
have a whole bunch of people that just say 2 plus 2 equals 5.
When we were counting our sheep, and we counted 2 sheep, and then we counted 2 more sheep, we decided that was going to be 4. And then we have the number 4. And then when we count 4 sheep and then 4 more sheep, we decided that was going to be 8. And so that's 8. I'm using the term very, very loosely.
You mean linguistically, we decided to say 8 when we see 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2.
Yeah, over the course of thousands of years, however long mathematics
I have a question.
Developed. Just one more point. If aren't there several different systems of mathematics that operate differently, but still within their own system? Describe what it is.
I only grew up with American mathematics, which happened to be Western mathematics. I only know only one mathematics, and that's the shit that I learned in grade
systems,
school.
Right?
So that would imply to me that mathematics is a type of language that we've invented, similar to English or French.
Sure, but even though they have like different units of measure, they still are describing roughly the same thing, even though they would have different cutoff points. Would you say that?
Not
So for example, like
yeah,
Fahrenheit and Celsius. Water still freezes at some point, whether you're using Fahrenheit or Celsius.
Right, but so that would imply to me that an anti-realist view of mathematics is the most appropriate, because you can use different systems to describe the behavior of the same system. So you can use different mathematics systems to describe the behavior of the same physical causal process. Right?
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of that conversation I had a couple of panels ago when we were talking about Vosh saying, well, some say water, some say agua, but that doesn't change. But the point is that didn't change the actuality of
but water is but water is a physical substance. Like we can see water, right?
Correct.
But we can't see two. We can see right, and there's things that we can do in mathematics that we simply can't do physically.
Yeah.
So for example, if I have 2 cups of tea, I can't subtract 4 cups of tea from the 2 I have to end up with -2 cups of tea.
Right.
But I can subtract 4 from 2 to get -2.
You're familiar with the problem of induction, right?
Vaguely. I've only just started reading Hume, so
okay. So I think I might have this wrong, but I think it's chapter 6 of Problems of Philosophy where he talks about the problem of induction. The classic example is if you're driving down the road and you see 10 red barns, you ask yourself, what color is the next barn going to be?
And you say red, right? Yeah. Is that related to the problem with causality?
It's related to the problem of the inductive reasoning system, because if we use the past being like the past in the past as a metric for how the future is going to be like the past, then we have made a fallacy, because the past is not a justification for how the future is going to be. So for all we know, if we don't have a transcendental, I would say God, to ground truth in, to give a constant, eternal, unchanging framework, then it's hard for me to see. I'd be interested in hearing what you have to say, but it's hard for me to see how you can know 2 + 2 won't equal 5 and that the nature of the universe cannot ever change.
Even further,
I suppose, like what I think the nature of the universe can change. There's no guarantee that the planet will be here tomorrow.
The nature of the universe is change, Shiva.
Well,
the very nature of it is change.
Well, okay. What I mean is, the planet Earth can be gone, but the universe would still be spinning in the exact same way with the exact physics. I wouldn't say like when I die.
But you can't say that though. As a Christian, you cannot say that. You can't assume the uniformity of nature at all.
Of course I can.
Because well, no, you can't, because of miracles.
Was given by God.
How could you not be
because of miracles?
Miracles?
Why? Because of
miracles presuppose the normality of the laws of physics.
Exactly.
Right, but at any point, God or one of his proxies, an angel or Jesus. It depends on whether you think Jesus is God, but I'm not going to get into that. Like at any point, one of them could upend the natural order of things, right? They could turn water into wine or walk on water.
All you've told me is that the nature of reality is dependent upon God, which is the constant anyway.
The whole thing about
right. So it's not uniform then. So you also can't say.
No, I didn't say
that the universe is.
No, one sec.
It's mine to answer.
Yeah, okay.
It is uniform if God says it's uniform until he.
Oh my God! Threw it away. You threw it away your examination. What you need to do is you need to point. You fucked it out the window. You fucked it out the window, right? What you need to do. What you need to do. One sec. Let me answer. Let me answer.
Go ahead.
What you need to do is yeah. So what you need to do is like, yes, the nature of the universe is that everything physical is in constant change, but whatever is causing that constant change is itself unchanging, which is what the Christians call God.
How do you know?
I don't use change as the.
Because why is the change constant? How can you explain the change being constant, Shiva?
I can't.
Consistently
you can explain it if there's an unchanging standard which transcends the physical.
Time.
Yeah, but okay. Let's assume that,
the only way God time is possible is if there is a higher power like God.
Now you've tripped up, because you've moved from you can explain it using God, which you can, to this is the only possible explanation.
Impossibility to the contrary is, I think, what he's.
Yes. That's not an argument.
Why is the change constant?
Yeah, it is actually.
But the reason why it fails as an argument is because even if, first of all, you would need to be aware of all possible contrary views in order to make that claim, and secondly, even if all of the contrary views were impossible, that doesn't mean that your view is true. It just means because yours could also be wrong, right?
No, Shiva, because there's only two possibilities. That whatever's causing the change is itself unchanging, or itself is changing, which means that the change would stop.
And you're the one
and that doesn't happen.
That's correct.
No, what I'm saying is that we can see that does not happen. Ergo, like I said, we eliminate that possibility, which means there must be a transcendent, unchanging, divine intellect, God, etc., etc.
Something you don't understand.
How is that God? How is it God of the gaps? I've just explained.
You don't understand that you're just assuming is God.
It's not that I don't understand. I've explained that it's literally impossible for it to be otherwise.
How is it impossible?
No, stop with the ontology. Stop it. Because I've explained that if change is constant, right, that means that it must be whatever's causing change must be constant itself. It's unchanging itself.
I see where you're going wrong. You're seeing change.
Yes, because one sec, Shiva. Because if you're to say that transcendence is itself changing, that means the change we'd see would stop.
Why?
Because change is unchanging. That's a physical, observable event.
Because if it
do atoms all of a sudden stop spinning?
You have to let people respond at some point, Tariak. I think the mistake that you're making is treating change as a kind of thing or a substance or a process in and of itself, and I'm not sure that's the case. Because presumably we wouldn't be saying that, say, the fusion in the sun is the same thing as you walking down the street. That the same principles are involved, or is that what you're saying?
They're in the same system.
That's I'd need to think about that. Yeah,
exactly. You should. And same to you, Bosie, and same to you, Vigilante.
It's basically.
Wait, Teriak, are you saying they're both physical phenomena? Is that what you're saying?
What you mean? Both? Yeah, both are physical phenomenon.
Walking and the fusion of the sun, both physical phenomena. Is that what you mean
yes.
when you say they're the same? Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I get shit. I haven't said in a few minutes.
I would say that the what vigilante?
I said, why did I get shit? I haven't said shit in a few minutes.
No, because I was accused earlier saying that like I hate women. It's like no, like I hate the mentality that Ghosty has with the same mentality that you have. This whole like atheism bullshit.
I hate your mentality too.
I'm not even an atheist.
I welcome the hate. I welcome the hate. That's why I'm Loki the leprechaun, baby.
What's going on?
I'm not even an atheist. That's why I haven't really gone in on.
Yeah, so you have no issue with atheism is dead, right, Vigilante? Atheism is dead. Do you agree?
Atheism is a bad position because you can't ground anything.
Well, one sec, don't let him run. Do you agree with this? Atheism is dead. Say it, Vigilante.
Generally speaking, yes. Like the denial of God in of itself is kind of retarded. The only reasonable version of atheism is agnosticism.
Wait, no. Wait. Atheism isn't saying there are no gods.
Well, no, there are two versions of atheism. There's
Gnostic and agnostic.
And this is my problem with the Buddhists, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, Shiva.
Atheist.
Hey, I'm not going to apologize for following this inferior religion.
I wouldn't expect you to, Shiva. That's why I love you.
Something that I don't have evidence for, and that's all it comes down to. That's why.
Are arguments evidence? Are arguments evidence?
Not
yeah, they can.
Or can they be? Is a better question.
Yeah, of course they can.
They can be used as evidence.
Well, hang on.
That's not the question. Can they be evidence? Can arguments be evidence? Not can they be used, but can they be evidence?
If they're right.
How do you know they're right?
So you're saying under the correct conditions of the premises being true.
I get.
Well, yeah. He wants to know how they're right, because right is an objective claim again.
Yeah.
Things need to be proven and verified and there needs to be evidence for these things by
This
showing
is all objective
evidence.
language, though.
Hold on, circular.
So what you're at least saying is there's an operating system for it, right?
How would it be right? How would you know that what you're saying, the evidence that you brought to the table, is correct? How would you know that?
Windows XP is trash.
I mean, again,
Old dev rev.
this is my whole thing. Everything is subjective, but this is our best, not implications, but the best evidence we have. Yeah, our best understanding, the best evidence we have to understand something. Yeah.
I don't think I don't think that's saying that everything. I don't think that's saying that everything is subjective is particularly coherent. For example, if we take color, colorblind people experience, say, the color green or red differently, right? And that's their subjective experience. But the wavelength of light that's entering their eyes will be the same for everyone, and that's objective.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, like our perception of reality is going to be subjective to our subjects, literally.
Yeah, that doesn't deny.
So like, even the meaning of what facts mean is subjective because we can all interpret facts differently. So like everything to an extent is
the interpretations can be different, but the facts themselves, the actual facts
they are
themselves, they are unchanging.
So, for example, is subjective experience objectively real?
Can I actually try to gap a bridge here again? Let me try to gap a bridge here again, because I'm hearing Ghosty say there is objective facts. There's things that we don't have access to, and like a good analogy, I think she even said this earlier, is like something like germs. There's an objective fact of like germs like that can spread a certain way, but we can't see it without a microscope. So until a microscope was invented, right, what the germ actually is, we didn't know the objective truth to it is. So I think she's saying there is an objective truth, but we live in a box basically that we can't see all of it.
We are limited to our actual physical beings, like capability to understand and comprehend using our five senses. That's how we understand the world around us.
Also, when you look through that the cool thing about scripture is it says that we are made, that the things seen are made of things unseen, and that was something discovered way later after the scriptures were written.
That's the whole point of faith, is that you believe that things will happen outside of them physically happening within life. You're the whole point of having faith is that even though it hasn't happened for you physically, that you could not observe it happening in real time, you believe that it will happen, and therefore it is in a sense happening. You just haven't seen it yet.
But that's faith. That's exactly what I wanted you to
Ghosty, your whole world is built
off
of faith. If there's no objective standard, then you're operating off of faith that your subjective standard is actually true.
I am operating off faith in other humans that they are not completely lying to me about reality.
But how would you know
exactly,
that they're lying?
You have to rely on other minds to ground your mind.
I don't know if they're completely right. They could be completely lying. There could be a screen in the sky.
But so why is it so inconceivable?
One sec, Ghosty. Your counter there should be no. I conduct an experiment and then I get the same output that they're telling me. That's how I can verify.
I can't experiment in the space, in outer space.
What do you mean
I
you
just
can't?
have to trust.
Hold on. So you can't. If someone says that gravity isn't real, and would you just go based off of them saying, "Oh, gravity isn't real, therefore I guess gravity isn't real,"
That's
or
different
you
from
wouldn't
proving like Jupiter exists or something like that.
I mean, you can't
That's
take this
something I
bottle
can
and just say, "Oh, gravity's not real." Oh shit,
That's
gravity
what I'm saying.
is
That
real.
is something I can verify for sure. But there is certainly science out there that I have to trust in history and other people.
So you can't you yourself do an experiment to prove it for yourself. You have to rely on someone else telling you that it's true.
I don't have the means to prove that like the bottom of the ocean is actually X feet deep. Like I don't like.
All right,
yeah,
Ghosty,
I have to take someone's word for that.
An easier
For
question
example,
for
we
you to
can't
answer
prove that
would
black
be-
holes exist. Black holes are technically just a theory.
We have photographed one.
A better example would be your material reality that you live in, like your microphone. How do you verify its existence? Or do you? Do you just presuppose it's going to work?
Wait, those are two different questions. I verify its existence by observing it and touching it and noticing that you guys can hear me. Yes. I don't presuppose it's gonna work. It might be broken one day.
No, but the key thing is your observation.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're observing that.
Yeah, but observations can be tricky sometimes, right? Like our eyes can deceive us.
How would they be tricky?
Which is why we test those observations,
we might not
correct?
have understood that.
I'm saying that
humans need oxygen to breathe because we weren't able to see it until X amount of years ago. We knew that, but we didn't know it was oxygen.
What if I told you it was nitrogen?
Have any of you
buy a car
ever,
presupposing it's going to work? Otherwise, you don't buy the car, right?
have any of you ever read any Wittgenstein?
Yes. What?
So you're admitting that you operate on faith every single day in everything that you do.
Well, I mean, I test drive a car.
Reality you understand is going to be consistent.
Hold on. You test drove. Why would you need to test drive if you just say that the salesman tells you it's going to work? Why even test drive?
Because I want to make sure for myself that it works. I don't understand the point you guys are
But you don't verify everything in your life either, though. When you buy the microphone, you don't verify.
How would you
I just want to say, I think you guys are going to a point that's like, makes not really sense here, because like she said that she doesn't have the means, as in she can't afford a rocket to go, and doesn't know how to go to space to verify what's in space or go to the bottom of the ocean. But these things you guys are bringing up is like little simple things that you can just do yourself. Right?
Yeah, I think what we're getting at is, do you know that the human mind is capable of knowledge?
Do I know that the human mind is capable of knowledge?
Yeah, I know it sounds circular, but there's a hypothetical which I could say that we have a brain, but it does not map at all with reality and does not reflect anything else at all.
We can hold knowledge.
Okay, so you believe that there is a relationship between the human mind and the universe that we live inside?
A relationship? Sure.
Okay. How did that come about? I'm curious. What do you think?
And it will lead back to the abortion debate.
But is consciousness the same thing as the brain?
No.
Really? What is consciousness?
Consciousness
I'm not saying I have
something-
an answer, by the way. I'm curious what your answer.
From my assumption, like I don't know either, but I'm assuming consciousness is something that comes from the brain, but it is not exactly the brain. It's a result of brain activity.
I definitely believe that the brain plays a part in consciousness, because part of consciousness is awareness, right? And so we're aware of each other's presences. And I actually think that part of our consciousness is also our conscience, which is how we make value claims about each other. So, for example, I don't have to, if somebody tells me about a person, I don't have to be, meaning a human, right? Then for the sake of this conversation, then I don't have to wonder if they have value or not. I already know by faith. I would assert, knowing by faith, that they have value as a person, which is why we're having this conversation about abortion anyway. We're having contention of priorities of value. Would you agree with that statement or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask how you get knowledge through faith?
Yeah, because if the foundation of any epistemology is circular, and you're grounding that in something that is circular, no matter what your view is, like say I took a piece of paper, and no matter what your epistemology is, you write X to denote the foundation of truth, and then you try and justify X, right? So if you justify the foundation of truth by representationally taking an arrow that starts from the X and then circles back into the X to point to the X, most times that is a vicious circle and logically invalid. But in the case where the foundation of truth is the foundation of truth, it's circular, and yet in that case it would necessarily be true, because whatever the foundation of truth is, it is necessarily self-justifying.
I mean, that's an interesting phrase, foundation of truth.
Yeah. Yeah, because the foundation would mean that it gives you a framework for how to interpret things, how to understand things. Because
it starts from somewhere.
Right. So you would agree that different people have different starting points for how they assess what a thing is and how to understand a thing and how to interact with a thing. I think we'd all agree with that. So if you're a Hindu, you might not eat certain animals, and if you're a Christian, you have no problem eating most animals.
Right.
Or you're on the bacon.
Doesn't faith
Well,
and
Acts
truth...
chapter 10 would have something to say about that. But go ahead, Ghosty. You've been very patient with us, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
Oh no, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna ask, isn't like faith and truth or even knowledge kind of contradicting though?
No, because when we talk about faith, we're talking about something outside the scope of something we can fully
we can observe. We can physically observe.
we could. You're right. We can.
Can faith be justified?
Yeah. So when we talk about faith, that's about something that is non-contingent, right? So most things in the universe are contingent. I depend upon not only God creating me by bringing my parents together and all that kind of stuff, but even the world we live in is contingent upon whether a God decides that it continues. The world will keep on spinning when I die and when you die, and people will keep on living. And so the world's not contingent upon me, but whatever you believe whatever you believe that reality is, it's contingent upon something grounding all of it and making it all together. Not only making reality coherent, but making it harmoniously work together: the physical and the metaphysical and the spiritual and the moral.
Even outside the whole God thing, you need food in order to live. You need nutrients. You need sustenance in order to continue to exist in any sort of normal plane of existence. That would be what we call.
Anyways,
what we would call.
I don't want to interrupt, but I am
Do you
going
need food in
to
the
head
afterlife?
out.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Have a good evening. God bless all.
God bless, sir.
Hey, dogs.
God bless. Thank you for coming up.
Night.
Take care, bud.
See ya, dogs. You mentioned you mentioned the afterlife, but at that point you're admitting a transcendental concept, basically, to where you would then be, in a sense, admitting that.
I think she's just curious about her beliefs.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're curious about my beliefs? I mean, I believe that they're...
Well, yeah. So she's asking. It's just curiosity. It's not an argument. She's just wondering.
Oh, okay.
How you vision the afterlife? Yeah. Like,
I don't.
Have you looked into Christianity?
What?
I don't think you need. I don't think you really.
Have you read the Bible?
Yeah. Have you looked into
No.
Christianity
I
at
was
all?
raised Christian, but not seriously. Like, not in a serious family.
So give me 1 second. I'll actually give you a passage of hunger in the afterlife. Give me 1 second.
To be
I gotta
fair,
actually get my book.
I was raised more. I was raised on Christianity as well, but sort of fell out myself. But
and he's differentiating hunger from the ability to die.
Just real quick,
Yeah.
because I just want to go back to, because like Ghost, you were saying it's like, well, like I take the science, or like the scientists on faith when they're telling me about the solar system and all this kind of stuff. What makes you take like that on faith, but you don't take what the church says on faith? Like, for example, about morality.
So
or even science in terms of abortion, where they said, like, go ahead.
You can read about it, and like they are showing evidence, and there's like lots of research backed up into this. So
But the Bible does the same thing.
I don't think
Literally
they
the same thing.
show evidence like
What evidence does the Bible show?
scientific book.
So check this out.
References itself.
It's more like a history.
It's a historical reference as well as prescriptions and God's message.
Certain aspects of the Bible are verifiable.
In Revelation 7, we do have a clear picture of the afterlife for believers. And I usually like reading a lot of this to get the context across. But this is when a great multitude is seen before the throne, worshiping God and the Lamb. So one of the elders came to John and asked, "What are these which are arrayed in white robes? And where'd they come from?" So, and then John responds, "You know." And then the old man says this, the elder, and I'll start at 14. "These are they which came out of great tribulation, and have washed their robes, and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Therefore they are before the throne of God, and serve him day and night in his temple, and he that sitteth on the throne shall dwell among them. They shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more, neither shall the sunlight on them, nor any heat. For the Lamb which is in the midst of the throne shall feed them, and shall lead them unto living fountains of waters, and God shall wipe away all the tears from their eyes. That's our promise.
So they are still being fed, but by what is feeding them again? What was the fate?
I wouldn't look into that too much. It requires an interpreter.
I will say Revelation is the most difficult book in the entire Bible, so it's very hard for me to secure an for me personally
you need a church father to help you.
Well, being fed by the Lamb, especially in heaven, is to be sustained by Him.
I have a question real quick. Just like just for my own personal curiosity here, because you mentioned there, Ghosty, like you accept like some historical evidence. So like, do you like accept like Jesus was a person?
Yeah, he existed.
Okay.
I just don't accept him being like a prophet or something like that,
or divine or anything like this. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just
I
was just curious.
May I ask? I'm a former science major here.
You're very soft, by the way. I can barely hear you.
I can try turning them up a bit. One sec. How's that?
Any better?
Oh yeah, much better.
Much better.
Okay. As a former scientist, engineer, what makes you think you believe in the science versus, say, a faith-based belief?
Well, like kind of I was saying earlier, they write about this. They provide all of their evidence in research, in books, in studies. It's verified by other scientists. There's a lot of equations, math, whatever that goes into this.
But over time, science is always proven wrong 100%.
Science evolves, yeah. So again,
yeah, that's one of its strengths.
You're right, and it's our best understanding of the reality, which sometimes gets updated, our understanding, or corrected.
But the biases of the science background. I mean, you can't get written, you can't get proof, you can't get any attention if you have a belief in God. In fact,
that's not true. The majority of scientists believe in God. About 51%, according to an American survey of the Institute of Sciences.
You won't get published. They can have a belief, but they can't influence their work on it. You have to be through the Christian Science to have that happen. Trust me, I know. But what I'm saying is, if you believe in science, you have to have faith in other men, right? And if you believe in the Bible, you have faith in God. Now, I can see
more importantly, some science doesn't even follow the scientific method, like psychology.
What is that?
I'm sorry?
What is psychology? What is it?
Valid question.
fair.
See what I'm saying, though?
Psychology is a valid field of study. Magicians have known this for decades. Psychology is just a study of human behavior. It's not psychiatry.
Pattern recognition.
It's man's behavior.
And you can manipulate people's behavior.
Well, we know what psyche means, right? In Greek.
The mind, is it?
The soul.
Oh, the soul. Right. Okay. Well, as we know, etymology doesn't equal definition. So,
well, I agree. I'm just still like pharmakeia. You know what pharmakeia is in the Greek, right?
No.
Witchcraft.
Oh, is it? There's some crazy guy on YouTube that Tariq really likes that claims that early Christians were all drug takers. What's his name? Ammon
Hillman. Yeah.
Yeah, have you heard of this guy?
No. It was the Christians were banning all the drugs. The ancient Greeks were
right, okay.
Like that's where we get like pharmacy, like pharmakeia. Like it was literally like magic what they were doing, but like combining all these like weird like animal products and all this kind of shit together and herbs, and it would give like these like antidotes for these remedies and all this kind of shit.
I mean, that's
that
what
literally the
medicine
people
kind of
called it
is.
like this is witchcraft.
So
medicine is kind of like a healing potion.
Alchemy was
witchcraft with healing, but that's
exactly.
Witchcraft was used often for healing. Anyways, go ahead.
It was used. I'll say that much.
It was herbal.
Alchemy was early science.
Alchemy and herbs. Yeah.
It was in the herbs.
So I want to bring that back to the whole abortion thing. If science basically tells you that a it is a unique quote unquote organism to the point where they would call it a baby, call it an infant, at the point of conception. Why would a woman then decide that it's all of a sudden not a person if science will deem it a person at the point
Science doesn't
of
call it
conception?
an infant. There's
Science-
there's a bunch of different words for the different stages of a developing fetus, but they don't. It's not like.
But they all kind of point back to the fact that it is a child,
Human.
that it is
It's a
the
human.
offspring. It's a human, and it's
Yeah.
the offspring of two different humans. Therefore, it's not. Therefore, it would.
You just gave it value by admitting it's human, though.
Yeah.
Toasty.
In your
And
opinion, that's not my opinion.
No, by your standard,
But-
you use the word.
But science.
Yeah,
It's human life.
A human that is not developed to like 16
why do you
to
get to
20 weeks
assign
is
the
not
value?
valuable to me.
Wait, does using
One sec.
It's a Down syndrome. It's a Down syndrome person valuable enough for you.
Give them value. If I say there's a cup on my table, I'm not giving the cup value because I'm recognizing there's a cup on my table. Come on.
You're
Yeah,
completely
the key distinction here, Shiva, is that she's attributing different value depending on what the humans like. So, for example, as a Down syndrome person, should we not value them because they're not as high IQ as the average or whatever?
I'm not
definition-
telling,
I mean,
I'm
I
not
think if
telling
you're gonna
others
value
what they
life-
should and shouldn't value. I'm not doing that. I'm
Yeah,
giving
but what I'm
women the
saying is-
choice
yeah,
to make
okay,
a
one
decision
sec,
to
let
carry
me-
an abortion or not. I'm not telling
Okay,
you to
yeah.
value something or to not value it.
Okay.
Well,
would you be
actually, the
okay?
Bible-
One sec. Would you be okay with a woman that says, "Oh, I got an abortion because I found out the kid was going to be Down syndrome"?
I personally don't think that's right, but I'm not going to take that right away from her. I know there are some people who think that's a okay thing to do.
Here's a
You and
dilemma.
most women.
I have a real
Also,
quick question.
not in like the third trimester or something like that. I mean, like early
you
on.
and most
'cause you can
women think you and most
find that
women
early
think
on.
that way, considering all of the elective abortions in this country and in most of the West. I'll
And-
just say that. You and most women think that same
Yes.
way, where it's like, oh, I mean, which leads to actually a question I had far before all of this, which was, a whole bunch of women. You say a whole bunch of women feel bad about having an abortion, but if most of the abortions that happen are elective, doesn't that really mean that they don't really feel that bad about it?
No, of course not. Like, emotions are multi-dimensional. You can feel bad about something you're doing, even though you think it's the right or best decision for you. It can still be something that is emotionally triggering.
Ghosty, I have a question.
Real
I
quick,
have a
sorry
question.
guys. I just want to ask a real quick question. Well, it's like twofold. First part's a yes or no for like everyone on the Christian side here. None of you think that human rights come from God, right?
I do.
Oh, so you would say that? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Human rights.
How about everybody
Define-
else?
Say if my priest
Define
agrees
human
with me.
rights. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, so human rights would be anything that God confers to people in his moral law that ought not be violated by others. So, for example, thou shalt not steal is an affirmation of property rights. Thou shalt not kill is the right not to be murdered. It's murder, actually, not kill. You're
thou
more
shalt
precise.
not murder.
Okay.
All right,
but-
I just
But that
said
also
that.
applies-
Okay, that's fair. No, that's fair. Just to quickly follow up, everybody else, how do you guys just do you agree or do you think
we are humans. I won't say
Right,
that we
Only
have
if
a
my
right
priest
to be.
I would
defines
say
that
yes.
for me.
A DOMS is what it's actually called. A form of Adam.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I'm just wondering for everybody on the Christian side here,
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
if well, you could answer too. If you think that rights come from God.
No, I don't think so.
If
Our
they do
inalienable
exist,
human
they
rights
come from
do.
God.
So okay, we got some yeses, some nos. Okay, so what I was gonna ask here is if human rights don't come from God, what is the reason that you have to believe that some humans shouldn't be intentionally killed based on age, size, dependency, capability, whatever.
Science tells us that single cell organisms is life, yet they don't consider a fertile egg life. It's an oxymoron.
Well, I think they do consider it life.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's not alive.
If it's alive, then it's murder. I mean, that's simple.
Okay, then should we not kill animals? Should we not kill animals?
Well, guys, you're going away from the question, though. Like, I can even if we just all disagree, it is murder, right? Why is it? What reason do we have to believe that some humans shouldn't be intentionally murdered based on some type of
Well,
characteristic?
see, the Bible doesn't law an abortion. There is no law for that. We shouldn't have a law for that. We should have a society that would promote life, and you wouldn't need such a thing. If you follow God's rules, we wouldn't have this problem.
Well, it's easy. You're asking the non-theistic people on the panel, right? Or the non-Christians on the panel how they ground the rights, right? Or no?
Well, no, because like, and like I'm surprised a lot of the people on here said some of the answers they did. Most of the time, like rights, the idea of rights, I would say, but just I know a lot of Christians would say that you don't get rights from God, right? Like that's just not how it works, right? So if
people
you
have
don't
that in their
get rights
theology.
from God, what is the reason that you think we shouldn't murder certain humans? Like, if we don't have a right to life, why shouldn't we murder humans?
That is a
Depends on
fair
if you have an
question.
objective standard that says you can't.
What would be the
But people
objective
do.
standard at that point? What would be the objective
Your priest
standard if it's
informing
not?
you. Your priest informing you on the faith.
A priest informing you. So at that
Because you
point,
need an interpreter of the Bible. So
You do
otherwise
not
it's
need an
objective.
interpreter of a Bible. That's the Satan talking.
What I mean, what
Who gives you the
Hold on,
authority?
one sec. Let me ground. What Easy's asking is anybody who does not ground human rights in some sort of like divine intellect or some sort of higher power, aka God, how do you justify not killing humans?
I don't like it.
I
don't like
I mean, I'm a morally motivated, so that's kind of what it boils down to. I either like the action or I don't like the action, and then based on that, I say that's either good or it's bad. Colloquially,
which leads to why I guess, and this is going into, we don't have to go into this because this is a separate topic entirely, which is why Islam is taking such a foothold, because, well, I guess they think so, and why also leftism has taken such a foothold as well, because, well, they don't really value life to the same degree that Christians and people who think God, who
do you think
base their
Muslims
morals
don't value life?
Hmm?
Do you think Muslims don't value life?
Well, they certainly don't value death in the same way that Christians do.
They value 72 virgins more than life.
I value life.
Well, they value other Muslims. If you're not Muslim, I'm not sure they value you.
You would value
okay.
Ghosty. You would value life, but you don't consider a baby in it during development to be life.
I do consider it to be life. I am just okay, and I prefer the benefit of the option given to the mother.
Well, hey guys, I gotta head out, but it's been great.
God bless you.
Ghosty, thanks for being so patient with us, and you have a great rest of your time here.
God bless you.
Hey, I want to talk with you more.
See ya.
Have a good
Take
one.
it easy re-examination.
I guess in that sense, I would be so long as you know what you're getting into when it comes to abortion. This will betray me a bit, but I would give that compromise. So long as you know that you are extinguishing a life, you are extinguishing life itself by performing an abortion.
Don't you think
If
most
you're
people
that,
know
if you're
that?
that dead set on it, and you understand the gravity that you are actually taking a life, then if you're gonna go do it, I guess personally I can't stop you. But and I will say that a lot of women these days don't actually like talk about the ramifications of getting an abortion, which is why it's so kind of it's so kind of thrown around in some cases as in some cases, a lot of cases more so today than before, as a status symbol to how many abortions you've had. They don't
You mind if I
they don't
capitalize on that?
What?
and they don't value the life that they're taking. They don't value the fact that they are extinguishing a life. So you tell me that a whole lot of women will feel bad that they're getting an abortion, but then they go on, say, TV, or they go on some podcast, and then they tout that they've gotten like 5 abortions or something like that.
I've
They'll
never
go and
heard of
say,
that ever.
It has
never. It's happened, especially recently, where you have high profile women go on to like shows,
Like
and
who?
they will. Uh,
It doesn't
It
matter.
happens on the whatever
it
podcast.
happened. I know. I have the
That
example,
part's
but I can't.
irrelevant.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. Other than like, I'm sure if you looked it up, I can see it in my head, the specific example in my head, but I can't remember what it was,
Okay.
who it was.
Just
Do you
throw it
think
on the
that
whatever
everything has
podcast. I've seen people do that on
radicals?
the whatever podcast sometimes.
Do you think that
Yeah,
every
actually,
group
Some
yeah,
actually
has
some
radicals?
some there was a really famous actress that went on a podcast recently. I forget her name, but she went on this podcast, and she's like 40 something years old, and she was basically bragging to the host of the show that she had 5 abortions in her
Yep,
life. And
saw that.
she just said it. She outright said, "Oh, I
But
had
are
five
you
abortions in my
attributing
life."
this
And
crazy outlier to like even the
hold on.
majority
Well,
of women?
Ghosty, I got
It's
a
not
question.
an outlier if a whole bunch of women see this influencer and then go on to basically say, "Oh, well, I mean, this influencer said it was okay. She basically did not value the
I mean,
lives that she was getting rid of. Therefore, I'm not going to really value it too." Do you not think that can happen
I
and
would
can
have to
happen to
see
more
it,
and
but
more?
I think a lot of things can be said out of shock value. Maybe she actually does mean
Yeah,
it,
there it
but
was.
no,
Charlize Theron.
I don't see just like watching that. I don't think women are just gonna be like, that's gonna change their.
But but Charlize Theron, I think someone in chat said it was Charlize Theron. She was on a show, and she went on that show gloating that she had 5 abortions.
That
She
wasn't her, I don't
gloated.
think.
Okay,
Oh,
but do you
maybe
think
not,
that
but it
Gloated
was
about
some
the
other
end thing.
actress.
She gloated about sleeping with 26-year-olds and that she has a degenerate lifestyle. But Ghosty, I have a question. Since we're on the topic of the value assessments, considering we're under replacement, right? And unfortunately, the black community is having an exceptionally high abortion rate. Would you at least change your value assessment to make sure that population does not go so down that they are eventually just going to be gone in
They'll go
America?
extinct.
No, I
Yes.
mean no. If one group of people,
So you think it's okay for black people to go extinct
if they're
in
not
America?
having babies and it's not like done systematically, and they're just choosing not to have babies and they don't want to, I don't see a problem with that.
I mean, you're
So
consistent, but that's a hard position to bite.
yeah, you're basically
You're
you're
basically saying
basically
black people have
saying
less
if I
value than white.
choose to die,
Guys,
then
you gotta let her answer. You gotta let her
okay.
answer. Don't you know?
I
You
also
answer
just
for
think the
her.
birth crisis just isn't
You don't think
a
the birth
crisis.
crisis is a thing.
Yeah.
You don't think that being under replacement is a bad thing. You don't think that
because
being able
just
to
because there's more baby boomers doesn't mean that we have to replace them. Markets adjust all the time. Like
if the
there's
mark
honestly less people would probably be
that's
more
worse.
productive because
How
there's
would the-
not
how would
enough
that be-
housing.
hold on.
why it wouldn't.
There's
You
not
would
enough
have to- yeah.
housing. People need jobs. Like again, and the market will adjust to how many people are
You're
buying
missing the
things.
forest to see the
And
trees.
like, there's no way that we're nowhere near to a point where like we're gonna go extinct or something like that.
but we're below replacement, which means that with the current trajectory, we will be extinct. You don't
That's not
think
what
that's
that
something
means.
you don't
Just because one
Yes, it
generation
is.
doesn't replace one ahead of it doesn't mean that humans are
So
on
you
the
have a
track
pop
going
you,
to
you
be.
hold on. You have a population of 10 million, but it's below replacement. So the next generation there's 5 million. The next generation there's 2 million.
How do you know
There's
the next
gener-
generation's only going to do 2 million?
because they're below replacement. Hold on,
what if
there's
they do
below
10 million? What if they have double the amount of kids that we're having now?
Then it would not be below replacement. Below
Exactly.
replacement.
So it's
hold
not
on.
a direct line.
Well, but that's the whole thing. Is below replacement means that there aren't enough humans to keep the 10 million at 10 million. Once the 10 million generation goes, what you have left is 5 million people. Below replacement means that there's no longer 10 million people on the planet for the next generation.
Do you think there has always been 10 million people on the planet, or has there been a point where 5 million people?
The 10 million is relative. It could be 100 million. It could be 2.
Okay,
it could be 5 people.
But don't you think the planet has, like, obviously we are the most populated we are now. We got here somehow, even though there was a tons of less people than us before. Like, what I'm saying is it's not a direct line. Just because one generation doesn't replace a generation that are literally called the baby boomers because there was a boom of babies doesn't
from
mean
the silent generation. The silent generation
society
did that.
is in a crisis.
The silent generation did that. The silent generation were the ones that fought the war and then had a whole bunch of babies as a result of that. They were a certain population, and then they had so many babies that they were able to not just replace them, but exceed replacement, be able to exceed that replacement number. And now for all of those baby boomers, they're not actually having those babies. And so now, after they go, there will be less people to replace those number of baby boomers.
Why do you have to replace it?
Wait. It's actually very difficult to predict trends in population rates. So there's a whole branch of mathematics called chaos maths, and what it does is not some weird magic sex thing. It uses mathematics to try and describe the behavior of complex systems, and one of the systems that chaos maths looks at is actually like population rates of things like rabbits and whatever, let's say rabbits, and what tends to happen is what you're describing does happen, but then you'll get spikes in the pattern. So one year there might be, for reasons that are completely unknown, just like an overpopulation of rabbits, and then 3 years later there might be a massive underpopulation of rabbits, and it's a tricky thing to work out because the same mathematics, you can use it to describe stock markets, weather systems, various kind of systems within the human body. But just to kind of say, like, to say that if the population dips below a certain threshold, that necessarily means extinction. I'm not sure that that's true.
How are you to
Like,
get
if I
But
have
also there are
two
reasons.
children, real quick, if I have 2 children, there's nothing stopping my children from having 6 children. There's nothing stopping, just because I have less children, there's nothing stopping the next generations having more children. It's not
value assessment. That's going to be a factor.
Well, you have no idea.
If they don't think there's a value in reproduction, why would they do it?
Well, people
because they like
aren't
sex. People have always liked sex.
But then
People
they're
are
just
gonna
going
have
to abort
sex.
the baby because they don't want to deal
people
with it.
aren't choosing not to have kids because they don't value having kids. It's
Yeah.
more they are choosing not to have kids because they can't afford it. So theoretically speaking, it's actually more likely that the replacement rate goes up once the baby boomers die out because the majority of the wealth is being hoarded by the baby boomers. So that problem would be solved by the baby boomers dying out.
Then how do you
Can't find a
explain
house
that
right
poor
now.
people have more kids than rich
But
people?
as a society, we have changed. We needed kids. They worked the farms, they worked the outer layers, but everything's coming together now. And now, because of our easy life, sperm counts are lower. There's mass sterilization going on. I don't know if you pay attention to the vaccines and why there was graphene in them. The seeding probabilities are dropping so vast, it's not funny.
Ghosty,
And-
allow
and-
me to
and
frame it this
also
way.
microplastics too that contributes to a lot of our sterilization for men.
And my
I mean,
argument
it's proven.
Yeah, and my argument comes from a phenomenon of just noticing patterns and noticing trends and basically just going, okay, sure, personally, if you have 2 children and then they go on to have 6, okay, they replaced you, but I'm talking outside. I'm talking beyond that scope of just the person. We're talking, society, humanity itself. you have the trend of you start with 10 million, then you have less than, and then those 10 million don't actually have enough babies to keep that 10 million to be able to utilize all the resources of that the 10 million we're using. And now you have less people, and then if that trend continues where each generation of humans has less and less children, you will get to a point where there won't be humans anymore.
Right,
And
but we
you're
have no
basically saying that
evidence that it's
Well,
trending
do
in a
you-
severe way where there's no, like, we are so far from that point.
Ghosty,
It's not a
Cat.
crisis.
Actually, there is historical evidence. Actually, if I can be able to speak on the consequences of this very matter,
Wait,
look at
Mangoes,
Sparta.
Mangoes, you gotta let her finish though. Let her
No, that
finish.
was it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
Oh, my
Okay, I thought you
fault.
cut off there. No,
If I didn't
Mangoes,
let you finish, that's on me.
it sounded like she was cut off, but I guess she was finished there. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the consequences, and I can give you evidence of historical precedents. Back in ancient Greece, there was this city-state called Sparta, and because of their eugenics policy, where they basically trash anyone who was very much similar to the Romans of what we spoke about a moment ago. They essentially died out because of the fact that they weren't able to replace their birth rate when men would go into war and they die in war. That's one of the reasons why Sparta ceased to exist, is because their social policy about rebirthing. And when you are talking about the implications of the future generations are not being replaced by the birth of like what we got going on right now, here's the consequences of it. Not only just that, but in the future, when you are not replacing your population, this is what happens. Yes, the markets can adjust, but you're losing more market power with the global economic stage. Number two, you lose able bodies for home defense. Number three, you're also giving yourself a bad position to where you're weakening your position as a country as the consequences of not replenishing people to fight for the country to preserve it. Take for China, for an example, one-child policy. They're going through a crisis right now because about 60% of their population are people above the age of 60. Same with Japan, same with Russia, and they have different reasons in Korea. And they have different reasons to why that's there. It's not a one size fits all the reason why they're there, but the point being is that they're going through a population crisis. And because of that, when you have less people, less workforce, less people to defend the country, and less people to partake in politics so they can guide the country culturally to maintain the power of that country, you're looking at an existential crisis for that nation and its people in the future. Yeah, you can make the argument that it may not include a total extinction of the human population, but it will weaken other countries that fail to recognize the problem, that is the rebirthing problem. Here in America, on average, we have around 1 million Americans that die, 300,000 women from birthing defects, and then estimate of 700,000 babies being aborted yearly. So when you're when you go within time and the short picture, it may not seem much, but when you're doing 25 years, that's 25 million less Americans that are being born. That's something that you have to consider for if you want your children and your grandchildren to be able to have survivability and also protection by the things I just mentioned, Ghosty. That's why. And then it's, to you, it may not be evidence, but that's the reality. That's an existential crisis, whether you agree with it or not.
And that's what science. Go ahead.
I have a different way to frame it too. So if humans need resources, but resources aren't readily available all year round, like how are you going to do that with a limited population? To give resources that, like, let's say where it's cold, you're not going to have good farming, right? So how are you going to transport resources of where it is, where you're able to farm, to where they don't have farming so that they can live?
A different way to phrase it would
scarcity becomes worse.
Yeah, if you don't have a population to spread your resources, scarcity becomes far worse, and then you basically become isolated to certain land conditions that you can't exceed outward from, which means you can't even do commerce.
We have plenty of population right now.
That's not the
You're
point,
missing the
Stormy.
point.
We have too much
right
population.
now is the key.
Yeah.
Is the key.
We have
phrase
worthless
right
You
now.
can't maintain it, is what we're saying.
And
Yeah.
right,
You couldn't
so
maintain
all of
infrastructure if we lose more men, right?
society and everything adjusts to
How?
it adjusts literally over time by what is essential and what works for people of that time period. They adapt to new circumstances.
How
And
does
Basics of
population
supply and
isn't
demand. If
dropping-
there's less,
Yes, yeah.
it's basics of supply and demand. If there's less demand, there will be less supply that's needed.
So, but I would just ask, how would, because you're basically saying that the trend doesn't matter. How do markets adjust if there is no market
Exactly.
at that point?
Why wouldn't
Like,
there be a market?
Because you can't trade.
You can't trade. There wouldn't be
Why
enough
not?
people for there to be a market. There wouldn't be people there to
Resources
be a
are
Just
market.
because we
That's
didn't
the
replace
point.
the baby boomers?
But we can't create
That's
the
the-
resources in mass to support the population as a whole. That's what we're saying.
I don't understand
Baby
how
boomers-
you
We
come
wouldn't
to
be able
that
to create
conclusion.
resources in mass. We
Hold
wouldn't be
on,
able to
let me-
create the resources
hold
in
on.
mass that we need to support the current population. We'd still be able to create the resources in mass for the population that we will have.
How if you don't have the manpower to do it? And to
Here's-
get it
here's-
to
Because
where
here's
the
one-
population will still be the
Let her
manpower.
answer, you guys. Let her answer. One at a time.
I mean, we have the technology now. People did this already when there was way, like a fraction of the amount of people that are on the planet today, and they did it without the technology we have today. So it's completely
you
feasible
require
for our population to drop slightly. I mean, like there's no evidence that we're gonna have a significant dramatic drop to the point where society completely flips upside down and we can't function like we are right now.
But
Hold on.
if I
Hold
might
on. Wait.
say
No one's asking this questions whenever she's saying this. There's no evidence. Hold on. I need to tackle this. No one's asking or challenging her. What's her basis about there's no evidence for this claim? You have to provide proof that there is no evidence. You just can't make an assertion. You've been making an assertion on that this whole time. Then how can you have an opinion without any evidence?
You're the one who has to provide the evidence.
How can you make an assertion without any proof?
You have to provide the evidence. I can't provide a non.
I just did. I just did. You're just saying, I feel like this. No, you got to actually give me a fact. No, I explained to you why it's a bad thing to not actually have to tackle an existential crisis. No, it's not an assumption. Just because you graph your reality and subjective view doesn't mean that I'm wrong. Means that you don't know what you're talking about. Either you can tell us how. No. You made a claim. You got the burden of proof is on you. You have to prove without asserting that. You have to prove that. How is it so that there is no proof of what the direction we're going to when we're having a birth crisis? You have to apply that.
I have to prove that you have no proof.
Yes, you have to prove.
You
Okay,
have
what's
to
our
present
no
your fucking
evidence?
proof to me.
I just did. I just fucking did.
You really
Because
did.
you're
All
telling
you
me I'm
kinda
lying
said
about
was
this.
you
for
made an
seconds.
assumption.
Shut
So
up.
here, let me see
You
something.
sound like a
Mangoes, to
strong
be
man.
okay. To be fair, what's going on here is originally your claim here is our birth rate is declining at a rate that we won't be able to replace our society, and we're gonna go down. So she's saying, I want you to demonstrate to me how that's the case, because I don't think that is. So that would be the burden of proof is on you, because you're the one with the original claim, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
All right.
you'd
I
have
just wanted to cross the bridge
Just
there.
show the mathematics of the birth rate. Do 2 people times whatever the birth rate is,
But
and
that doesn't
you'll get
even
a number
prove a
that's
trend
less than
anyways.
That doesn't prove the claim because the claim is that it would cause a society to collapse.
Yeah, but you guys operate off of observable evidence. That's our only observable evidence, yes?
So you have no evidence.
What's currently happening and trends of the past?
Sorry to jump in, but I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
the basic law of supply and demand says that wouldn't cause society to collapse.
Sorry to jump in, but I'm gonna get off. So I'm just gonna say bye. Thanks for having us up, Easy. It was very.
Hey,
pleasant.
thanks for coming. It's good having you.
I hope I wasn't too agitated.
No, you were good, bro.
Need to
We
ease
missed
back into things. All right.
I really enjoyed our exchange. God bless you. Have a good night.
I got to spitball something at the ghost. So let's just say in 20 years, we'll have artificial uteruses to fix stuff, test tubes and stuff. So if a mother had a kid in an artificial uterus test tube, basically, but chose to abort even though the child is not in her, is that murder?
Are you asking me?
Killing life is murder.
Yeah.
That's assuming we create the ontology of a human through an artificial womb.
I'm just saying, if
I don't
it
know
was
that you
a
can even do that.
test
It
tube,
might violate the law of identity.
Are you asking like if there was like I'm trying to understand your question too. Are you asking if there's an artificial womb and then like a mother gets her DNA to make a baby in that womb, but then kills it, says actually no, aborts it. Is that murder? Is that your
murder?
question?
Yeah, is it considered murder?
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that was your question. I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
I think from her worldview, she would not call it a murder because at that point, the mother, who would be the overseer of the development of that child, would, in that sense, consider it not actually a child and then abort it.
Instead of just
killing artificial babies. That's what we're talking
From
about,
her
right?
worldview,
I'm saying like in 20 years from now.
Killing
like
artificial
she would call
babies.
She would call
Artificial
it.
wombs are theoretical, though.
Here's a very
hypothetical.
It's
I
a
hate
theoretical
here.
at that point.
I
in
hate to
which
answer a
case-
question with a question, but here's a really easy way to counter that: is IVF murder?
I don't know what that is.
IVF is I'm asking.
Ivermectin.
In vitro fertilization.
No, yeah, so like basically like a dude takes his sperm, a woman's egg, then they
Oh, and they do
combine it and
it.
then plant it into
Yeah.
a woman.
Yeah, they get the
For
turkey
surrogacy.
baster and shoot it out there.
Well, that's why we got to get the right womb.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seriously, choose the lady who won't abort your own baby.
But I'm asking them, not you, Ghosty.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I figured.
Oh no, I'm not sure actually. I actually came on to be a little bit more anecdotal because
The reason,
I'm
that,
just
the
saying,
reason that I asked that is
Okay, go
because
ahead.
when they do IVF, what they do is they fertilize the egg and then they implant multiple, or they implant them one at a time, trying to get one to actually stick. So yeah. So a lot of the times it ends up
Why do they do that?
killing.
Why
do they
would
do
they
that?
have to artificially inseminate an egg and intravenously plant it in a woman?
Because a lot of the time it's used for fertility issues.
Right,
Yeah,
which
this would be
means
like
a
a couple that-
genetic
this would be like a
mutation
couple-
there's a reason why that couple or that woman or whatever wouldn't have a baby. So what are you going to make? An inferior genetic product?
Wait, so are babies born from IVF inferior beings?
Are they? Were the parents
to
able
me.
to produce?
Well, I'm
The whole reason why I brought up this line of reasoning, though, is because with the line of reasoning that you guys are using, where the second egg is fertilized, it's a person that would technically make IVF murder.
Well, it's
I would argue if it goes through natural methods and no artificial, yeah. If under the condition that you set forth, if the mother housing as the womb aborted, that would be murder.
Yeah, we're just making weaker
Now it's-
generations.
Now it's just not murder until it's actually in the womb.
Unless it's in an actual female womb.
Well, the thing is, it can't grow or produce any sort of life outside the womb, can it? Like,
Well,
other
it
than-
will.
fertilized.
China's,
I know this is just like
Maybe we
a
just die instantly
hypothetical
afterwards.
20 years in the future thing.
It's not 20 years.
Oh no, this is
Sorry.
something we could do it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is something that we do now.
I brought this up to Athena earlier
Oh, you
about how
still
there's some birth
hypothetical
controls.
now.
There's some birth controls that terminate a fertilized egg after it has, like, it prevents it from attaching, but the egg is fertilized. And I asked her if she would consider that like murder, and she said yes.
Well, also, murder depends on intent. You know.
Well, you're taking
I
birth
think what they
control.
do. I think what Vigilante's asking here for everyone else is because with the in vitro fertilization, there'll be like, and actually JS he's brought this up here before a lot too, is that during the process of fertilizing eggs, a lot of them end up dying because they'll fertilize them, it won't be viable to implant, and it dies. So what Vigilante's asking is that process us murdering a bunch of kids?
No, there's no intent behind it.
Lila Rose says it is. She's like totally against.
Well, it's killing life, however you want to term that.
Killing, not murder.
It's killing, so.
I
yeah,
mean,
but not murder.
It is intentional because
but
you
again,
understand that through this process that's going to happen.
No,
Only
you're
one
not
of them
having
can
the
survive
intent to kill them. You're trying to create life. That's different.
by killing other lives that are
I mean,
already
if there's
fertilized.
a consequence to your actions, that doesn't mean it's murder. Killing, not murder.
You're trying to make it stay alive.
Yeah, it's not like you're doing it to create the purpose to kill it.
So life doesn't start at fertilization, or it does, but you just don't care about the others that do die.
No, I'm just
one
stating the
gets to
difference of
survive.
killing and murder is intent. That's the only thing I'm stating.
Yeah, but you're intentionally doing this because you know that only one of them can attach and live, and you are intending for the others to die because you only
Your
want one
intention
baby.
is to create life. Just because there's a consequence that things will die doesn't mean it's murder.
So what you're doing is you're cheating the natural progression of life. So
Wait,
you have
hold on. I had to get on. I had to get on because I was the one that asked her the question, and then and then who was it? It was Valente, or that asked the question about. Ask your question again.
It was the uterus test tube. If they're outside of the womb, then does that equal murder if you still abort the baby?
No, that was the question. That was the question I wanted to ask her that I put in the chat.
Oh, you're talking about my question, which was asking if IVF would be considered murder.
Yeah,
I mean, I read it from Half Hood's post, but yeah.
In vitro fertilization is what you're talking about, right, Half Hood?
Yeah.
Well, that's basically what I'm talking about. Because like years from now, they're already going to have artificial uteruses made and all that stuff. That doesn't make the kid artificial. It just means they'll be born in an artificial uterus. But what I'm trying to say is, would you consider that murder if the mother did not choose to want to have the child based on financial reasons, even though the baby's only 2 weeks old in the artificial uterus?
You're asking the others, right? Not me.
Well, no, I was specifically asking you.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't consider regular abortion murder, so I don't think I would consider artificial pregnancies abortion murder either.
Wild.
What if it was a third trimester?
Even then, it's
If it's not for a medical reason, I guess.
Well, I'm saying what was asked before about the artificial uterus. Like if it was like almost like crowning.
That's another thing that's bothering me.
I mean, it's probably.
You go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know like how artificial we're talking about. If we're talking about like robots or something, then obviously I don't know.
No, literally a test tube.
If it's just a human, if it's a normal human being born in an artificial way, then they're still human.
So this goal.
Are they?
A fetus to be human. Really.
I got a question.
Well, now I'm confused about your questioning by saying it's not murder. If you said that they're still human, even if they're born in an artificial test tube.
Well,
even if you
one of the
abort
big
them.
problems. One of the big problems of this that we've been having throughout this entire conversation is conflating the word human with the word personhood. Being human doesn't necessarily mean that you have personhood. So the medical definition of personhood is consciousness plus the ability to reason.
That's your.
I've never heard anyone medical say that guy has personhood. He's not a human. He's got personhood.
That's never what I've heard.
Science wouldn't be able to demonstrate
That's
that.
why I
That's
asked if a
person.
corpse has personhood, because they're still a human, right? But they don't have personhood at that point.
Corpse.
True, but would you violate a corpse? No, because it was a person. It still is a person. It's just dead.
It's about respect at that point. It's not really about
But
that
it's-
person's like.
I mean, well, if you check its DNA after it's dead, it still comes back human, right?
What'd you say, Easy?
I was gonna say, we burn bodies to ashes. I mean, if you did that to a live person, it'd be a violation. You know what I'm saying? So we kind of do violate dead bodies in a way.
Mm-hmm. That's the whole point of cremation.
Throw them in the ground. We dig a huge hole.
Well, a lot of
put them in
times
the
that's
ground.
also based on their wishes, or it's based on whatever that culture's part of. Because, like, Vikings, they burn their bodies. Nowadays, we cremate people, but it's based on choice.
Cremation is also way
Yeah,
healthier.
it's not always their choice. It can also be a
Yeah,
choice of the family.
that's true, but that's also kind of messed up if your family wants to cremate you and you wanted to be put in the dirt. Like, that's kind of messed up.
Well, there's also the difference of like
they
you not
wouldn't person.
specifying.
They wouldn't person you at that point because they are not respecting
The Egyptian mummy in
true that
embodiment.
Yeah, I mean, at the point when you're dead, unless you like directly put in your will, I don't think you really have a choice.
But you don't have a choice if you're the poor and indigent. The government cremates you now.
If you don't get picked up, yeah.
So back to you. I'd like to ask a question. So when they do this IVF or in vitro inseminations artificially and grow in a test tube in a womb, the goal that China's ahead of this. They're going to be gene altering, and if they don't like what they get, they're just going to have it aborted once it starts growing. Just because, say, it has the wrong hair color.
I mean, I'm okay with gene editing, so I'm personally fine with gene editing. So.
Hey, I want to apologize real quick. I'm sorry I didn't watch pretty much most of the entire debate until the end.
I was disappointed that Athena left.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
No, I was not. I'm not disappointed at this. I was disappointed that Athena left because you could ask my girlfriend if she wasn't asleep. I had so many questions ready.
Yeah, she said she may come back, but she said she had to tend to her kid, and I understand
Yeah,
that.
I don't think
right?
she's coming
Yeah,
back.
family comes first.
I doubt it.
But I'm sure it's it's not going to be the last you see of either Athena or Ghosty. So
Probably not. Hopefully,
you get plenty of chance in the future.
I will give Ghostly. She is one hell of a patient person.
Yeah, she.
I mean, holy fuck, dude.
I admire her.
I will give you that.
She's good
Yeah,
faith.
this
in her
takes a
answers.
lot of courage.
And consistent.
Yeah, she is.
I may disagree with the ethics, but you're consistent as hell.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
I do want to take her up to task about that replacement thing because I understand everybody else wants to get their in on it, but if I can get like a few minutes to bring that back up to task because I want to see if she can challenge this or not, or challenge me on this, if that's all right with you guys.
I would just preface to make sure you don't get any equivocation and define the terms clearly, because she may view certain words in different lights than you. And sometimes we've accidentally in this panel done that.
Well, she said that she believes in a great reality, but it's subjective. So I do agree with you, and that's why it's really challenging in a good way to deal with somebody like Ghostly, so we can try to parse that out. Like I want to make this real quick and short.
That happens all the time.
Ghostly.
Ghostly.
I'm the real
Mangoes butchers everybody's name, so that's always funny.
Well, no, well, I first encountered her on Sarah's channel months ago, and I kept calling her Stormy. And I don't know. It was not my. Yeah, no. So the background is that it was an after panel dumpster fire in the top, and then there's a debate was like female promiscuity benefit or harmful to society, and it was her and Nova versus Cleaner 409 and somebody else, and like I kept fucking butchering up her name, like it was not my best performance. So but anyways, so with that being said, about the population thing. So let me ask you this, okay? And I'll try to make this quick as possible. Do you believe that there is a criteria of X amount of people for replacement of a population for the next generation?
Probably at a certain point. Yeah, of course. Like, you can't have just 2 people to populate the rest of the planet, right? Even though that's kind of what you guys believe, I think.
Yeah.
But anyways.
Well, let's try. Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. With the world, we can if we're basing this off of globally, it can can we try to tackle it for let's say America to keep it simple? Then we can multiply that to the whole world. If we can get there, let's say for a country, let's be safe and just say for a country, not the whole world.
Mango.
Yeah.
Just to save you from going on a long thing, I think I can make this question really short and easy for you. You're asking Ghosty if every 2 people don't replace themselves with at least 2 people, that the population must shrink? Like, is that the outcome? Like, it must shrink, right? That's what you're asking.
Well, I have to get. Yeah, well, I was getting there. I have to get her to the point where she admits that there's got to be a certain number for that replacement. I have to get her to acknowledge that before I went to that question, because that was my next question.
Yeah. Well, what are we considering replacement? Replacement to keep our current society going, or replacement to keep the human species going?
I think he means population,
the same,
like one
the
for
same,
one.
Or yeah. Okay, yeah.
Population.
Yeah, like at least minimum of 1-to-1, not half to 1. You know what I mean? Like it not
Replace
under
mommy and daddy.
just enough to the minimum. Don't forget the minimum. Maximum is like X amount of kids for X amount of people. But
no, the maximum doesn't matter. What he's
ratio.
asking, sorry, Mangos, you're making it really confusing. What he's asking,
okay,
he's saying, do you believe that the population has to replace itself 1 for 1, or it must shrink?
If it doesn't replace itself 1 for 1, will it shrink?
Right.
I think that tracks, right?
Right, because eventually people die off, and if you're not replacing the people who die off, it must shrink, right?
Yeah, but like the next generation is what throws off everything, because we have no idea.
Yeah, it could change it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, he's just saying if it went on that
those damn generations.
Yeah, if it went on the path
we
were never replacing the 1 for 1, would it shrink? I think that's what he's trying to ask.
Yeah, it would generally decrease, yes.
So Speakeazy, I got a question for you. Because you got something very important. Are you just saying that my question isn't well structured? Is that my issue right now?
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to ask, but you're trying to explain it in too many words. That's all.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm doing run-on set. You know what? I'll just refrain from asking questions because I still.
No, you're good.
This is
you're
my
good.
week.
Look. It takes practice to be able to shorten it in a way that everybody understands.
Yeah, I'm not good.
Well, I'm autistic, so really, that's my challenge right there. Being autistic, because anyways,
that's all good.
But no,
I struggled
way better than a lot of people, man. You recognize shit way better than people that aren't autistic, so don't worry about it.
I'm trying to be good faith about this because this is an important topic, and Ghosty is actually, she's incredibly good faith, and but look, I'm just gonna.
Don't worry about it.
Thank you, Ghosty. I appreciate that.
Like, brother, don't worry about it. I'm also autistic. Like, I've been doing this for 2 years. That's why I'm good at giving short, sweet questions and answers. Is because I've been doing it as long as I have. Like, it takes.
Well, Well, at some point, I'm getting Andrew's fucking debate university so I can structure that because
I literally
I gotta get that.
There was a while where I did debate literally every single fucking week to get better, and I've also done both Swords of Reason and UVC to get better. So like,
and Jeremy said, we're all
I'll finish off with this.
Exactly. We're all artistic.
But I'll finish off with this, and it's the rest of you guys. Yeah. Well, you got to be really patient with yourself, and that's where you got to be self-aware. But anyways, thanks for the patience. I'll go ahead and hand it off to you guys, and anyways, thanks guys.
Brian's been patient.
Whoa, I got to
brother, you're echoing.
Huge echo.
Oh, Mang, real quick for
did your name change, or did someone else just come up? I thought it said Brian back there.
I think that's somebody else.
Am I tripping out? Holy shit!
I think Brian.
Why is this such an echo?
Adrian,
please fix that.
Let me see if I can fix it on my side. Echo. Hello. Okay, better.
Hi.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna wrap up soon. I'll give it like 15 more minutes since you've been waiting back there for a bit, but I'm gonna be wrapping up in like 15 minutes.
I just came in.
Let me say something.
Oh, so you weren't waiting? That wasn't you waiting, but okay. See, I'm tripping. It was I thought maybe because there's Adrian. I was like maybe I just read Brian for some reason. But
no, this is different person.
Okay, someone else was back there. But okay, we're gonna wrap it up in like 15 minutes, anyways, just so everyone knows.
Okay, no problem.
Tip for like the newer people like doing this like Mango. Always go back, like when you're first starting to do this, always go back and watch your previous debates.
So my mom, she I'm the first kid in the family. She fucking had me and didn't plan on me. She already has told me in a heart to heart that she almost aborted me because she didn't plan on it. And like 24 years into life, good, I got epilepsy now. And now I'm fucking 38, and I'm so fucking glad she did not abort me. Like, I revel in the fact that she didn't. Like, I could, say, why did you give me this life? I have epilepsy. Like, my life is horrible. But no, I'm like, screw that, dude. Life is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I
my mom told me she wanted to abort me.
To feel that way.
And I guarantee you right now, she wished she had aborted me because she doesn't fucking talk to me. oh, fuck.
That's fucked
up. I mean, I understand the argument at the end of the day,
but that's just one of the main things I came onto this panel to say. But continue.
No, I mean that makes sense.
And I'm loving it.
Again, like I'm not even necessarily encouraging women to get abortions. I want to reduce abortions. I just do think it's the best thing for women to be able to have a right to choose for what they know or what they believe is best for themselves and their lives.
Yeah, I agree. For example, I don't think that one of your arguments you were saying before, the one about that the population is going to diminish, doesn't make much sense in this debate. At the end of the day, we're talking about this if it should be legal. There might be restrictions, there might not, etc. That is a different part of the debate. The debate if it should be legal or illegal. If we start talking about mass consuming of the product of the abortion, it doesn't make much sense. At the end of the day, we're changing the debate if people should use it or if it should be legal in cases of rape, obviously, and all of that. And at the end of the day, that's why I don't think the argument of saying, yeah, but the population might diminish, it doesn't make much sense. At the end of the day, we're exclusively talking if it should be legal or legal.
That's fair. And yeah, you argued for it. I think you did well arguing for it. For Athena arguing against it, I think you did well for staying at least on that topic. And yeah,
I think having inbred kids is unethical.
well, look at history.
We get on incest.
Has anybody?
There's lots of it.
Has anybody ever heard of the Habsburg jaw? mean, because of inbreeding, actually eliminated its own bloodline, like monarchies in Europe. It happened to one.
Line.
Yep. Yeah, it effectively eliminated a monarchy, you know, and it's oh yeah, oh yeah. Also with the Egyptians, it actually caused a lot of like King Tut. He was actually he was born a lame because of the birth defects from inbreeding. You know, there's plenty of examples of generational inbreeding causes a really bad problem to the bloodline of that family.
Oh yeah,
Very
yeah.
much.
I thought you were. I thought you were arguing for the benefits of it for a second. I was
I'm
like,
not
wait,
there.
inbreeding
No.
fix something?
No.
I was
Oh,
confused.
Okay,
hell
Okay.
no.
I get.
I said it's
I
bad.
get paid a
I said
lot of
it's
money to
bad.
back my sister.
Yeah, I was like,
So
wait,
do
inbreeding
you
for
fix?
Goofy
support
of the day.
abortion in the case of
I
incest?
fuck my sister.
I have a question for Adrian.
Isn't that right, Uncle Daddy Calvin?
Adrian.
Yeah, I don't know if you know, but Philip the First of Spain was called the beautiful, more or less. For this will be like the argument. And if you just look him up, you just look the pictures, the portraits that they had from him. Yeah, not the most handsome, and you could really see the years and years of incest in that. Yeah.
Are we talking about the rat people of Pakistan now?
It's Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor.
So Adrian, I have a question. You mentioned rape earlier. So, in the case of a rape, do you think it's necessary that the abortion be killed and not the rapist?
Now, I think there's 2 points. The first one is justice. That's a different argument. That will be death penalty. We have to argue if it's legal, it should be legal or legal. That's a different argument at all. And the second one is if the mother can be a good parent for that kid. If the mother is not in the capabilities, is not capable, is not going to be able to provide a good enough parenting to the child and doesn't want it, I don't see any reason why to make her suffer the mother and the child at the same time. Then
Yeah, I was curious because it's like the baby's gonna pay the price for what the father did. And I don't know if you follow the Bible or not, but that's forbidden.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that's the argument also stands in the idea that abortion is murder, and there's a lot of debate actually when it starts being when it's actually considered starting to be a person when it's not. At the end of the day, the debate is way longer than just following what the Bible is going to say. So we cannot choose and define the system for what we're going to consider murder exclusively in one set of beliefs. We have to unify them all.
I agree with you. I don't believe that we should choose, but I think that we should have a society where we nurture each other and we would not have to even consider this option.
I agree, but sometimes we don't live in that society. I mean, it would be great. I agree, absolutely. It would be great that there wouldn't be people getting killed by guns at the end of the day. There wouldn't be school shootings. What do? Do we try to just ignore, trying to fantasize in a reality where that's not the case? We live in a reality where that's the case. We need to find solutions for that.
Well, again,
in order
like
to do
the
that,
gun
you
law.
need to go into the institutions. But again, this is a whole different debate, which is why, the whole point, the whole thing about legality is more so just do we get abortion to be essentially state-sponsored, or we have state-sponsored pro-life tendencies, which leads into more like propaganda and stuff like that.
I mean, states have never funded abortions.
Come again?
Like federal money and state money doesn't fund abortions,
but they do encourage women to the policies do encourage women to behave a certain way en masse. Individually may be different, but en masse.
What are they encouraging women to do? What is the state encouraging women to do?
I'll say that if you ban abortion, suddenly women don't have abortions anymore. They'll more than likely have the births themselves, and then either they'll have births themselves, which is the whole point of which is the whole point of banning abortions is to encourage more births in the society. Whereas
I
if
don't
you
think
legalize
so.
and say that it's okay
Yeah,
to
but
get
then there's also a
abortions, you
No, no,
whole
no.
fuckload of negatives that come
That's not
along
really
with
the
that.
argument for pro-life. The big argument I always heard for pro-life is the argument of morality. The idea that killing an infant is considered murder. I have almost never heard the idea. I mean, I heard it one or two times, but the principal argument for why abortion should not occur is not we want more kids. It's that it could be considered murder. If that would be the case, we will be taking all of the kind of preservatives. Condoms will be off, everything, the pill will be off, all of this will be taken out because they also limit the quantity of kids that can be had.
And
If we're talking about that,
you'd be correct in the moral aspect, but I'm not mentioning the moral aspect, and more so just going off of the more descriptive aspect of what doing something like banning abortion will do, which is evidenced by
Yeah,
the various
but that's
which
just
is evidenced
one
by
of
the
the
various
many
red
should
states
also
that
be
have banned
agreeing.
abortion,
In that case, you
where
should also
births
be
have
agreeing
spiked
to.
because of that.
Yeah, but in
You're
that
right
case,
that
you
that
should
is
also
a
be.
that is a consequence, but there's also a lot of other consequences, like mothers and children dying more often. You feed the foster care system, which in turn feeds the prison system. More
Feeding the
people.
foster care system, that's a separate. That would be a separate issue. That would be
Yeah, but the thing is,
No, but I'm talking about it as one of the consequences.
Just 1 second. I just want to ask you one thing. Your argument stands from the idea that abortion should be illegal because we want more kids. Following that argument, are you against condoms? Are you against preservatives and all of this? Do you think they should not occur also?
I mean,
yes, for a separate reason though.
Would
should
say
they, should they not
ideally.
should they not occur? I guess that's debatable.
Should they
because,
be
like,
illegal? At the end of the day, they do exactly the same thing that you believe that abortion should not be legal for. Let's take the pill. The pill doesn't have any kind of protection for you. It doesn't protect you from anything. The pill just prevents you from having kids. Do you believe the pill should be taken out? Should not be an argument. Should not be used.
I don't think so, because we're talking prevention versus it's a preventive action versus a reactive action. You've already basically created the child. Abortion is you've created the child and now you want to get rid of that child. Whereas Plan B and condoms is you are taking into account that a child could happen and are taking steps to prevent it from happening.
Yeah, but
there's
if
also
you're talking that
All
the
right,
problem, if you're
guys,
talking
there's no good time to cut this convo, but I do gotta wrap this up.
You're amazing, Speak.
Thank you all for joining.
Yeah, Speak.
And first off, Ghosty, tell everyone in the chat where they can find you so they can go sub up.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube, Ghosty. Like it says down here, it's spelled with a 6, like a capital G, but a 6. Yeah, I'm on YouTube.
Speakeazy.
Pretty much it. So thank you so much for having me. This was a fun time. I usually hate abortion debates, but this was tolerable. So yeah, I enjoyed myself.
None of the more abrasive characters are on the panel at this point, so that's
Abrasive
why it's
characters.
not...
You're the abrasive character.
Love you,
And
Trent.
Speakeazy is mute in this case, so all the abrasion, all of those real talkative and chatty and bulldozy types
True.
aren't here, so it's cool.
This is true.
Yo, Ghosty,
I'd
Does everyone, anyone else have anything they want to shout out or anything before
I would like to ask Zach when he's going to be on here again. I would like to discuss more on when his statement of you need somebody else to translate.
Well, why don't you both join the Discord and maybe we can just set up a debate 1v1
there's
for
a
you
debate
two.
that can happen from that.
All right, don't need to be a debate. It can be a discussion, but yeah, what do you
To
mean
be
by
honest,
Discord?
because I don't want to insult the Orthodox view, I don't want to necessarily do it publicly,
Orthodox
considering
view.
I don't have great information, and I can't afford to be disrespectful. I'm a
Yes,
catechumen, so it's like I'm in the
Orthodox
beginning
view.
stages of everything, and so
And being a catechumen, he can't really debate theology in a multi-faith context because he hasn't been handed a doctorate yet, and it can look bad on him. So I don't.
And
engage with
honestly, I
arguments.
consider myself an infant, no matter if I'm read the Bible or not. So
I put the
I wasn't
Discord
there.
link in the back there for you guys if you
do
guys
wanna
want
have
to
a
join,
conversation,
and I put it in the chat. If you guys want to join the Discord, you guys can message each other through there or however you want to do it.
Yes, sir.
Sure, I would like just an open panel discussion. That'd be
Yeah,
great.
or just come up on next open panel. Yeah, that's even.
I'm gonna DM you in the Discord, and I'm gonna fucking talk to you about Nerds of Reason next.
Nerds of Reason.
Nerds
All
of
right,
Reason.
let's do it.
Hey, I'm looking for.
Yeah, we need another.
I need to do a
Nerds of
Star
Reason
Wars
soon.
debate.
Trek
I need to have a Star Wars debate with somebody.
Star Wars, Star Trek.
What
debate.
about
Yeah,
Star
that-
Wars?
That might have to be the next Nerds of Reason.
You will.
What about Star Wars,
I'll hit
Tomahawk?
you up, dude.
I'm probably one of the people that we in the community that know the most about Star Wars.
Maybe we're gonna have
What
to have
about
a
Star
big
Wars?
gang war
it'll
about
some-
it.
it'll
But
be
guys,
something
I gotta
shit-based.
wrap this
Reasons
up.
of soul.
I gotta wrap this up as
wanted to
much
say
as I want to
that.
keep going. All right.
Take care, guys. God bless.
Thank you for
Thank you.
having me.
Yeah, have a great one, dude.
Thank
God
you.
bless.
Yeah, you
Thank you
guys.
all for
Take it
coming.
easy.
All right, peace out, people. It's like almost 3 a.m. here, so I gotta pee and I gotta sleep. So good night. Like the video, bitch.